The world's most dangerous killers gather for one final, bloody confrontation. At the center stands the man who built their entire empire. With glowing eyes, he calmly announces his immediate and final retirement. Dozens of blades are drawn as he is surrounded deep inside. His superiors debate whether they should let their greatest asset live. He unsheathes a black blade, ready to carve his way out. The company's top enforcer prepares to strike down the legendary traitor. A sudden, silent gesture halts the bloodshed before it even begins. The mysterious director grants him a tense and conditional path forward. They part ways, choosing peace over a war neither could survive. A late-night bus carries him toward a life of hard-earned peace. He calls home, finally feeling like a father instead of a killer. His pregnant wife waits, oblivious to the blood on his hands. He gazes at the ultrasound, a symbol of his new beginning. A wedding ring shines, representing the vow he intends to keep. Suddenly, a hidden assassin strikes with a lethal, silent blade. Instinct takes over as he violently slams the intruder down. The bus descends into chaos while the killer refuses to die. Terror grips the passengers as a professional hit turns public. The cold-blooded attacker orders everyone out to finish the job. He stays composed even as a lethal blade enters his peripheral vision. Civilians flee in terror while he calmly promises his wife hell be home. The hitman lunges for the kill, but his target is already moving. Those piercing red eyes signal the awakening of the world's deadliest ghost. With a crushing grip, he seizes the assassin's wrist and stops time. Retiring didn't make him soft. It only made his counterattacks more efficient. A devastating blow sends the attacker and his weapon flying through the air. Pure desperation fills the hitman's eyes as he realizes his fatal mistake. He slams the intruder into the floor with the force of a mountain. The legendary pillar clinches his throat, ending the hunt in an instant. He looks down at the failure, wondering who sent such trash. The hitman chokes on blood, realizing he's facing a literal ghost. A grim warning confirms the entire organization has marked him. He's told that no one survives leaving the company alive. He pins the assassin, desperately trying to reach his wife. Silence on the other end sends a spike of pure dread. Meanwhile, a peaceful home remains unaware of the encroaching darkness. His pregnant wife waits, hoping for a quiet night together. The doorbell rings, cutting through the calm of the kitchen. A massive shadow looms, delivering a chilling message about his retirement. The word retirement sounds like a death sentence to her. Suddenly, a cold presence invades the safety of her home. Fear takes hold as she realizes she isn't alone. Before she can scream, she's violently forced to the ground. She begs for mercy, but killers don't know the word. A ruthless grip ensures there will be no escape tonight. With a blade at her throat, her world turns to ice. Miles away, the legendary assassin senses the shifting tide. He sprints through the darkness, fueled by pure desperation. But every unanswered ring confirms his worst nightmare has begun. He arrives too late, his desperate plea swallowed by the heavy silence. The door stands open, a gateway into his worst recurring nightmare. Filthy footprints mark the path where his sanctuary was finally breached. A cold, predatory fire ignites in his eyes as he embraces the monster. Every muddy step across the floor screams of a life now shattered. He moves with lethal intent, stepping back into a world of shadows. Waiting in the darkness, the organization's hammer finally makes his move. The enforcer eats with terrifying calm, blood still fresh upon his skin. Trapped by a wall of killers, the legend faces his ultimate judgment. But the massive bloodstain on the floor shatters his final shred of mercy. A cold question lingers regarding who truly ordered this execution. This isn't a company mission, it's a sadistic game of survival. The scarred enforcer smiles, relishing the chaos he has unleashed. The legendary killer's eyes burn with a lethal, crimson light. Surrounded by shadows, the beast finally stops running and stands firm. He intercepts the first strike with the precision of a machine. A devastating blow shatters the momentum of the lead attacker. Desperate gasps of pain fill the room as bones shatter. He parries the blade with effortless, cold-blooded grace. He plunges the blade home, reclaiming his title as the Ghost. The legendary ghost finally unleashes his suppressed, lethal instincts. A cold blade carves through the first throat without hesitation. He moves like a shadow, leaving only broken bodies behind. On the narrow stairs, the circle of death tightens. One fluid motion paints the air with a trail of steel. The desperate enforcers realize they are now merely prey. Total efficiency turns the hallway into a slaughterhouse floor. Every step forward echoes with the weight of inevitable doom. His crimson eyes lock onto the next target marked for death. A final, devastating blow sends his enemy crashing through the wall. The organization's hounds charge blindly into the lion's den, but the silent hallways only echo with their final screams. The enforcer waits, calmly savoring the thick scent of iron. A desperate hunter is sent crashing through the reinforced walls. Fresh crimson paint decorates the once pristine killing floor. Every heavy step through the gore signals an approaching end. He smiles, finally seeing the monster he was sent to execute. The legend emerges, his white shirt now stained a lethal red. Steel flashes as the enforcer prepares for a final duel. A single explosive movement ignites the final, bloody dance. The legendary killer and the senior enforcer collide in a storm of steel. A wicked blade spins, ready to claim another soul for the organization. Blood trails through the air as the deserter carves his path to freedom. Every strike is a lethal dance between two masters of the craft. Precise footwork keeps him inches away from a cold, metallic grave. He finds an opening, tearing through the enforcer's ironclad defense. One final pivot shifts the momentum of this desperate struggle. He lunges forward with the raw power of a cornered beast. The enforcer is sent crashing down, shattering everything in his path. The legend pins his prey, ending the hunt with a final, cold strike. The legendary killer's shadow looms over his terrified prey. He strikes with the ferocity of a demon possessed. Steel clashes against steel, as the desperate struggle reaches its peak. Cold, red eyes signal that the time for talk is over. A sudden spray of crimson marks a fatal miscalculation. The organization's elite enforcer staggers, clutching a severed life. Terror finally takes hold of the man who knew no fear. One final, blinding movement shatters the last line of defense. The deserter carves his freedom with a final, lethal stroke. Breath hitches as the price of the hunt is finally paid. The broken assassin spits curses at the shadow of death. A brutal grip instantly silences any further defiance. The legend effortlessly tosses his pursuer like a discarded rag. Battered and broken, the enforcer finally accepts his absolute inferiority. He begs for the mercy only a cold blade can provide. The deserter raises his steel to grant that final, bloody wish. One swift strike echoes through the silent, gore-stained room. A sea of corpses marks the path of a man reclaiming freedom. He turns his back on the carnage he once called home. With the message sent, the Reaper disappears into the night. He returns home, but the silence is heavy with blood. He once dreamed of a life bound by a simple ring, a future promised by 2 lines on a plastic stick. Together, they marveled at the new life they created, a peaceful sanctuary far from his world of shadows. But the organization never lets its best killers retire. Now, the only home left is a cold funeral hall. A wedding band and ultrasound are all that remain. Everything he loved rests upon a cold, sterile slab. The monsters have finally crossed a line they will regret. The organization's cold reach finally extends to the funeral hall. He demands to know if they truly ordered the hit. The monsters admit the crime, blaming their own foolish underlings. Standing before the furnace, he offers a final, hollow apology. But the shadow at the top isn't done with him yet. The chairman declares that even failed killers are still family. A formal death sentence is issued as the hunters take aim. The weight of his loss fuels a cold, rising bloodlust. He rejects their threats because he's finished running from ghosts. The legendary killer awakens, and he's coming for their heads. Everything began with a promise of a normal, peaceful life. But in his world, happy endings are written in blood. He stands alone, surrounded by the ruins of his dreams. The house is a graveyard, and the floor tells a story. He takes one last look at the ghost of his past. His touch lingers on the home he can never reclaim. He promises to return only after the debt is settled. He leaves behind a hollow shell and a trail of vengeance. The organization finally realizes they've underestimated their greatest mistake. They're calling for an army just to stop one man. The chairman is personally erasing every trace of the failed massacre. Senior executives mock the pathetic weakness of the fallen cleanup crew. They realize too late that the organization targeted the wrong monster. A legend like Redshirt never fights his battles alone for long. If the ghost of the past awakens, a total war is inevitable. But some still believe the rumors are just blown out of proportion. They foolishly wonder what one man can do against an entire empire. The air grows heavy as a terrifying shadow enters the room. Fear paralyzes the guards as the hunter finally finds his prey. The time for talk is over. The Reaper has come to collect. The realization of impending doom cold sweats across his face. Redshirt steps into the lion's den with a chilling question. Panic erupts as they wonder why the legend came here first. Desperation forces the specialist to draw his blade for a stand. The giant executive finally confronts the man who should be dead. A malicious intensity hides the true fear of a cornered beast. He dares to lay hands on the organization's greatest mistake. Orders are barked to seal the exits and finish the job. Redshirt's icy gaze remains unbroken by the pathetic display. A wounded veteran warns that they are all about to die. A wounded veteran limps forward, mocking the chaos the legend has caused. Tension spikes as subordinates demand to know why the traitor still breathes. The old enforcer dismisses the anger, treating the deadly assassin like a guest. Inside the lion's den, every killer waits for the first drop of blood. The veteran questions why a monster would visit an old backroom relic. Surrounded by hostility, the protagonist sits calmly amidst his former enemies. He searches for the few loyal souls remaining at the organization's headquarters. A chilling demand is issued to prepare for a final, lethal confrontation. The legend offers to personally end the chairman's reign of terror. Confused executives can only watch as the ultimate death warrant is signed. A bitter drink is served alongside a question of lost time. The succession war is over, leaving the legend in total exile. He admits that his legendary influence has likely withered away. The crippled veteran lights a smoke to settle the rising nerves. Delivering the deserter to the rival family might be their best play. Armed guards surround the table, sensing a shift in the air. A low insult breaks the silence, testing the protagonist's legendary patience. The old man mocks the fear still haunting his younger subordinates. He warns that another mistake will cost them more than just a limb. A massive enforcer prepares to strike before the mediator halts the chaos. A heavy hand suddenly clamps down on the legendary assassin's neck. Tension peaks as a hidden blade is prepared for the execution. The massive enforcer stands, arrogant enough to think he's already won. Suddenly, cold steel carves through his shoulder with blinding speed. The master has reclaimed his weapon, his eyes burning with intent. He moves like a ghost, leaving a trail of blood behind. The veteran killers watch in horror, paralyzed by his overwhelming aura. Brute strength fails as the titan collapses to his knees. Choking on his own blood, the enforcer's arrogance finally shatters. A brutal finishing blow silences the room once and for all. The legendary killer drags the mountain of a man like a rag doll. A terrifying shadow looms over his prey with eyes like burning embers. With a sickening thud, he slams the enforcer's skull into the wood. Blood sprays across the room as the veteran looks on in disbelief. Another brutal strike echoes, shattering bone and any remaining hope. Screams of agony fill the air while the giant finally breaks. The splatter of red paints the face of the crippled executive. A final, heavy silence falls as the life leaves the enforcer's eyes. The surrounding killers freeze, realizing they are next in line. Now, the Reaper demands answers from the man who sent them. Long ago, a devilish pact was offered to secure total loyalty. The Reaper himself demanded a price that no man could refuse. Back in the present, the enforcer's failure leaves him drenched in blood. High above the city, the organization's heart beats with cold anticipation. The Supreme Leader assembles his elite circle for a grim reckoning. A chilling silence falls as he notices the empty seats at his table. The Zodiacs whisper in confusion about those who failed to return. Disrespecting the chairman's direct summon is a death sentence in this world. They wonder who could possibly have the guts to defy the order. But the legend they fear has already arrived at their very doorstep. 3 shadowy figures stride into the heart of the beast. They question why the old man summoned such expensive talent tonight. A heavy silence falls as the elite circle demands absolute order. In this room, respect is a requirement before facing ultimate authority. The chairman sits enthroned, waiting for his most lethal tools. The high-ranking Zodiacs watch closely, sensing the mission's weight. Every eye in the room is fixed on the newcomer's move. The director issues a single, chilling challenge to test their resolve. They demand full support to finish the legend for good. With cold eyes, they promise a definitive end to the traitor. He grips the keys, ready to drive back into the hell he escaped. He warns that once the first target falls, a greater threat arrives. The broken enforcer wonders if the legend can truly handle the storm. With cold eyes, he demands nothing but total support for his vengeance. Killing a brother is a heavy price, but he is willing to pay. He turns the handle, stepping back into the life of a killer. A final promise remains. He will see them at the company. As the door shuts, a haunting laugh echoes through the silent room. The weight of the betrayal finally breaks the old man's composure. Trembling with rage, he calls out to the only men left. The broken enforcer sneers as the hunter finally becomes the hunted. A white sedan screams down the highway, carrying a lethal passenger. Behind the wheel, the legendary assassin prepares for the coming storm. His eyes ignite with a crimson glow that signals certain death. Within the side mirror, the organization's hounds finally close the gap. A high-speed trap forms as black cars surround their lone target. Inside the pursuit vehicles, the killers joke about their mundane lives. They treat this execution like a simple errand before a shopping trip. Arrogant laughter fills the air as they bicker over petty chores. Their commander silences the chatter, demanding total focus on the kill. The hunters prepare to finalize their legendary target's execution. Engines roar as the pursuit turns into a deadly race. Panic strikes as the predator suddenly turns into the prey. Their cold commander demands they push through the fear. Metal meets floorboard as they accelerate toward the collision. Tires scream against the asphalt in a desperate high-speed dance. The driver's focus fractures under the weight of impending doom. Absolute terror takes hold as the target closes the distance. Chaos erupts on the highway as the formation shatters. Smoke and wreckage are all that remain of the trap. Panic erupts as the realization of his presence finally sinks in. A wall of steel and blades stands between him and freedom. The predator steps out, claiming the highway as his graveyard. With cold eyes, the legend prepares to paint the asphalt red. Desperation drives the mob to strike, while he stands alone. He moves like a ghost, blurring into a whirlwind of violence. Precision meets brutality, as he carves through the first line. One man becomes a nightmare the organization cannot wake from. Watching from safety, the next wave of killers mocks the carnage. The Choi brothers wait, ready to turn slaughter into a duel. Inside the dark interior, the elites prepare for the unthinkable. They accept that today might be their final breath together. Heavy footsteps hit the cold asphalt with practiced, lethal intent. The chairman's personal triplets stand united as a single weapon. Ahead, the legendary ghost stands amidst a sea of corpses. Red eyes burn with a hunger that defies human limits. The highway becomes a stage for the organization's ultimate gamble. With a single command, the legend lunges into the fray. The most dangerous brothers in Seoul finally meet their match. Metal clashes against bone as the real slaughter begins. The triplets move with a synchronization that defies human logic. One brother stays low, hunting for a weakness in the ghost's stance. Red eyes track every shadow as the second brother strikes from above. Every dodge is a calculated gamble against their perfectly timed assault. Concentration sharpens into a lethal edge as the legend reads their rhythm. Blades miss by a hair's breadth as the air screams with violence. Their footwork is a trap designed to corner the ultimate predator. Just as one falls back, another brother descends to seal the kill. A hidden fang emerges from the shadows to end the legend's streak. Even a god of death can bleed when facing the chairman's finest. The youngest brother strikes, aiming to end the legend with a single blow. But the Reaper's reflexes are inhuman, catching the assassin mid-air. With a bone-shattering slam, the predator turns the hunter into the prey. Lethal steel skids across the pavement as the triplets' formation begins to crumble. A cold reflection reveals a monster who refuses to stay down. Yet even a god can be reached by a hidden, desperate blade. A deep wound burns, turning the clock into his greatest enemy. Surrounded and bleeding, he prepares for a final, violent confrontation. The brothers trade taunts, underestimating the dying embers of a legend's rage. Fury erupts as the fallen assassin demands the legend's head immediately. Red Shirt faces the elite brothers as the dance of death begins. His predatory instincts flare as he narrowly evades their synchronized steel. Every strike is a lethal whisper aimed at ending the legend's life. Enraged by his resilience, a brother lunges with a desperate heavy blade. Sparks fly as cold iron meets a master's unbreakable defense. Beneath the surface, the scorpion prepares to strike back with lethal intent. But even a legend bleeds when surrounded by three perfect shadows. The screech of clashing metal echoes through the cold night air. Their coordinated assault pushes the wounded Reaper to his absolute limit. Drained and fading, he realizes his time is rapidly running out. They coordinate perfectly, pinning his arms to create a fatal opening. A lethal blade whispers toward his blind spot, seeking his life. But the scorpion's eye remains calm, calculating the exact moment to strike. The brothers lunge together, confident this is the legend's final stand. Surrounded and bleeding, he dances on the edge of a razor's edge. One brother gloats over certain victory, while the other senses imminent death. Metal shrieks against metal as he holds back the triple execution. Despite their overwhelming numbers, a cold dread sinks into their hearts. They realize too late that they aren't the ones doing the hunting. Those aren't the eyes of a dying man, but a predator's gaze. Confusion turns to pure terror as the youngest brother finally falters. To them, the solid road has transformed into a bottomless abyss. Their perfect coordination shatters, replaced by a desperate urge to retreat. One brother snaps, lunging blindly at the man who won't die. A frantic warning echoes too late to save their youngest sibling. From the shadows, the scorpion finally reveals his true, monstrous nature. A bone-shattering strike sends the first brother reeling into the dark. Like a ghost, he appears behind his prey to claim a life. Breath fails as the realization of certain death finally sinks in. The survivors watch helplessly as their brother becomes a bloody shield. Terror paralyzes the elite triplets as their perfect coordination completely crumbles. Pride and weapons hit the pavement in a desperate plea for mercy. The legendary killer holds their youngest brother's life in his blood-stained hands. The survivors offer anything just to keep the boy from being slaughtered. Tears and blood mix as the youngest sibling accepts his grim fate. Cold steel pierces flesh, ending the negotiation with a final, brutal strike. The hostage falls, his life leaking onto the cold, dark asphalt. Piercing red eyes offer a final, twisted ultimatum for their survival. Standing over the corpse, the monster demands they find their courage. Grief turns into suicidal rage as the survivors lunge for revenge. Red Shirt dodges a lethal blade with supernatural precision. The road becomes a graveyard as the brothers lunge together. Cold steel flashes as the final line of defense breaks. Every strike is a dance of death fueled by red-eyed fury. A single, brutal arc of silver carves through their coordinated assault. Despair screams out as the first brother hits the pavement. Blood stains their legacy as the realization of defeat sinks in. A crushing blow shatters their remaining hope for a miracle. The monster stands tall, casting a shadow over the broken. Life fades as the pride of the organization finally crumbles. The legendary monster towers over the last fallen brother. Amidst the carnage, the Reaper pauses to catch his breath. The Predator's mark glows under the cold city lights. Every surface is painted in the price of their arrogance. Reports of the total massacre flood the panicked headquarters. Terror spreads as the unstoppable killer vanishes from sight. Cold sweat drips as they realize the hunter is near. A blood-soaked silhouette stands defiantly before the lion's den. Those crimson eyes promise nothing but absolute annihilation tonight. Panic erupts as the organization realizes their fortress is breached. The command rings out to stall the monster at any cost. Fear paralyzes the elite as they realize the Reaper is here. The order is clear. Prepare for a battle you cannot win. Former comrades tremble, knowing the nightmare that awaits them. They understand the lethal price of crossing the legendary killer. Drenched in the blood of an army, the Predator stands ready. One man faces a legion, and the legion is terrified. Desperate calls for backup won't save them from the carnage. The head of security reports the inevitable breach to his master. From the shadows, the director watches his empire begin to burn. Drenched in fresh carnage, the legendary killer stands before his next victims. High Command issues the final order to eliminate him within the company. Trembling enforcers receive the command to step aside and let him pass. He walks through the sea of black suits like a silent reaper. No one dares to breathe as the Predator enters the lion's den. Passing through the threshold, he steps into the heart of the Empire. Surrounded by a legion of blades, the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. His cold gaze remains fixed forward as ghosts from his past scream. Former comrades wonder if this cycle of blood can ever truly end. But today, only the strongest will earn the right to stay alive. A former comrade warns him that certain death awaits inside. He stops to acknowledge a debt of kindness from the past. A bloody hand offers a final, silent thanks to a friend. Leaving sentiment behind, the Reaper continues his march toward the end. Those who knew him best can only watch in grim silence. He crosses the threshold into the enemy's inner sanctum. The elite guards hold their breath as the legend walks past. Every shadow in this building is now a potential kill zone. Predators recognize the scent of death as he draws closer. With every step, the foundation of the Empire begins to crumble. Heavy footsteps signal the arrival of the company's greatest nightmare. Covered in gore, the former pillar stands as a blood-soaked ghost. He steps into the elevator, ready to face the summit. But the hunt isn't over, as a hand stops the door. The chairman's elite enforcers board, stepping into their own grave. Trapped in a metal box, the tension reaches a breaking point. He questions their resolve, taunting the men sent to kill him. With a terrifying calm, he orders them to die quickly. Steel flashes in the dark as the doors finally close. Silence returns as the elevator transforms into a steel coffin. The chairman sits in cold silence, savoring the smoke of his cigar. He calmly questions the status of the rival faction's remaining forces. His head of security confirms that every weapon has been seized. The subordinate wonders why the chairman is pushing this purge so far. A secret meeting between the legendary deserter and their enemy changed everything. To justify his paranoia, the chairman recalls a lesson from the past. Years ago, they stood together by the edge of the dark waters. Even then, his most loyal fixer was ready to shed blood. The order was simple: dismantle a rival company with absolute brutality. He demanded a strike so violent it would break their spirits forever. The enforcers ensure no one interferes with the chairman's dark project. High expectations from the top demand a truly soul-crushing performance. Blood and tears stain the concrete as a life reaches its end. A heavy hammer rises to seal a fate of absolute brutality. The veteran fixer leaves behind nothing but a cold, empty silence. Years earlier, the cycle of violence began in a decaying apartment. A young rookie with piercing red eyes shadowed his ruthless mentor. To the seniors, the future legend was just another unproven tool. One door stood between the apprentice and his first taste of blood. The order was clear: stay back and watch how professionals kill. The room fills with the cold stench of an impending execution. A silent shadow follows the man sent to deliver the message. The rookie's red eyes burn with a hunger for his first kill. Diplomatic pleasantries are offered, masking the violent intent beneath the surface. The target remains unimpressed by the presence of mere underlings. He demands to speak only with the man truly in charge. Arrogance meets defiance as the tension in the room reaches its peak. Lighting a final cigarette, the veteran prepares for the inevitable storm. The exit is sealed, turning the small apartment into a slaughterhouse. The elite enforcers prepare to show the rookie how professionals finish jobs. A single signature is all that remains of his former life. Oh Nam-woong smugly demands the final stamp to seal the deal. The elite brothers watch, waiting for the rookie to finally submit. But this legendary newcomer isn't interested in signing his freedom away. The veteran mocks his hesitation, unaware of the impending storm. In one terrifying motion, the peace is shattered by pure violence. Cold blue eyes witness the birth of an uncontrollable monster. He seizes the senior, forcing him to learn a final lesson. Glass explodes as the old guard is crushed into the floor. From this moment on, the only way out is forward. Red Shirt asserts dominance with a terrifying, blood-red glare. The rookie ignores every warning and plunges into a suicide mission. In a flash of violence, he shreds the elite security detail. No one can track his speed as the room becomes a slaughterhouse. Even the veteran handler is paralyzed by the rookie's sheer brutality. He secures the target list, proving his lethality is beyond comprehension. They leave behind a trail of broken bodies and shattered egos. Drenched in the blood of his enemies, he walks away unscathed. The senior official questions why he took such an unnecessary risk. But for this monster, the mission is the only thing that matters. Even the most elite killers never expected a total defeat. A veteran observer explains the true terror of this monster. The elevator reaches the final floor with a chilling chime. Armed enforcers wait for a target they can't possibly stop. The doors open to reveal a literal river of gore. Fear paralyzes the guards as they realize they are next. This man doesn't just fight, he systematically erases opposition. Drenched in blood, he stands alone as the ultimate victor. Meanwhile, the chairman's personal hounds wait in the shadows. They are primed and ready for the signal to strike. Deep in the shadows, the order is finally given. The time for observation has ended. The purge begins now. Elite enforcers move in, leaving no room for escape. Their mission is simple: eliminate the target with lethal prejudice. The elevator climbs toward a floor destined for absolute slaughter. The doors open to a nightmare that words cannot describe. A monster stands amidst the carnage, fueled by pure instinct. Every step he takes leaves a permanent stain of vengeance. Years ago, he was already a demon in human skin. Even outnumbered, he radiates a terror that freezes seasoned killers. The elite enforcers realize they have walked into a death trap. He moves with a speed that defies any human reaction. A killer's grip never wavers, even when the end is near. Every strike is calculated to end a life in an instant. He turns their superior numbers into a chaotic, bloody slaughterhouse. Pure brutality becomes his only language as he tears through them. Desperate screams echo through the hall, but no one is coming. Even the most elite warriors are forced to their knees. Terror takes hold as the light fades from their eyes. One final, lethal blow settles the score once and for all. The floor is slick with the blood of those who failed. Panic spreads as the realization of their certain doom hits. He stands at the center of a storm, inviting them forward. Behind those glowing eyes lies a monster they cannot hope to stop. Behind the scenes, the security chiefs realize their mistake too late. They understand that sheer numbers are useless against this level of skill. A chilling question hangs in the air: who can kill a god? He carves through their ranks with the precision of a surgeon. Even the most hardened killers start to doubt their own survival. The legendary deserter leaves nothing but a trail of broken bodies. The carnage left behind is a testament to his absolute lethality. Fear overrides their training as they face a true monster. Deep down, these cold-blooded killers are still just fragile humans. Despite the mounting terror, they tighten their grip on their blades. He stands alone against an army, yet the atmosphere feels lopsided. Chaos erupts as reports of a secondary attack reach the front. Confusion spreads as their simple mission turns into a bloodbath. The elite enforcers realize they are no longer the ones hunting. Every step into the facility feels like a march toward death. With no choice left, they scream orders to go all in. The tide of battle finally begins to turn. The Shadow Director watches the chaos with a cold grin. He summons his elite executioners, the legendary 12 Zodiac. Monkey and Pig are ordered to hold the line downstairs. $1 billion bounty is placed on the traitor's head. The rest are unleashed to hunt down Red Shirt. 10 billion goes to the one who ends his life. The director demands the monster be brought back alive. He crushes his cigar as the final purge begins. Now, the real bloodbath for the ultimate prize starts. The legendary 12 Zodiacs emerge from the shadows to claim the bounty. Panic spreads as the lower ranks realize the true monsters have arrived. Bloodied but unbowed, the legendary killer stares down his former brothers. There is no turning back as the security head draws the line. They view his path of destruction as nothing more than a disgrace. Coldly, he reclaims his blade from the corpse of a fallen foe. He questions the value of the lives they so easily throw away. Silence falls as the enforcers realize the monster is truly unleashed. With a lethal grip, he prepares to turn the hallway into a graveyard. He warns them that no amount of gold is worth certain death. The lower ranks grow restless over the chairman's blatant favoritism. Disrespecting the hierarchy is a mistake the security head won't tolerate. He reaches for his concealed steel to end the petty debate. Lethal projectiles fill the air as the bloody massacre truly begins. The legendary killer remains unfazed, his red eyes tracking every movement. He blurs through the chaos like a ghost seeking final vengeance. A single strike shatters bone and silences the first arrogant challenger. He tears through their formation with a terrifying display of power. Sharp steel meets flesh as he carves through the elite ranks. Desperation takes hold as they swing their heavy iron in vain. He carves through the front line with a single, fluid motion. Blood sprays as another elite enforcer falls to the cold floor. Their heavy iron weapons are useless against his blinding, supernatural speed. Even a direct ambush fails to break the legendary killer's momentum. Desperate orders ring out as the organization's final defense mobilizes. He becomes a phantom of death, tearing their formation into pieces. A heavy chain whistles through the air, barely missing its mark. The remaining brothers roar in fury, fueled by pure, unfiltered hatred. He dances through the steel whirlwind, closing the distance for the kill. His red eyes lock onto the target, signaling the end is near. The head of security watches in horror as his defenses crumble. The legendary killer carves a path through the hallway of death. Even a monster feels the sting of a well-placed strike. He pushes through the pain, his blades moving like lightning. Blood stains his path as the cost of betrayal grows. The elite enforcers finally realize they are hunting a demon. Terror grips the survivors as they scramble to escape his reach. There is no mercy left for those who sold their souls. A massive 10 billion won bounty is placed on the traitor's head. Greed replaces fear as the organization's final shadows move in. The security chief collapses, screaming for the traitor's head. Mercy is a luxury no one can afford in this bloodbath. The legendary triplets watch coldly as the final hunt begins. 10 billion won turns every shadow into a hungry predator. But the target is no longer human. He is a monster. He grips his blade, ready to carve through the greed. Fodder enforcers rush forward, blinded by the massive payday. Surrounded by darkness, the demon finally reveals his true face. The lobby transforms into a slaughterhouse of shattered bones. Now, the Zodiac's most vicious hound enters the fray. The Zodiac's most ruthless killers finally unleash their primal fury. Every strike from the monkey is a guaranteed death sentence. They coldly crush the life out of anyone in their way. These elite hounds represent the chairman's final, unbreakable defense. The pack splits up to ensure there is no escape. Every exit is sealed by the organization's most legendary executioners. A mountain of a man prepares to end this personally. Amidst the carnage, a crimson shadow moves with chilling precision. High above the chaos, the elevator reaches the kill zone. Even the head of security trembles as the nightmare begins. Oh Nam Woong places a massive bounty on the young legend's head. Trapped in a rising elevator, the atmosphere turns deathly cold. The chime rings out as they reach the designated kill zone. Doors slide open to reveal a literal army of executioners. For the trainee, this is the moment his nightmare truly begins. Greed turns the hungry mob into a frenzy of violence. Dozens of blades strike simultaneously from every single direction. The blood-soaked predator finally unleashes his hidden, lethal potential. He dances through the steel like a ghost in the wind. In this open slaughterhouse, the monster proves he cannot be killed. A single scratch marks the beginning of an impossible struggle. Surrounded by a bloodthirsty mob, the odds are hopelessly stacked. Screams of mindless rage fill the air as they close in. Every direction is a death trap in this chaotic slaughterhouse. But the predator's eyes ignite with a terrifying, cold focus. Suddenly, a veteran protector intervenes to stem the violent tide. He ruthlessly cuts down anyone standing in the trainee's way. The survivors freeze in terror as the atmosphere shifts completely. A commanding voice demands an end to this senseless carnage. They are warned that following insane orders only guarantees their destruction. He screams that the chairman's promises are nothing but empty lies. Desperate to stop the madness, he begs his men to stand down. But greed has already poisoned their minds beyond any hope of reason. They accuse their own leaders of trying to steal the massive bounty. The realization of their betrayal hits like a physical blow. Suspicion turns into a deadly fever as the mob questions everything. Driven by desperation, the killers lose every shred of their loyalty. The man who once led them is now branded a traitor. Amidst the chaos, the legendary monster prepares to unleash his power. Now, every blade in the room is pointed at their former allies. The legendary monster blurs past his handlers in a bloody streak. He carves a path through the elite guard with surgical precision. Blood-drenched and relentless, he plunges deeper into the facility's shadows. Panic spreads like wildfire as the hunters realize they're now prey. Their commander screams for a blockade that will never hold. The hallway becomes a meat grinder as the organization's finest fall. They swarm the stairwells, desperate to corner the escaping demon. A sudden sighting ignites a fresh wave of murderous frenzy. At the top of the stairs, the wounded beast stands his ground. They lunge for the kill, blinded by the promise of victory. He carves a path of carnage through the endless wave of suits. Every strike is a death sentence, fueled by pure survival instinct. The commander screams in terror as his line of defense collapses. Against a crimson backdrop, the legendary killer becomes a living shadow. He continues his relentless climb, leaving only corpses in his wake. The hunters realize too late they are trapped with a demon. Blood stains the very foundation of the facility as he ascends. One look into those eyes reveals a bottomless abyss of rage. They swarm like locusts, hoping numbers can finally drown a god. But the monster has awakened, and no one is leaving alive. An enforcer lunges forward, screaming a final, desperate death wish. But the legendary killer doesn't even blink as another body drops. Cold sweat pours as the realization of their mortality finally hits. They look up the stairs, dreading the monster waiting above. A mountain of corpses is all that remains of their army. Even the elite enforcers struggle to climb over their fallen brothers. At the summit, a glowing reaper watches their pathetic struggle. Panic sets in as the bravest among them beg for pause. Every step upward is a gamble, against a certain, bloody end. Their eyes widen as they realize they are the last ones left. The monster stands amidst a sea of blood, his blade still thirsty. His red eyes pierce the darkness as he demands they continue. He crushes the pride of his former comrades under his heel. Every step upward is a death sentence for those left behind. There is no mercy found in the shadow of this legend. The survivors beg for their lives, realizing their absolute helplessness. But the Reaper's voice remains cold, forcing them into the abyss. Screams of pure terror echo as they realize no one is coming. He offers a final, cruel choice: pick up the blade or die. To survive this night, they must do the impossible and kill him. He drifts into the sun-drenched silence of a life long lost. Before the slaughter, he was a man with a name. The scent of fresh soil replaces the stench of iron. A ticking clock marks the seconds of a borrowed peace. She stands there, a living ghost of his greatest hope. Her smile is a cruel reminder of the normalcy he surrendered. He remains frozen, trapped between a dream and the abyss. Every soft word spoken feels like a knife to his soul. This simple, quiet morning was once his entire world. But the monster's eyes open to a much darker truth. She asks if he's listening, her voice a gentle tether to sanity. In this fleeting moment, the legendary killer is just a husband. Warmth fills the room, masking the cold iron of his past. He tastes a future he never thought he deserved to have. But the static of reality begins to tear through the dream. A heavy silence falls, as the illusion starts to rot away. Her worried face flickers like a dying candle in the wind. The face of the monster he buried stares back through time. Shadows bleed into the light as the nightmare finally takes hold. He wakes to a table stained red by his own sins. Blood stains the very spoon meant to nourish his dying dream. The warmth of a domestic life vanishes into cold, hard reality. He once promised her he would return before the food cooled. But some oaths are written in blood that never truly dries. The hallucination shatters as his killer instincts scream for release. Years ago, even his mentors recoiled from the monster he became. They watched in silence as his humanity finally flickered and died. A mountain of broken bodies marked his path through the dark. Amidst the slaughter, he sat alone in a sea of red. He rose as a ghost, forever haunted by the life he lost. Even the veteran security head recoiled from the carnage. Surrounded by death, they plotted their final desperate escape. Every debt was settled before the real hunt began. The monster's eyes burned red with a new, lethal purpose. He struck with a force that shattered bone and spirit. Guards were tossed aside like broken dolls in his path. No one could stop the ghost of the underworld. He had evolved into a cold, unfeeling engine of war. Desperate men threw their lives away against his blade. With a single movement, the legend disappeared into history. A legend re-emerges with a strike that defies human reaction. The 12 Zodiac snake has returned to finish his bloody work. Terror grips the ranks as they realize the retiree is back. 10 years of peace vanished the moment he stepped into the light. He dismantles his targets with the cold precision of a predator. Every movement leaves behind a trail of crimson and shattered hope. Hidden steel reveals the lethal nature of a true professional killer. He moves like a blur, a storm of violence nobody can escape. Once his grip tightens, the only outcome is a swift end. The organization's final line of defense is falling like dominoes. The air screams as a devastating blow connects with bone-shattering force. Even a seasoned veteran can barely track the trajectory of this assault. He strikes like a coiled viper, sending his enemies flying into oblivion. But age is a cruel master, and his legendary speed is finally wavering. The giants of the organization sense blood, mocking his visible decline. The snake himself, a former legend, feels the weight of his fading prime. Suddenly, an unexpected chime breaks the heavy silence of the killing floor. Hope flickers as word of elite reinforcements spreads through the desperate ranks. The elevator signals their arrival, red lights heralding a fresh slaughter. Desperate men grip their steel, waiting for the doors to reveal their fate. A sinister grin signals that the true trap has been sprung. The elevator doors open, revealing a fresh wave of hungry killers. Panic sets in as the reinforcements turn out to be enemies. A roar for total annihilation echoes through the blood-stained hall. Steel meets bone as the lobby descends into absolute murderous carnage. Amidst the slaughter, a veteran realizes something has gone horribly wrong. The legendary Viper stands wounded amidst the mounting pile of corpses. He cracks his knuckles, ready to bury every last one of them. Even at death's door, his pride refuses to let him falter. But the heavy drip of blood proves even legends can bleed. The enforcer staggers as his shattered leg finally gives out. From the shadows, the mastermind watches with a sickening grin. Cold sweat pours as the weight of failure sinks in. Guarding the chairman's door stands the organization's most brutal executioner. Every movement is tracked by a predator waiting to strike. A panicked survivor sprints through the eerily silent hallways. He freezes, finding the blood-soaked monster blocking his path. He desperately begs his superior for protection from the slaughter. Relief washes over him, believing he has finally found safety. The executioner's axe swings, silencing the survivor's hope forever. Blood paints the walls as another coward's escape is cut short. The predator stands over his prey, savoring the scent of fresh iron. Enter Chief Seo, the legendary dragon of the 12 Zodiacs. Two monsters finally face off amidst a corridor of corpses. Sehyuk stands bloodied and broken, yet his gaze remains lethal. A sadistic grin reveals the true nature of the beast within. He mocks the fallen, dismissing the dead as nothing but parasites. With a bone-crushing grip, the executioner prepares to end the legend. The floor trembles as the giant lunges forward with overwhelming power. A lethal axe swing carves through the air, seeking Sehyuk's life. The giant brings down his axe, intending to crush the legend's spirit. A primal roar echoes through the hall as the monster unleashes his fury. Every swing is a death sentence, forcing Sehyuk into a desperate retreat. Amidst the chaos, a single object becomes the key to a counterattack. Sehyuk launches the canister, using the environment to create a deadly opening. Shattered and broken, the former pillar struggles to stay on his feet. The executioner laughs, finally acknowledging the sheer tenacity of his prey. But within those crimson eyes, a cold and predatory focus remains. In a flash of steel, the hunter becomes the one being hunted. The axe falls as the legend claims another limb for his redemption. The spinning blade cuts through the air with lethal, blood-soaked precision. From the darkness, the mastermind watches his empire begin to crumble. Chaos reigns as the front lines are shattered by the sudden uprising. Reports flood in of the legendary Zodiacs being wiped out instantly. Even the strongest enforcers stand frozen before the mounting pile of corpses. Desperation turns to pure terror as the command to retreat echoes. The survivors scramble for their lives, leaving their pride far behind. A trail of fresh blood marks the final path to a showdown. Sehyuk strikes with monstrous force, burying his steel into the giant. Despite the fatal wound, the dying chief offers one last mockery. The legend mocks the giant, claiming he's far weaker than those before. Chief Seo's pride snaps as he realizes his being looked down upon. With a roar of desperation, the Zodiac leader swings one final strike. Meanwhile, guards stand tense as a heavy silence fills the headquarters. The organization's top brass wait behind closed doors for the inevitable. The Shadow Director remains calm even as his empire begins to crumble. Suddenly, the doors burst open, flooding the room with blinding light. A monstrous silhouette casts a long shadow that reaches for their throats. Cold sweat drips as the guards realize death has finally arrived. The final executive stares back, knowing the monster has returned home. The legendary killer steps into the lion's den with chilling confidence. He reminds his former masters of the warning he delivered yesterday. The Shadow Director stares back, his cold expression masking internal fear. Behind the intruder, the once mighty Chief Seo lies broken and defeated. Death walks forward, leaving a trail of blood and shattered legacies. Miles away, the organization's secondary leadership waits for a signal. The faction leader urges patience, expecting a report from the front, but the silence from the other end is becoming deafeningly loud. Tension fills the room as they realize the plan has failed. After 9 years of rebuilding, their empire is crumbling in seconds. The faction leader realizes Cha Sehyuk has accelerated their timeline. Years of meticulous planning finally culminate in one fateful phone call. Inside the inner sanctum, the masterminds prepare for the inevitable end. They know this gamble will either build an empire or burn it. The Shadow Director removes his mask of professional stoicism at last. A twisted sense of relief washes over him as chaos erupts. Outside, the monster steps over the broken remains of the dragon chief. Fresh enforcers draw their blades, desperate to stop the bleeding, but the legendary killer has already transformed into a god of death. One man stands alone against an army, and he isn't finished yet. A lethal, unyielding hunger for blood burns within the monster's gaze. The mastermind watches, knowing his final line of defense is breaking. Desperate soldiers tremble, praying for a command that will save them. They surround the legend, but fear paralyzes their sharpened steel. Cold calculation can no longer hide the terror in the director's heart. Another life is snuffed out as the Reaper claims the room. Fresh reinforcements pour in, desperate to bury the ghost of their past. In this house of glass, weakness is a terminal death sentence. A new predator emerges, commanding his pack to ignore the dying. The true hunt begins as they lock eyes with their target. The mastermind watches in silence as his empire begins to crumble. Terror paralyzes the guards as they realize the monster is here. Even the iron-willed leaders can no longer ignore the body count. Surrounded by an army, the Reaper stands unshaken amidst the carnage. A broken warrior finally admits they hunted the wrong man. He has become a walking nightmare, drenched in the blood of legends. The survivors can only stare at the devastation they helped create. A heavy silence falls as the commander accepts his inevitable defeat. Cold logic replaces pride in a final bid for survival. The order is given to stand down before everyone is slaughtered. A sudden interruption halts the rising tension in the room. The enforcer presents a device that changes the entire mission. A name appears on the screen demanding absolute silence. The director stares at the flashing light with cold calculation. There is no choice but to answer the master's call. Confusion spreads through the ranks as the atmosphere shifts. Years of buried history resurface in a single, icy glance. A voice from the past greets a long-lost sibling. Miles away, a luxury phantom tears through the dark night. The true architect finally prepares to enter the bloody battlefield. Inside the quiet luxury car, a sudden vibration breaks the heavy silence. A message from home brings news of a heartwarming birthday surprise. The powerful leader notices a rare spark of joy in his subordinate. The legendary killer admits to leaving a special gift for his wife. It seems even a cold-blooded monster has a hidden, tender side. A fleeting smile reveals the man behind the deadly, scarred reputation. In a rare moment of mercy, the boss grants him early leave. The command is given to halt the vehicle in the city center. The luxury phantom comes to a stop amidst the towering glass skyline. The killer steps out, unaware his peaceful life is on borrowed time. The legendary killer bids a final farewell to his boss. He stands alone as the luxury car pulls away. A sudden thought breaks through his cold, lethal focus. He reaches into his pocket for his only connection to peace. A simple phone call from his wife changes the mood. Under the city lights, the monster plans a quiet dinner. Back in the car, questions arise about the killer's absence. The president dismisses his greatest weapon as a mere nuisance. The vehicle speeds off, leaving the past in the rearview. Meanwhile, a massive shipment arrives at the dark, silent docks. The docks transform into a cold stage for a high-stakes execution. A powerful figure arrives to settle a long-overdue family debt. President Lee steps onto the scene. He moves toward the shadows where the organization's darkest secrets hide. Outside, the enforcers whisper about the birth of a new monster. Deep inside the container, the scent of blood signals a brutal reunion. He finally stands before his brother, now a broken, hanging shell. Years of resentment boil beneath the president's cold, calculated stare. Despite the agony, the eldest son spits out desperate threats of betrayal. Favoritism means nothing when power is finally within the younger brother's grasp. Lee questions if their father even survived the night. The elder brother trembles, sensing a mastermind behind the scenes. Lee reaches for a cloth to clean his blood-stained hands. He reveals the secret deal that made his father obsolete. The throne of the Doosan group is finally within his reach. The eldest son curses the monster his brother has become. A legion of enforcers waits outside to secure the transition. Backed by shadows, the new chairman demands absolute obedience. The bloodied rag falls, signaling the end of their brotherhood. He steps over the past to embrace his ruthless future. Lee Bong-won leans in, savoring the scent of his brother's absolute defeat. He promises a lifetime of suffering for every year he was overlooked. A cold, sadistic smile replaces any remaining trace of familial love. The new chairman casually orders the executioner to begin the bloody work. Desperation twists Kwang-won's face as the true horror finally sets in. Lee chooses a limb with the cold indifference of a man ordering dinner. He turns his back on the past, leaving his brother to the blade. Piteous screams echo through the warehouse as the first cut is made. Blinding headlights wait outside to carry the new king to his throne. Lee masks his face, unable to contain his dark, triumphant laughter. Lee's mask finally slips, revealing the predator hidden beneath the businessman. He stands tall in the warehouse, bathed in the light of victory. A manic laugh erupts as the weight of his betrayal settles in. His loyal hounds recognize the shift, sensing the birth of a king. The title of chairman is secured, cemented by blood and cold ambition. Elsewhere, the legendary killer stands drenched in the gore of his enemies. Surrounded by blades, he prepares to unleash a storm of absolute violence. Looking out over the city, he realizes there is no turning back. With eyes burning like hellfire, the scorpion prepares for the final hunt. The world trembles as the true monster finally steps into the light. The city skyline glows, masking the rot hidden within its towers. Life moves fast below, blissfully unaware of the coming reckoning. At the heart of the empire, the gates of power stand unguarded. The air grows heavy as the legendary killer finally steps inside. A path of absolute carnage marks the trail of his vengeance. He has breached the inner sanctum to face the ultimate puppet master. The weight of a stolen legacy rests beneath a steady hand. The director questions if the monster understands the price of the throne. Piercing red eyes reveal a soul that has long forgotten mercy. In this office, the only title that matters is written in blood. The young heir wonders what power his father cherished so deeply. It started with a humble business handling debts for the elite. Soon, men of influence lent their support to the growing group. That backing birthed Korea's very first corporate assassination syndicate. By 17, the young master had already mastered the killing blade. He carved a path of carnage through everyone in his way. He needed to know if the bloodshed was worth the price. The father's affection was buried deep within a single, cold title. Claiming the nameplate finally revealed the true meaning of his life. Now, his bloody legacy is sealed within the halls of power. To him, the corporate emblem was a throne built on corpses. That nameplate became his soul, the only validation for his existence. He finally grasped the power he traded his humanity to obtain. But the past refuses to stay buried in the halls of greed. The legendary killer strikes, plunging the director's office into a bloodbath. Steel clashes against steel, as the master faces his former creator. One lethal mistake will cost them everything in this dance of death. Years of suppressed rage explode in a single, desperate struggle for survival. The hound has finally turned to tear out his master's throat. Now, the true architect of this nightmare realizes his time is up. The dying giant commands everyone to witness the dawn of a monster. Si-hyuk's gaze sharpens as he prepares to finish this nightmare forever. Former master and student collide in a lethal dance of flashing steel. A single mistake in this high-speed clash means instant, agonizing death. The architect of pain finally feels the terror he once inflicted. Blades pierce through defenses as the legendary killer finds his opening. Bathed in crimson, the hound stands over the ruins of his past. One final exchange of blows echoes through the silent, glass-walled office. He delivers a merciless flurry that tears through the director's remaining life. Suddenly, a new shadow looms, threatening to undo his hard-won victory. The director realizes a hidden vest is his only salvation. A crushing blow lands as the floor stains deep crimson. He kicks back the monster, desperate to buy a single second. But those glowing red eyes promise that mercy is dead. Terror paralyzes the mastermind as the final shadow falls. A low, surgical strike tears through his remaining defenses. Steel flashes again, carving a path of ruin through his chest. The hound's speed is absolute, leaving no room for escape. Every breath becomes a struggle as his life force fades. He stares into the abyss, knowing his luck has finally run out. He lunges forward, seizing the mastermind in a death grip. Crimson spills as fingers dig deep into fresh wounds. Cold, calculating eyes confirm that the end is near. A brutal shove sends the director spiraling into the dark. Desperate footsteps echo through the hall of his defeat. He turns to find a wall of silent, judging shadows. Terror finally breaks the man who thought he was God. Hallucinations of the monster's face haunt his fading vision. Glowing red eyes burn through the haze of his mind. Darkness swallows the architect of this blood-soaked tragedy. The president watches the unfolding chaos with icy indifference. A desperate plea for mercy falls on deaf ears. Behind those polished lenses lies a heart of pure stone. A sinister grin confirms that the trap is set. Reality shatters as the mastermind realizes he is alone. Blood and tears flow for a man who lost everything. The legendary killer stands ready to collect his debt. A broken vow of retirement sparked this trail of bodies. One final step separates the hunter from his terrified prey. There is no escape from the monster he helped create. The mastermind's empire crumbles as he gasps for air. Panic consumes him while the weight of his sins takes hold. Surrounded by his own men, he realizes death is inevitable. He admits to sending an assassin to hide the truth. But the legendary killer already knew who pulled the strings. Desperate pleas for the company fall on deaf, bloodied ears. In his fading vision, he reaches for one final gamble. The monster approaches, calculating every single second of the hunt. Empty promises of wealth cannot buy safety from this demon. Nothing stands between the hunter and his terrified prey. The architect reels as he realizes his ultimate protector is gone. He stares into the abyss, knowing his sins have finally arrived. The monster looms over him, the only one capable of this. Pure terror consumes him as he gazes into those demonic eyes. In a final act of madness, he draws his hidden weapon. But the predator doesn't flinch, relishing the director's pathetic struggle. His trembling hands fail as the cold reality of death settles. A surgical strike silences his desperate, blood-choked cries forever. A lifetime of betrayal flashes before him in one final heartbeat. The legacy falls into the hands of the true puppet master. Years ago, the monster was just a shadow in their wake. He watched the brothers forge an empire from the darkness. In those quiet moments, a lethal predator was being raised. Eventually, the boy outgrew the cage they built for him. He walked back into their world to demand his due. Now, the director's final moments are consumed by these memories. The cycle of violence claims another soul in the light. Greed and betrayal were the only languages they ever spoke. From the balcony, the masterminds watched their world burn. They laughed at the destruction, never sensing the coming storm. A cold, singular eye watches from the absolute void. The symbols of authority crumble like dust in the wind. Even in his memories, the shadows are closing in. Rage and terror erupt as the final walls collapse. A fatal impact marks the sudden end of an era. The innocent are trapped in a cycle of dark water. He holds their fragile lives in his steady grip. Long ago, he followed them like a ghost in waiting. The monster was always there, hidden in plain sight. The stillness of the water hides a coming storm. Faded memories of a simpler life haunt his final, freezing moments. A father's silhouette once defined the boundaries of his entire world. The darkness stares back with the crushing weight of past sins. The architect of the purge finally meets his cold, bloody end. Breath escapes as regret pools deep within his dying eyes. Life thrashes like a trapped creature in a shallow, red bucket. He desperately yearns for a home long lost to his ambition. A ghost from the past offers a kindness he cannot reach. He spent his life fighting to escape the shade of authority. Too late, he realizes that shadow was actually his only shelter. The architect of this chaos finally collapses under his own sins. Even a monster's end is nothing but a pile of discarded waste. The blade remains steady as the Reaper prepares for the next soul. Hell is calling, and the monster promises to join them soon. In the cold dark, the evidence of the purge is quietly erased. Low-level scavengers find the remains of a once great power. They treat the fallen legend like common garbage, showing no mercy. Ambition is a heavy burden, but a dead man weighs nothing. Disrespecting the dead is a mistake that carries a violent price. The hierarchy demands order, even in the middle of a massacre. The cleanup begins as the heavy weight of betrayal is lifted. Carrying the dead, the survivors move to clear the battlefield. Standing amidst the carnage, the monster finally catches his breath. Allies approach, acknowledging the massive debt now owed to him. They offer gratitude for purging the traitor who killed the chairman. But a new shadow looms as international branches lose their grip. A grim warning follows. The collectors will surely seek payment. Cold red eyes signal that the war is far from over. Even the strongest enforcers recognize the need for a brief respite. As they retreat, the scent of impending vengeance fills the air. The monster reflects on how close he came to total defeat. Even a legend has limits, requiring his allies to haul him out. Bloodied and broken, he barely hears the insults of his comrades. The carnage is finally over, but the cost was nearly his life. Far from the battlefield, the sun sets on a temporary peace. Deep within the shadows, old ghosts begin to stir once more. A name given for righteousness has been dragged through the mud. The former head of security returns to reclaim his place. He vows to protect the young master from the coming storm. In this world, only the most stubborn will survive the fallout. A discarded cigarette marks the end of a long, bloody era. The crippled enforcer warns that the true monsters are finally coming. His last bit of influence has vanished, leaving them completely exposed. The director realizes he has finally fallen into his own deadly trap. As the sun sets, a brutal storm gathers for the legendary killer. News of the chairman's death sends shockwaves through the corporate underworld. One man single-handedly toppled an entire empire in a single day. Desperate survivors scramble to align with the newest, most ruthless power. Halfway across the world, a new predator takes a sudden interest. The legend of the red-shirted monster has officially gone global. The peace is shattered as the legendary Neville family senses a storm. They know exactly who is coming. Their greatest mistake, Cha Si-hyuk. An ancient noble crest now stands in the path of a monster. Deep in the shadows, the world's true masters demand the absolute truth. A cold betrayal and a murdered wife have fueled this unstoppable rage. The old treaties are dead, leaving the targets completely and utterly alone. With their influence crumbling, the hidden powers finally stop their spectating. The order is given to unleash the hounds for a lethal reunion. Three deadly symbols signal the start of a new, global slaughter. Desperate traitors crawl before the man who holds their lives. Lee Bong-won stares coldly at the meager price of their betrayal. Years of corporate deception and bloodshed lead to this final reckoning. Three simple badges are the only remains of a failed coup. Terror fills the room as their pathetic excuses are ignored. They offer wealth and loyalty to a man who values neither. No amount of influence can save them from his cold judgment. A sudden, lethal silence falls as the final sentence is passed. In their final moments, prayer is the only mercy they receive. The final hour approaches for those who dared to defy the crown. A blood feud with the Neville family is a permanent death sentence. Lee Bong-won has nothing left but cold, calculated fury. Every puff of smoke masks the brewing storm of a coming massacre. He watches the carnage unfold with the patience of a true predator. High above the city, the organization prepares for its most brutal purge. The ascent to the 80th floor marks the beginning of the end. A pack of elite hounds waits in the shadows to finish the job. The gates of hell open as the final executioners stand ready. Even the deadliest killers must submit to a final security sweep. Every hidden weapon is stripped away before entering the inner sanctum. Once the perimeter is cleared, the gates to the top floor open. A pack of monsters marches into the heart of the organization. The constant, suffocating security grates on those who live for violence. Arrogance flares as the veterans mock the restless, younger killers. A cold retort reminds them that blood speaks louder than words. Tension peaks as the predators turn their hunger toward each other. Their leader intervenes, redirecting their bloodlust toward the coming massacre. Every step forward echoes with the weight of impending death. Silence becomes the only law as they cross the final threshold. Even a legend must stand before the iron gates of hell. The stench of this place makes even the coldest killers sick. The massive doors groan open to reveal the organization's inner sanctum. Predators march through a hall where blood-red sharks circle below. From the shadows above, unseen barrels track their every move. One wrong breath is all it takes to trigger the execution. At the base of the stairs, the true monster finally arrives. The masters of the underworld gather beneath a sea of blood. Whispers of a legendary betrayal have already reached the inner sanctum. The man who once served them now stands as a scarred monster. His mark of loyalty has become a brand of pure vengeance. But he isn't the only one born from this nightmare. The order is given to put down the organization's greatest hound. A cold commander accepts the contract to erase the past. Every elite killer in the room locks onto a single name. The hunt for the legendary ghost begins tonight. 1 week later, the storm finally reaches Korean shores. The wheels of a silent execution touch down in Incheon. Mercenaries step into the rain, signaling the end is near. The kill list is distributed to the family's deadliest shadows. Every rebel who challenged the organization is marked for death. Cold-blooded monsters prepare to erase the legendary ghost forever. The hunting dog unit receives their final, bloody directive. 6 elite killers stand ready to dismantle a traitor's legacy. In the silence, a sharpened blade prepares for the harvest. The mastermind waits, hungry for the first drop of blood. The dragon of the unit signals the start of a deadly summit. A legendary enforcer returns to the heart of the organization's power. Old shadows gather to plan the final erasure of a ghost. The mastermind scoffs at the useless weight of their formal titles. A veteran killer stands ready to finish what the hounds started. The flame of execution flickers as the final hunt is authorized. Confidence returns to the room now that the true chief is back. Former brothers cast aside pretense to track their target's desperate path. The traitor is now hunting for the ghosts of the 12 Zodiac. A mocking smirk confirms the rebel is merely grasping at dead straws. Tension suffocates the room as the leaders realize their plan is failing. A decade of waiting hasn't dulled the edge of their hatred for Neville. In the shadows of the past, even the deadliest killers sought peace. Simple lives and innocent smiles replaced the cold steel of their old ways. But time and domestic bliss have completely eroded their once unbreakable sense of loyalty. Words alone cannot bridge the gap created by 10 years of silence. Facing total annihilation, the veteran realizes their current strength simply isn't enough. Desperate times demand fresh blood to fill the empty seats of power. A new generation of monsters is handpicked to restore the fallen Zodiac. They laugh at the wreckage left behind by the man who broke them. Dragon admits that even a ghost like Gu Man-su has terrifying skill. Hidden records reveal a man who never sought power, only survival. The veteran pillars gather as a cold rain washes over their headquarters. The elder realizes they can no longer afford to be selective. Shadows pull the strings, eager to watch the coming bloodbath unfold. Through the midnight storm, the gears of the organization begin to grind. Gu Man-su drives toward the chaos, knowing there is no turning back. A single photograph serves as a haunting reminder of a stolen life. The wounded legend ignores his pain, preparing to hunt once more. With the company in ruins, an all-out war for dominance begins. Gu Man-su questions the legend's next move as he finishes bandaging his wounds. The monster simply waits, his scarred body a testament to pure survival. Hesitation flickers across the driver's face as the true stakes become clear. Those piercing red eyes confirm that the target has already been chosen. Gu Mansu steers through the storm, knowing the point of no return. He realizes that for a broken man, revenge is the only heartbeat. The car stops in the drenching rain as the mission finally begins. A heavy step into the cold water marks the start of execution. Shadows swallow him whole as he approaches the final killing ground. The door swings open, inviting a monster to unleash his ultimate fury. Gu Mansu returns home, but the air feels heavy with impending doom. His mother greets him, completely unaware that death is at their doorstep. Cold sweat pours down his face as he orders her to hide. She reveals that a persistent stranger has been knocking for hours. The heavy thuds against the wood signal that the hunters have arrived. Every instinct screams that his sanctuary has been compromised by the organization. Through the drenching rain, two silent killers wait patiently for their target. His mother complains about pranks, failing to see the terror in his eyes. Gu Mansu draws his weapon, desperate to protect the only life he has. He grips the steel tightly, preparing for a fight he might not survive. Fear paralyzes his mother, as she realizes something is terribly wrong. Three shadows loom outside, signaling the end of their brief peace. The cold grip of the organization finally reaches for the door. Miles away, a different storm washes away the filth of battle. The legendary pillar prepares his body for the inevitable final hunt. Silence returns as the water stops, leaving only the weight of vengeance. He steps into the shadows, a monster reborn from his own scars. A cryptic message waits for him, calling him back to the abyss. His crimson gaze burns with a hunger that only blood can satisfy. The war against the hierarchy has officially begun. A sudden vibration shatters the heavy silence of the dark room. He reaches for the phone, seeing a ghost calling from the abyss. The legendary pillar answers, his scarred body tensing for the storm. A cryptic warning reveals the hounds are already closing the distance. A voice from the past returns, dragging him back into hell. They speak his name, but the man he was is long gone. The city bleeds crimson as the organization finally finds its target. Fresh blood on the floor confirms his only ally has fallen. The hunter demands his location, eager to finish the execution. He stands ready, holding the coordinates to his final, bloody stand. The monster finally tracks his target to the heart of Korea. 10 years of domestic peace ends with a blood-soaked blade. A new predator emerges, eager to execute the legendary deserter. He prepares for war, shedding his past to embrace the killer. One final call connects him to the man who knows everything. Clad in white, he prepares to stain the night in crimson. The storm breaks over the sanctuary as the final hunt begins. The organization's top brass arrives to oversee the inevitable slaughter. Every pillar of power aligns to crush the one who escaped. The hounds are unleashed, and the countdown to annihilation starts now. The High Command realizes the stakes have never been higher. For the first time, old enemies find their goals perfectly aligned. Knowing they will use bait, the legend prepares his own trap. He reaches out to the only man left he can trust. A secret mission is assigned to protect the final remaining piece. His gaze hardens as he demands the organization's ultimate weapon. Only the strongest survivor can handle the storm that is coming. The silence is shattered as the front line finally collapses. A hidden talent is cornered, forced to draw his blade. The dragon arrives to claim what the organization once lost. The legend's final request sets a desperate evacuation in motion. Gu Mansu arrives to pull his family from the crosshairs. Terror strikes as the organization's most ruthless killers close in. Under the pouring rain, the shadows of death surround them. There is no time for explanations, only the instinct to survive. Every second wasted brings the enemy closer to their doorstep. A false identity is no protection against a professional monster. The strike team finds their prey hidden behind a corporate mask. Kamiya Shin's thirst for blood turns the night into a nightmare. Mercy is a concept long forgotten by these elite hunting dogs. Kamiya Shin's obsession with his former comrade turns into a deadly interrogation. Terror reflects in the eyes of a man facing a true monster. He refuses to believe his target has simply forgotten their shared past. In this world, a single lie is a guaranteed death sentence. A blood-soaked hand trembles as the weight of mortality sinks in. The manic hunter strikes, crushing any hope of a peaceful end. Every cold question is designed to tear through his victim's sanity. Desperate pleas for mercy are met only with bone-shattering force. A demonic shadow emerges, fueled by a twisted hunger for recognition. The light fades, as the sadistic hound claims another soul. A desperate plea for mercy is silenced by a blood-stained grip. Kamiya Shin scoffs at the lies, pinning his prey against the wall. Behind those demonic red eyes, a sadistic hatred for traitors burns bright. Bone-crushing force ripples through the air as the hunter loses patience. The victim screams in agony, while the predator's shadow looms overhead. With a sickening tear, the sadistic hound finally finishes his brutal work. Blood spray mingles with the rain as another soul is snuffed out. Crimson stains wash over the asphalt, marking the site of the execution. Bodies litter the ground, silent witnesses to the organization's absolute ruthlessness. Gu Mansu desperately flees through the downpour, carrying his only hope. The elite leader coordinates a frantic extraction through the freezing rain. Gu Mansu struggles to carry their crippled comrade towards safety. Every second is vital as the group races for the car. Shadows stretch across the alley during their desperate retreat. They believe they are escaping, but they are being watched. From the rooftops, a sadistic observer mocks their pathetic struggle. Precision lenses lock onto the targets to seal their fate. Wenkai of the reconnaissance team prepares to stomp his prey. Heavy footsteps splash through the puddles, signaling a sudden halt. The extraction is cut short as the hunters find their target. Dragon realizes the extraction is quickly turning into a rainy nightmare. Out of the shadows, the Vero brothers emerge to block their path. A sadistic grin reveals they've been playing with their prey all along. Panic sets in as the hunters realize they are now the hunted. The cold realization hits that their secret location is already compromised. A single phone call from the shadows shifts the entire battlefield. The Elder orders his veteran unit to secure the target immediately. His sharp gaze warns of the true monsters lurking in wait. These errant regular killers, they are the Neville family's sharpest hounds. Engaging these predators without backup is nothing short of a death sentence. The leader stands firm, ordering his men to retreat into the rain. Confusion turns to desperation as they carry their broken commander away. The hunters realize they are being watched from the dark distance. Gu Mansu hesitates, unwilling to leave his superior behind to die. A heavy reminder of family forces the warrior to keep moving. The weight of the sacrifice settles in with a pained breath. He vows to return with reinforcements before the line completely breaks. One man remains to face the incoming monsters alone. They sprint through the darkness, carrying the last hope for survival. The predators simply laugh, watching their prey run for cover. Panic sets in as the target vanishes into the rainy night. Dante remains eerily calm, bound by a strict, personal religious code. Dio snaps, fueled by the massive debt he paid for intel. Desperation drives him to suggest taking a hostage for leverage. Dragon observes the chaos, calculating the perfect moment to strike. He singles out the youngest brother as the first to die. The commander tests his unit, ordering them to leave the front line. Loyalty proves absolute as his men refuse to break formation. Dragon accepts their sacrifice with a chilling, bloodthirsty grin. Steel flashes in the rain as the final hunt begins. Dio's patience finally snaps as he demands payment for the escaping target. But Orca remains unmoved, bound by a code that forbids Sunday bloodshed. Driven by desperation, the younger brother draws steel to finish it himself. He prepares to plunge into the rain to claim the traitor's head. Nearby, Dragon unsheathes his twin blades with lethal, calculated precision. The commander knows this hunt will be a descent into hell. Beneath the towering glass monoliths, the shadow of death moves fast. A lone figure infiltrates the darkness, seeking the heart of the beast. High above the city streets, an old enemy waits with open arms. Red Shirt prepares for a reunion that's been a long time coming. A lethal shadow from the hound dogs emerges to claim blood. Rain drenches a desolate fortress where death is the only tenant. In the suffocating dark, two legendary killers finally lock eyes. Yui-chan readies his steel with the grace of a professional executioner. Red Shirt stands calm, the scorpion tattoo signaling impending doom. The sound of clashing metal shatters the silence of the night. The hound lunges forward, a blur of pure, unadulterated aggression. Crimson eyes flare as the legendary pillar predicts every lethal strike. One wrong move means the end of this high-stakes game. The hound's twisted grin promises a descent into absolute carnage. Red Shirt lunges low, moving with the speed of a ghost. Metal screams as the two killers trade lethal, sparking blows. Blurring hands manipulate the steel with terrifying, practiced ease. The hound's twisted grin widens as their blades lock tight. A sudden, iron grip shuts down the next fatal strike. Cold, red eyes reveal his absolute disappointment in the challenge. The young monster vows to bury his senior right here. Across the city, reinforcements arrive under a heavy, freezing rain. A separate bloodbath begins as the organization's enforcers strike. Terror takes hold as the target proves impossibly strong. The legendary target instantly realizes this matchup is a total mismatch. The enforcer struggles to comprehend his opponent's deceptive, blinding agility. Every sense screams as he fails to track the target's speed. Panic takes over, forcing a desperate and screaming knife strike. A blinding flash of steel leaves the enforcer bleeding and broken. He stares in shock as the target remains completely unfazed. Tension peaks as the target maneuvers into a killing position. A violent strike sends the enforcer flying through the downpour. He collapses into the puddles, screaming in absolute agony. The enforcer realizes the target intentionally invited the lethal strike. Blood pools in his palm as reality finally sets in. The enforcer stares in horror at his own mortality. The legendary pillar watches the scene with chilling indifference. Trapped in a cycle of fear, the warrior's spirit breaks. He begs for salvation from a monster who knows no mercy. Violence erupts as steel clashes against an unstoppable force. The killer's gaze narrows, locking onto his next victim's soul. Reinforcements arrive only to find a massacre in the rain. Panic spreads through the ranks as their formation crumbles. The predator claims his prize as the rain washes away hope. The legendary pillar stands alone, a reaper draped in cold rain. His enemies crumble, clutching their broken bodies in the shadows. Despite his shattered ribs, the enforcer knows there is no escape. The planning team gathers, desperate to halt the coming storm. Fear is a luxury they can't afford as they scream for blood. If they fail now, their entire organization will burn to ash. They throw their lives away in a final, suicidal charge. But the monster moves like a ghost, untouchable and lethal. One last strike is all he has left to give. In an instant, the crushing weight of certain death sinks in. The fodder realize their deaths are certain, yet they charge anyway. The monster carves a bloody path toward the organization's leader. Leaving the legend behind, the enforcer prepares his own lethal strike. Lethal spikes are deployed to share the burden of this war. He vows that the sacrifices of his men won't be forgotten. Even while broken, the monster refuses to play a defensive game. A high-speed kick connects with the force of a falling mountain. Steel claws bite into the concrete as the tempo of death rises. He transforms into a whirlwind, tearing through the remaining reinforcements. Amidst the chaos, he finally feels faster and lighter than ever. He feels his prime returning as the final hour approaches. A thunderous overhead kick shatters the enforcer's desperate defense. Terror sets in as he realizes the legend is truly unstoppable. The world tilts as the enforcer collapses under overwhelming pressure. A jagged blade carves through flesh, painting the rain red. No mercy is granted as the monster continues his relentless assault. Vital organs fail, forcing a desperate gasp of crimson. The predator tightens his grip, ensuring there is no escape. Death looms large as the reaper raises his final steel. He stares into the abyss, knowing his time has run out. The heavens weep as the final embers of hope begin to fade. A single, weary eye reflects the cold reality of a crushing defeat. Guilt and regret weigh heavier than the freezing rain drenching the pavement. Amidst the wreckage of their lives, a desperate command echoes to survive. Two broken warriors lie shattered where their empire once stood tall. The support of a crippled man lies splintered against the unforgiving stone. Shame consumes the fallen leader who failed to protect his own blood. With his final breath, the loyal soldier refuses to let his master quit. The weight of failure makes even standing feel like an unforgivable sin. Through blood and tears, the dying enforcer demands one last act of defiance. The president resolves to survive the crushing weight of his failure. He reaches out as the cold rain mocks his desperate struggle. Every movement feels like a heavy chain dragging him toward death. Suddenly, the monster delivers a lethal blow to the temple enforcer. A single strike shatters the resistance of the broken warrior. Reality blurs as the light leaves his blood-soaked eyes. The legend stands alone amidst a field of slaughtered subordinates. Another pawn falls silently into the rising black tide. Blood and rain mix as a final breath escapes his lips. The finality of defeat slams hard against the drowning earth. The legendary monster faces the final wall of the organization. A desperate enforcer gambles his life on a single strike. Hidden steel flashes as lethal spikes target the killer's throat. But the predator moves faster than any human eye can follow. A crushing grip seals the fate of the failing warrior. No mercy remains for those who stood in his path. One devastating blow shatters the last hope of the syndicate. Witnesses can only watch in horror as their champion falls. The legend's cold eyes burn with unquenchable vengeance. Today, every debt will be paid in blood and rain. A final, crushing strike sends the last defender spiraling into darkness. Silence returns to the city as the predator slips into shadows. The freezing rain begins washing away the evidence of the slaughter. A defeated hound realizes too late that his prey has vanished. Spite burns in his eyes while he curses his own weakness. He grips his steel, swearing to settle this debt in blood. Miles away, a sudden chill of death jolts a man awake. The president trembles as his cold reality finally sets in. He reaches for his glasses, desperate for a sense of control, but clarity only reveals the inevitable end of his corrupt empire. Thunder rumbles as the storm intensifies over the blood-soaked city. The president realizes his desperate calculations were fatally flawed. High above, two lethal shadows dance through the rain-slicked ruins. The elite hound finally corners the monster in a violent collision. One killer seeks glory by ending a legend's path, but those red eyes flare with a hunger for total annihilation. A massive impact sends the hunter reeling back in shock. The legendary pillar proves his reputation was earned in blood. Steel flashes as they trade blows in a desperate stalemate, until a bone-shattering low kick finally breaks his opponent's stance. The monster and the hunter collide in a storm of steel. Blades blur as lethal precision becomes the only currency for survival. Every strike is a death sentence avoided by a mere hair's breadth. Duichin's movements are irregular, luring his prey into a fatal trap. He chips away at his opponent's defense with calculated, brutal efficiency. Those piercing red eyes track every opening in the chaotic dance. Elastic, unpredictable strikes shatter the rhythm of the elite enforcer. The legend creates distance only to prepare for a final, crushing blow. The name Duichan carries the weight of 1,000 fallen enemies. The hunter realizes his prey has evolved into something far more terrifying. The legendary monster lunges forward, meeting his hunter in a fatal collision. Steel grinds against steel, as their blades scream in a shower of sparks. Duichan's raw power shatters the rhythm of the elite hound's desperate assault. Every movement is a blurred dance of death played at breakneck speeds. He catches the strike with terrifying precision, locking the killer in place. The scorpion's sting is neutralized by a grip of cold, unyielding iron. A single calculated twist turns the assassin's own weapon into a liability. One final step seals the fate of the man who dared hunt a legend. The white shirt flashes like a ghost before delivering a finishing blow. As the light fades, those piercing red eyes are the last things he sees. The elite hound skids back, his body pushed to the absolute limit. Blood coats his teeth, but his thirst for the kill only grows. He grips his blade tight, the scorpion on his hand ready to strike. In this dark corridor, the hunter has become the ultimate prey. A sinister grin escapes him as he challenges the legend to continue. But Duichan explodes forward, a white blur of pure, unadulterated violence. Miles away, shadows of the past gather under the falling rain. A silent signal illuminates the dark, carrying a message of death. The wire hums with secrets that could tear the organization apart. Two figures watch and wait as the world begins to burn. A shadow from the past emerges, clutching a hidden frequency. He senses a foul stench lingering in the cold air. Nearby, a young disciple prepares for the coming slaughter. They wait for the legend to fall into their trap. A dark plan forms behind a mask of deceptive calm. Silence falls as their only link to the world shatters. The broken glass mirrors the organization's crumbling foundation. Swift hands signal a warning that cannot be spoken. The hunters realize every word has been a death sentence. But the monster is already watching with eyes of fire. The hound signals for silence, knowing their every move is watched. The legend stands firm, demanding to know the reason for this meeting. A small wound serves as a reminder of the monster's lethal evolution. Even the hunters are shocked by the speed of his terrifying growth. Surrounded by shadows and rain, the air thickens with murderous intent. A sincere warning delivered in his native tongue breaks the tension. The killer smirks, realizing his initial plan must now be discarded. Cold eyes realize this power far exceeds any previous tactical prediction. A twisted relief washes over him as he prepares for the end. But the game changes when the hound reveals a final, unexpected secret. With the leader away, a ruthless vice commander takes total control. Disorganized and bloodthirsty, the hunting dogs are losing their grip. A new priority target is marked for immediate, cold-blooded execution. Amidst the rain, a fragile alliance forms between bitter rivals. The target's massive influence could summon unstoppable forces from overseas. Every calculated move now balances on a razor's edge. Hidden enforcers keep the monster's whereabouts a deadly secret. One single mistake will shatter their entire desperate operation. The hound offers a final link to bridge their communication. The legend catches the signal, preparing to unleash hell. High-tech tracking tools are the only way to find the coming storm. The legend secures the signal while navigating through the heavy rain. His crimson eyes fixate on the movements of his deadly prey. A tense standoff begins as the hound questions this unlikely cooperation. The traitor claims no loyalty to the organizations tearing Korea apart. Violence is the only language these two monsters truly understand. He reveals his true nature, driven by a chaotic personal agenda. The pillar remains cold, sensing the darkness within his temporary ally. Now, the hound plans to drag everyone into a blood-soaked pit. Armed with fresh intel, the legend drives toward his final target. The hound remains skeptical, fueled by an old and bitter grudge. He speeds through the night, chasing a truth he cannot ignore. Meanwhile, the heavens open up over a city drowning in blood. Tension boils over as the organization's soldiers prepare for war. Their commander roars in fury, demanding they face the coming storm. Grief and rage collide among the ranks of the broken. A narrow alleyway becomes a graveyard for those who stood in his way. Realization hits like a physical blow, as the true cost is tallied. Pure terror finally takes root in the eyes of the survivors. The monster disappears into the mist, leaving a promise of return. The cleanup crew hauls away the bloody remains of another failure. Rage boils over as the organization's grip begins to slip. A broken enforcer hobbles through the rain alongside his desperate leader. They stand silent before the mounting cost of their war. The president stares into the void, realizing his empire is burning. A sudden memory flashes back to a final, desperate warning. The veteran pleads for caution against the monster in the shadows, but a confident smirk reveals a killer who fears absolutely nothing. Experience clashes with arrogance as the old guard senses disaster. The young wolf steps into the dark to hunt the legend. The arrogant enforcer claims he has softened, but his eyes remain lethal. Yet the mounting body count tells a much darker, bloodier story. In the pouring rain, the organization hauls away their latest failure. The crippled veteran orders a nationwide hunt for the elusive ghost. Their leader realizes the throne he stole is finally starting to crumble. High above the city, the monster watches his work unfold silently. Vengeance is a cold weight he carries through the relentless storm. He meets a former rival to demand a hidden, ugly truth. The alliance remains fragile as they discuss a stolen family legacy. He needs to know exactly how a puppet became the king. The monster finally breaks his silence with a chilling, knowing smirk. Perched above the rain, he pieces together the organization's desperate lies. Deep within the shadows, the cleanup crew receives their grim orders. Reports flood in of a battle that feels far too calculated. While the elite watch from a distance, the hunt turns inward. Disloyalty spreads like a virus through the ranks of the fallen. Every missing soldier is a loose end that could burn everything. They track the broken veteran to extract one last piece of intel. In this world, blood is always paid for, in cold, hard cash. But moving too soon against a ghost is a lethal mistake. Orders are relayed to keep a close watch on the shifting tides. The crippled veteran remains a vital piece on this bloody chessboard. Under the freezing rain, a secret meeting determines the next move. He warns that wandering unprotected is a death sentence right now, but the old lion still has enough bite to mock amateurs. They speak of the shadow organization pulling the world's strings. He questions if their sudden interference is a threat or salvation. The legendary association only strikes when the global balance is shattered. They blame a lack of intervention for the chaos currently unfolding. Because when the monster and the president clashed, everything changed forever. The shadow of the association finally looms over the organization's shattered remains. Even broken and crippled, the old lion refuses to back down now. A war between titans is brewing, threatening to consume the entire country. Every step forward leads closer to an inevitable and bloody confrontation. The masked reaper warns that the great elder's judgment is finally here. But loyalty to family remains the only law in this lawless world. Choosing the right path means turning your back on your only life. One final warning is issued before the silent war turns loud. To survive the coming storm, the conflict must stay in the shadows. With one signal, the countdown to the final massacre begins. Rain drapes over the gates of Chinatown as a new player emerges. A whispered report confirms the target's allies are finally within reach. Lin Xiao, the lethal leader of the Black Gold clan, takes control. With a chilling smile, she commands her hunters to begin the purge. In the dark, a final payment marks the fall of a legend. Miles away, the volatile Shin prepares for a night of total carnage. Frustration boils over as the legendary ghost remains hidden in the shadows. The scent of a potential betrayal pushes the young hunter to the edge. Even his closest partners fear the unhinged monster waiting to be unleashed. One spark is all it takes to ignite a citywide massacre. Betrayal is a poison that burns hotter than any flame. In the freezing rain, even the most loyal bonds begin to fracture. Wenkai offers a chilling smile, demanding Shin look him in the eye. The volatile hunter relents, consumed by guilt for ever doubting his partner. Their fragile peace is watched by shadows waiting for the signal. Professional killers stand ready, mere tools in a much larger game. This is the moment to turn their hatred into a bloody revenge. For these mercenaries, loyalty was never the goal, only the cold, hard cash. But things take a dark turn when family ties enter the crosshairs. A brother's foolish ambition has just turned a simple job into a nightmare. The chilling reality of their situation finally begins to set in. A new target is named, offering a momentary spark of hope. But these ruthless mercenaries never spill blood without guaranteed payment. Tired of the empty promises, the veteran killer turns to leave. Sudden desperation triggers a frantic move to keep the group together. A powerful grip halts the exit before the bridge is burned. In the shadows, a silent plea for cooperation goes unanswered. Cold eyes reveal that loyalty has no place in this business. The hunter's gaze hardens, refusing to let his last ally vanish. A fragile partnership is now bound only by desperate, physical force. The pragmatic mercenary's patience finally snaps as the tension boils over. A hidden blade is drawn, signaling a lethal end to the alliance. But the red-haired hunter strikes first with a bone-shattering blow. The traitor hits the floor, while the surrounding muscle watches in silence. Cold sweat drips as the mercenaries realize the hierarchy has shifted. A merciless grip ensures there is no escape from this sudden judgment. The volatile hunter declares his absolute hatred for those who break trust. Desperation flares in the victim's eyes as the final assault begins. A brutal kick sends the traitor flying, his weapon lost to the air. The disgraced fighter crashes into the shadows, discarded like common trash. The fallen traitor gasps in disbelief as his world suddenly crumbles. Shin towers over the coward, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. He turns his back, dismissing the weaklings as they grip their blades. The strategist watches the tension rise, calculating the next lethal move. A glimpse of the scorpion mark proves he is the ultimate predator. Cold words echo through the room, mocking their desperate, failing situation. The thugs prepare for a slaughter, knowing there is no turning back. A sinister smirk spreads as the red-eyed monster anticipates the bloodbath. Despite the overwhelming gap, the desperate fighter refuses to stay down. He lunges forward in a final, suicidal strike for his shattered pride. Shin catches the blade effortlessly, halting the desperate strike. The struggle for control becomes a contest of raw, agonizing strength. One devastating counterblow shatters his defense and sends him reeling. Agony twists his face as the reality of failure sinks in. Broken and grounded, he realizes most men die within seconds. Shin's sinister grin promises a much slower, more painful end. Nearby, the shock of the carnage leaves the witnesses paralyzed. The strategist moves to recruit more muscle for the coming war. He knows they are the only ones strong enough to survive. Fear grips the room as the true power balance finally shifts. A sinister request for power sets a deadly new plan in motion. Beneath the cold moonlight, the silence of the night hides a brewing storm. While the hunter rests, the strategist manages the fallout of their campaign. Every word over the line carries the weight of a sudden death sentence. The underworld's queen realizes the legendary monster has finally begun his move. News of a top enforcer's demise sends ripples of shock through the shadows. Careless mistakes with the fallen have ignited a fire no one can extinguish. The man responsible stands alone, a ghost fueled by nothing but pure vengeance. They finally identify the ghost who triggered the organization's rapid, bloody collapse. Without this shadow's influence, the legend would have never reached the throne. Lin Xiao realizes the organization has finally triggered a nationwide hunt. Wen Kai receives the report, knowing the legendary monster is unavoidable. The weight of the impending disaster settles heavily on the strategist's shoulders. Even the most reckless hunters sense the atmosphere shifting toward total war. Confusion turns to dread as the true scale of the threat emerges. The silence of the aftermath is broken only by the ringing of failure. Gazing into the storm, the realization hits that everything has gone south. Funeral flowers bloom where the organization's pride once stood tall. The crippled enforcer finally collapses as his strength utterly fails him. A dying hand reaches out, desperate to cling to a fading legacy. The weight of a crumbling empire forces a final, desperate reckoning. Shadows of the past linger as the organization counts its dead. A king bows low, seeking strength from those he failed. Even in death, the legend's smile haunts the halls of power. Silence falls as the leader prepares to make his move. Broken enforcers stand guard, ready to bleed for their master. An army of professional killers gathers in the cold dark. They have reached their absolute limit in this war of attrition. One final order turns these mourners into a tide of steel. Their eyes are alive with the hunger for a final slaughter. Two legendary shadows emerge from the past, questioning the loyalty of the living. Terror once kept the ranks in line, but that fear has vanished. The time for talk is over as old bonds are finally severed. They won't stand by while their fallen comrade's memory is desecrated. Hope flickers as they realize their leader hasn't truly broken yet. The crippled lion rises, his presence commanding the entire room once more. He stares down an army of killers facing a certain bloody defeat. A new, terrifying enemy looms, threatening to consume them all. Every man must now choose between a coward's exit or death. Alone in the shadows, the old enforcer prepares for his final war. The crippled enforcer drags his broken body toward a final confrontation. Fear masks the face of a leader whose legacy is burning. He sits in silence, feeling the crushing weight of his failures. A wave of grim realization hits as their strongest soldier falls. The organization stands on the precipice of a total, bloody collapse. He warns his men that a peaceful death is no longer possible. The old lion prepares to face his end with eyes wide open. Redemption is gone, leaving only the cold resolve of a dying man. Meanwhile, silent shadows drift through the forest like ghosts of vengeance. The hunters confirm their target is walking straight into the slaughter. The reaper is closing in, and the scent of death fills the sanctuary. A silent prayer for a soul that's already beyond any hope of salvation. Panic spreads as the organization's hidden shadows are dragged into the light. The old enforcer screams for a retreat before the slaughter truly begins. Reinforcements race through the night, desperate to reach the front lines. But the legend is already on the move, driving toward his prey. Every move they make is predicted, as if the monster sees everything. From the darkness, the scorpion prepares its sting for the final confrontation. The hunters realize they've become the prey in a game of survival. Now, they wait at the strong point, sensing a trap they cannot escape. Deep in the shadows, the hunter waits for the final signal. The organization's deadliest enforcers are closing in without any delay. The legendary Orca prepares to unleash a masterclass in violence. A wall of suit stands between him and his ultimate goal. He grants the fodder 10 minutes to prey before their end. Cold eyes reveal a monster that has long forgotten mercy. Deep in the woods, the vice leader realizes they are outnumbered. A final warning is issued to the man who betrayed him. The air grows heavy as the tension reaches a breaking point. The old enforcer watches his world burn in the legend's wake. The organization's last line of defense prepares for a final bloodbath. Terrified fodder grip their blades as the atmosphere turns lethal. Their commander stands tall, shouldering the weight of their survival. He lunges forward, a hammer and spite his only weapons. A violent clash erupts within the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a masked shadow halts the charge with absolute precision. The scorpion's mark reveals the elite enforcer has joined the fray. Desperation fuels the leader as he readies one last strike. The predator reveals his twisted pleasure while drawing cold steel. Surrounded by death, the organization's collapse reaches a violent peak. The elite enforcer acknowledges the strength of his prey's resolve. Orca erupts into motion, tearing through the front lines with savagery. He rejects the need for weapons, relying on pure, unadulterated violence. Surrounded by desperate blades, the legend's wrath claims another victim. No amount of numbers can halt his relentless path of destruction. His focus narrows as he prepares to dismantle the remaining resistance. Every strike carries the weight of a man with nothing left. He navigates the chaos, a predator in his natural bloody element. Even the strongest warriors bleed when faced with a coordinated ambush. Two new monsters from the 12 Zodiac finally enter the fray. The fallen legend erupts with a blow that shatters the sanctuary's silence. He carves through the chaos, moving faster than their eyes can follow. Every bone-shattering impact brings him closer to his ultimate target. Even the elite Zodiac feel the crushing weight of his killing intent. A single inch is the only thing separating life from certain death. They swarm him in a desperate attempt to restrain the unstoppable. Blood and sweat spray as the organization's last line of defense buckles. Fear flickers in their eyes as the original plan falls apart. It takes the strength of a dozen men just to slow him. But Orca's wrath is a fire that no amount of bodies can extinguish. They latch onto him, desperate to find any point of leverage. A roar of pure agony echoes through the crumbling hallway. Even with his limbs pinned, Orca's counterattack remains lethal. The elite Zodiacs charge forward, sensing their only window of opportunity. He heaves their combined weight like they are nothing but paper. A collision of raw power sends the front line flying backward. Gravity becomes his weapon as he drives them into the concrete. One by one, the organization's finest are crushed under his palm. His grip tightens with a finality that signals the end. He stands as a titan, draped in the bodies of the fallen. The elite Zodiacs realize too late they've underestimated a true monster. With a single explosive burst, the entire front line is shattered. Orca stands atop the carnage, a predator surveying his broken kingdom. He descends like a god of death, suffocating everything in his path. Panic spreads through the ranks as a terrifying shadow looms over them, but the organization's final wall steps forward, demanding a clear path. The head of security takes command, pushing the lesser thugs aside. Cold calculation meets raw fury as he prepares for the clash. Oh Namwung emerges, the last line of defense for the organization. Undeterred, the legendary killer locks eyes with his next target. Orca stands alone amidst a vast sea of broken bodies. The previous generation's Zodiac Tiger emerges to halt the slaughter. The legendary killer remains unfazed, demanding his real challengers appear. Without warning, the Zodiac Rabbit descends like a bolt of lightning. A lethal strike connects, testing the limits of Orca's legendary reflexes. The elite enforcer presses his advantage, desperate to end the threat. Zhou Junyang warns that any more mercy will lead to ruin. Cold fury ignites in Orca's eyes as the real battle begins. A devastating counterkick shatters the momentum of the elite hunter. Two monsters of the underworld collide in a dance of death. The legendary Orca tears through the front lines like a force of nature. Seeing the carnage, the veteran Zodiac Tiger roars in absolute desperation. A single, blinding flash of steel paints the air in fresh crimson. The tiger lunges forward, but his strength is nothing against Orca's speed. Every counter is a calculated whirlwind of bone-shattering, high-speed violence. The Zodiac Rabbit attempts a final, frantic grapple to stop the slaughter. It is a fatal mistake as Orca's kick sends the elite flying. Pinning his prey, the killer prepares to extinguish another legendary light. Even surrounded by a sea of enemies, the monster remains completely untouchable. Cold steel meets a trembling eye as the legend demands total submission. Orca reminds his trembling prey that the weak have no voice. Betrayal flashes in the veteran's eyes as death looms close. The killer stares back with a gaze devoid of any mercy. A final, brutal strike silences the legend forever in the dark. He mocks their bond, proving family means nothing to a monster. Cold leather stands over the broken remains of a fallen giant. With the deed done, the shadow prepares for his next hunt. Miles away, the organization realizes their target has completely vanished. Frantic commands echo through the phone as panic begins to set in. Even the highest elites find themselves powerless to track the ghost. Powerful elites scream desperate orders from their gilded cages. But the organization's commands are met with a haunting silence. Zhou Junyong discovers the broken remains of their youngest asset. A heavy shroud masks the face of the fallen soldier. Behind the carnage, the Orca looms like a silent reaper. He recalls the exact second their fragile alliance shattered. A cold blade delivered the truth that words never could. In the darkness, the predator finally hunts his own kind. This is the beginning of a betrayal written in blood. Yet beneath the mask of death, a monster is smiling. An ancient rivalry resurfaces as a blood debt comes due. Hatred boils over as a cold blade is finally drawn. Yet a silent reaper watches from the edge of darkness. The hunt accelerates through the tunnels of a sleeping city. Inside the cockpit, the Orca locks onto his next victim. While the world burns, a deceptive monster rests in wait. In the halls of power, the first strike is signaled. The master of the board watches his pawns move perfectly. There is no escape from the betrayal written in blood. The most lethal killers in the country are now loose. The forest becomes a graveyard as the predator closes in. Desperation takes hold of a man who once held power. A blunt tool becomes his last defense against the dark. Metal clashes against lethal intent, in a frantic struggle. Every desperate strike is met by an inhuman reaction. Behind the mask, cold calculation determines the inevitable end. Reality sets in as the speed gap becomes undeniable. Even a cornered beast cannot outrun this silent shadow. A single precise strike carves through the fading hope. The mark of the scorpion signals the final sting. The veteran quickly realized his opponent's reflexes were on another level. Scrambling for any advantage, he gripped a discarded wooden staff. He swung with desperate force, yet the shadow remained untouchable. Cold sweat poured as the terrifying gap in speed became undeniable. In the misty dark, he felt the crushing weight of his age. With his stamina fading, every step through the grass felt like lead. He threw his entire soul into one final, explosive strike. Memories of his prime flashed a time when he feared no man. Back then, he could weave through a dozen fists without effort. But today, the sting of the scorpion would be his end. The brawl erupts as a crushing blow catches the assassin off guard. Even with a target on his head, the scorpion's gaze never wavers. They trade shadows in a dance where one mistake means certain death. A brutal strike connects, rattling the legendary Orca to his very core. The suited monster stands firm, proving his power is no mere rumor. Crimson stains the floor as the weight of the battle shifts. Wiping away the taste of iron, he prepares for a true nightmare. Behind those reflecting lenses lies a predator far beyond the Zodiac's reach. Every instinct screams that this opponent is a different breed of killer. Without his blades, he must survive a hell he never anticipated. Orca throws everything into a single, desperate strike. But the suited monster evades with terrifying, effortless grace. A power gap manifests in the simple clenching of a fist. The counterattack lands with the weight of a falling mountain. A predator's grip tightens, sealing the legendary killer's fate. He is tossed aside like a broken doll against the floor. Friction burns the ground as he struggles to stay upright. Adjusting his suit, the monster remains completely untouched and calm. Closing the distance, Orca gambles his life on one final grab. In this hellish dance, the hunter finally finds his opening. The monster declares that the hunt is finally over. But Orca stands his ground, a lethal shadow looming large. In a flash, the legendary killer launches a desperate tackle. Impact shatters the silence as blood sprays the air. Subordinates watch in absolute horror as their leader falters. Orca locks him in a vice-like grip that defies logic. Every ounce of strength is poured into this violent exchange. The director chokes on blood, his dominance fading fast. There is no escape from this hellish, suffocating embrace. The predator demands total surrender before the real carnage begins. Orca lunges forward with a speed that defies human limits. He drives his weight into a desperate, bone-crushing tackle. The momentum carries them both over the balcony's edge. Orca clenches his fist, refusing to let his target slip away. His eyes burn with the cold resolve of a dying predator. They hurtle toward the ground in a chaotic, violent tangle. The director snarls, determined to drag his killer into hell. Gravity becomes their final judge as the structure shatters around them. Shadows plummet toward the red floor in a lethal descent. Impact looms as Orca prepares to finish this once and for all. The impact shatters the director's remaining sense of control. Dewey-chan delivers a brutal strike, sending the powerhouse reeling. Gravity and sheer force collide as the dominant threat falls. Broken and breathless, he finally realizes the monster has provoked. Every heavy footstep signals the end of this bloody confrontation. Orca stands tall, a predator ready to claim his prize. A discarded memory resurfaces from the cold, damp grass. Years ago, the masked assassin cornered his target in the woods. Even at death's door, the mentor recognized a terrifying bloodline. With a cold acknowledgement, the killer prepares to vanish again. The predator stands over his fallen prey in the dark woods. Orca levels his weapon, sealing a fate written years ago. Even drenched in blood, the old lion refuses to yield. Miles away, a frantic contact waits for a silent signal. Inside the cold sanctuary, the deceptive game enters its final stage. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall, signaling a sudden betrayal. Namwang closes the distance with hidden lethality in his eyes. Tension thickens as the two monsters face an uncertain alliance. One wrong move will ignite a powder keg of absolute chaos. High above it all, the true mastermind watches the pieces fall. Jo Junyong realizes his department heads are being eliminated at record speed. From his lonely office, the mastermind prays his secret weapon strikes fast. In the shadows, the veteran players acknowledge their time is running out. Nam Wung wears a deceptive smile, knowing the final pieces are in place. All eyes turn to the man tasked with finishing this bloody night. Cha Si-hyuk steps forward, a cold predator ready to unleash total devastation. Meanwhile, the glittering lights of Seoul hide a new approaching storm. A mysterious new assassin arrives, marveling at the city shell soon burn. The clock is ticking as the next wave of monsters prepares to move. Into the dark woods they go, signaling the start of a deadlier game. A direct order from the top sets a lethal plan in motion. Their mission is simple: flush out the hounds and eliminate them. The association's elite execution team, Blue Falcon, finally enters the fray. News of the hounds' recent movements reaches the ears of the powerful. Former Elder Yukyeon confirms the masked man's arrival and his warning. A conflict with the mysterious Neville becomes an unavoidable, bloody reality. The association intends to use this chaos to crush their rivals. Strategic countermeasures are prepared as the Shadow War reaches its peak. Meanwhile, a powerful new player races to reach headquarters first. Failure means facing the entire pack without any hope of backup. Jo Junyong freezes as news of total annihilation reaches him. Among the world's 8 strongest killers, Ivan Cardiff stands supreme. His hounds are monsters specifically bred to rival the greatest legends. But even these elite assassins are just pawns in a larger game. From the shadows, Yukjeon coordinates the association's next lethal countermeasure. Their ultimate trump card remains the lethally efficient Cha Si-hyuk. Deep within the sanctuary, the pressure of an impending raid mounts. Kamiya Shin realizes their secret location has been compromised by traitors. Fear takes hold as his comrades fall in rapid, coordinated strikes. Yet Si-hyuk only smirks, eager to hear his enemy's final screams. The weight of betrayal hangs heavy as the truth finally surfaces. A lone executioner stands ready to dismantle his former brothers in arms. A cold touch signals the end of their temporary alliance. Shin steps back, leaving the dirty work to his loyal subordinate. Confusion turns to resolve as Nam Wung accepts his grim mission. 9 years of separation haven't dulled the lethal edge in Si-hyuk's eyes. Memories of their shared childhood resurface amidst the impending bloodshed. They were forged in the same hell, pushing past human limits. Even then, his monstrous potential far outstripped everyone around him. Now, the student must face the legend in a final, desperate struggle. Nam Wung discards the talk, demanding they settle this with blood. Si-hyuk remains unfazed, his gaze locking onto his next target. A hidden predator lurks in the pews, waiting to strike. He knows the mountain air will soon reek of spent gunpowder. 3 lethal killers stand on the precipice of a total bloodbath. Si-hyuk charges, brandishing both a blade and a silenced pistol. The sanctuary explodes into a chaotic symphony of flying lead. The third man joins the chaos, opening fire from the flank. Si-hyuk twists through the air, narrowly evading a lethal volley. One wrong move now results in a permanent trip to hell. Lead flies as Si-hyuk and the assassin trade lethal shots. With cold precision, he lines up a perfect killing blow. The bullet finds its mark, tearing through the assassin's shoulder. Impact sends the killer reeling back into the cold shadows. Doubt begins to cloud the mind of the elite operative. Si-hyuk discards his empty mag, already preparing the next strike. The hollow click of metal on stone signals a brief pause. He slams a fresh clip home, hungry for a real challenge. Standing tall, the predator is ready to clear the room. Nam Wung watches, knowing he must close the distance to survive. Namwong tightens his grip, the smell of gunpowder filling the air. Desperation turns into madness as he prepares for a suicidal charge. Hidden behind the wreckage, the killer waits for the perfect opening. He launches himself into the fray, a blur of red hair and steel. Si-hyuk stands his ground, watching the desperate gambit unfold. The predator realizes his thin cover won't protect him for long. Lead tears through the wood as the room erupts in violence. Namwong slides low, trading precision for pure, unadulterated chaos. But Si-hyuk's eyes remain cold, calculating every possible outcome. In this dance of death, only one monster will walk away. The room shatters as a heavy table becomes a shield. Namwong dives low, unleashing a hail of suppressed fire. Weapons fly as the two monsters collide in midair. Si-hyuk plants his feet, anchoring himself against the storm. A lethal strike grazes his cheek, missing by mere millimeters. Muzzle flashes erupt as the traitor targets his blind spot. But Orcus' eyes glow with a predator's true hunger. A crimson arc of steel slices through the heavy air. Desperation finally flickers in the eyes of the red-haired killer. Ironclad fingers lock onto the barrel, ending the exchange. Namwong fires wildly as Si-hyuk forces his aim toward the ceiling. The orca retaliates instantly with a lethal blur of serrated steel. High-speed strikes clash as the air fills with sparks and fury. A jagged blade finds its mark, painting the traitor in crimson. Desperation takes hold when Namwong realizes he is completely outmatched. Si-hyuk's grip tightens like a vice, spilling blood in the process. Within that glowing red eye, Namwong sees his own inevitable end. Stray bullets tear into the floor as the weapon is neutralized. There is no escape from the predator's relentless, ironclad hold. A heavy kick shatters the traitor's defense, ending the struggle. A bone-shattering kick sends the traitor reeling through the air. Namwong struggles to keep his grip as the world spins. Si-hyuk stares him down with the cold eyes of a god. Blades flash in a blur of lethal, high-speed desperation. Blood sprays as Namwong collapses under the crushing pressure. His mangled arm barely holds the weapon as his strength fades. The predator looms over his prey in the hallowed silence. Si-hyuk demands he stop hiding behind toys and draw his steel. A twisted smile forms as Namwong finally embraces the madness. Jant Sen. Now, the real slaughter is about to begin. Blood seeps through his fingers as the wound burns deep. The assassin watches the monsters clash, knowing his outmatched. Blades meet in a symphony of lethal, high-speed desperation. Namwong pushes his broken body past every human limit. Cold red eyes calculate every inch of the killing floor. Every swing is a gamble against a master of distance. Incredible footwork keeps the predator just out of reach. Within 1 meter, the air itself turns into a blade. A single mistake now means a certain, bloody end. The god of slaughter prepares to deliver the final strike. Namwong realizes his opponent is merely playing with him. Desperate to break the stalemate, he lunges with a lethal strike. But the predator moves with a speed that defies human logic. Blades clash in a blur as the distance between them vanishes. Panic sets in, as the monster closes the gap even further. Every movement is a calculated dance on the edge of death. The former asset swings wildly, yet finds only empty air. A chilling realization hits. This man has become something different. With nothing left to lose, he throws his entire weight forward. Madness consumes his gaze as the final reckoning begins. The predator stares down his prey with cold, unwavering precision. A single strike sends the traitor's world spinning into chaos. He realizes these lethal techniques are completely foreign and terrifying. Desperation drives him to lunge one last time in this sanctuary. The shadow of a legendary master looms over his opponent. A chilling smirk reveals that this fight was decided long ago. Madness is the only thing left for the man who failed. Both men share a history forged in the pits of hell. Years ago, they were just orphans, sold as expendable war assets. Now, every step forward carries the weight of that shared trauma. They were born into a world where killing came before literacy. For Namwong, the hellish training was manageable, until one fateful incident. Years ago, the young assets were abandoned and left to starve. Trapped in a dark warehouse, hope vanished as the weeks passed by. Desperation took hold when the very last scrap of food remained. A sudden, violent confrontation shattered the silence of their shared prison. Starvation turned brothers into monsters, fighting for a single chance to live. In the darkness, a hand reached for the only weapon available. Pure survival instinct replaced humanity as the first blow was struck. That night, the innocence of these children died in a pool of blood. Starvation turned the simple act of eating into a primal, desperate frenzy. Every child in that dark warehouse became a predator hunting for strength. The weak were cast aside as the strong guarded every single scrap. True terror set in when their once human eyes turned a lethal red. A violent pile of bodies fought for the bitter taste of survival. Nam Wung huddled in the shadows, paralyzed by the sounds of slaughter. Friends from just yesterday were now monsters tearing each other apart. The realization hit that he had to kill or be killed. A cold hand reached out to claim a life in the dark. Desperate screams echoed as the prison became a literal slaughterhouse. Amidst the slaughter, a calm voice urges the sane to stay focused. Nam Wung desperately tries to remember the face of this unremarkable ghost. The strategy is simple: hide and scavenge from the greedy hoarders. A flickering hope remains that survival doesn't require killing their friends. As the mysterious figure departs, Nam Wung reaches out for a name. The boy remains nameless, completely indifferent to the titles of men. Stunned silence follows the departure of the warehouse's most dangerous predator. While others became monsters, this faint presence only hunted the strong. Nam Wung stands alone, crushed by the weight of his own cowardice. But the era of fear ends the moment blood stains the steel. In the warehouse, the hope of peaceful survival was a lie. To live, one had to stain their hands with a friend's blood. Desperation transformed childhood companions into starving, weeping monsters. The predators only hunted the smallest and weakest among them. Tears of regret were quickly drowned out by a primal hunger. A final, cold embrace marked the end of a broken bond. Searching the remains, a single scrap of bread offered salvation. That stolen meal tasted sweeter than any luxury ever known. As the carnage settled, the last echoes of humanity finally faded. Guilt was replaced by the terrifying satisfaction of a full stomach. He finally learned to embrace the chilling shadows of the warehouse. Survival meant feeding on the weak to fuel his own ascent. Trading the lives of friends bought him the power of monsters. He sat atop a throne of rations, ruling over the broken. His reign was absolute until he met an unbreakable gaze. A looming figure stood tall, demanding a share for the weak. Rations were discarded with a level of disrespect he couldn't fathom. The young predator stared in shock at such reckless, arrogant pity. A final warning echoed from the shadows of his new rival. A mocking smirk sealed a grudge that would last a lifetime. Years ago, Nam Wung couldn't stand the way that face looked down on him. A silent shadow loomed over his reign, challenging his authority with pure contempt. He was desperate to crush that arrogant gaze before it broke his spirit. The two young predators finally clashed in a lethal struggle for dominance. Heavy strikes echoed through the warehouse, signaling the end of the hierarchy. The other survivors trembled as a thunderous sound erupted from the entrance. A cold blade was inches from ending their bitter grudge forever. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the heavy iron doors of their prison. Their private war was interrupted by the arrival of an even greater monster. The lethal duel froze as the outside world finally forced its way in. Armed invaders stood frozen at the sight of the kidnapped children. These broken souls had been trapped in hell for far too long. A familiar scorpion tattoo signaled the arrival of a deadly predator. The soldier's command sliced through the tension, singling out two boys. A piercing, inhuman gaze weighed the value of their very lives. Their private war ended instantly, as the outside world forced entry. Suddenly, Nam Wung realized he had seen this face once before. A silent presence had been lingering in his shadow since childhood. He had written this boy off as a weak, insignificant nobody. But the monster he truly admired was standing right before him. Only one of them can walk away from this childhood nightmare. Nam Wung strikes first, fueled by years of repressed, murderous rage. He screams the name of the boy who stole his throne. But Si-hyuk is a ghost, moving with a grace that defies logic. A silent assassin watches from the dark, evaluating the boy's evolution. Reality shatters as Nam Wung feels the cold bite of a blade. He is not a rival, he is just a benchmark for Si-hyuk's power. Despair sets in as he looks into the eyes of a god. The shadow of a dead mentor guides the final, killing blow. A monstrous grin confirms that Nam Wung was never the real target. Si-hyuk strikes first, his movements blurring into a lethal dance. Nam Wung lunges back, his face a mask of pure desperation. The cathedral echoes with the sound of steel cutting through air. Hidden steel emerges as the struggle turns into a bloodbath. A razor-sharp counter leaves Nam Wung gasping for air. Si-hyuk's eyes burn with the cold intent of a predator. Every strike is calculated, pushing the former ruler to his limit. Terror consumes Nam Wung as he realizes his end is near. The distance closes for one final, bone-crushing exchange. A frantic blow misses as the shadow of death looms. Si-hyuk delivers a blinding strike that shreds through Nam Wung's defenses. A predatory gaze dares the enemy to draw first blood. The blade bites deep, painting the floor in a crimson arc. Nam Wung unleashes a desperate counter, vowing to return the agony twofold. The air itself screams as lethal speed turns into a blur. Shock paralyzes the former ruler as his own blood betrays him. Driven by madness, the warehouse tyrant lunges with a final, guttural roar. Bones shatter in a collision that echoes throughout the silent cathedral. Every movement now leaves a trail of jagged, leaking wounds. Si-hyuk watches with icy indifference as the monster finally falls apart. The blade whistles past, missing his throat by a mere hair's breadth. Nam-woong's heart hammers against his ribs as true terror finally sets in. Si-hyuk's gaze remains frozen, a predator calculating the final killing blow. Agonizing memories of the warehouse's starving victims resurface to haunt the present. Steel clashes against bone, in a desperate struggle for survival and dominance. The fallen ruler lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength. Si-hyuk doesn't flinch, his face a mask of chilling, lethal indifference. With a thunderous stomp, the momentum of the battle shifts instantly. Time slows down as the hunter locks onto his prey's fatal opening. Nam-woong screams in triumph, believing he has finally landed the winning strike. The tyrant's world shatters as Si-hyuk's crushing weight finally descends. A bone-breaking impact floors the ruler, ending his reign of terror. Steel clashes mid-air in one final, desperate struggle for life. Nam-woong's vision blurs as the cold realization of defeat sinks in. Witnessing the absolute slaughter, Kamiya Shin screams in sheer horror. The hunter lands with silent precision, his presence suffocating the air. A dark shadow looms over the boy who never truly escaped. Decades of trauma resurface as the warehouse's ghost returns for blood. Under a blood-red glow, the new king claims his ultimate victory. Elsewhere, the mentor's life fades as his legacy bleeds out. The cold barrel of a gun marks the end of hesitation. A dying mentor gasps out a name that carries a heavy burden. In this moment, the boy who became a monster feels nothing. Years ago, a desperate child proved he had the nerve to survive. His guardian once refused to throw him into the line of fire. To everyone else, he was just a tool. But to one, a son. That mercy gave him one final chance to change his fate. An outstretched hand offered a game that would change his life. The predator's grip tightens as the mission reaches a breaking point. Hesitation is a death sentence when your allies call you a traitor. The shadow of the past looms over a fragile alliance. Confronted with a choice, the young monster begins to waver. Memories of his dying mentor bleed into the cold reality. A single look reveals a mind pushed past its limit. Between two paths of ruin, he finally chooses his own. The predator sheds his mask, revealing eyes thirsting for blood. He is ready to drag the whole world into darkness. One final hunt begins as he targets the hounds themselves. The line is drawn where loyalty and betrayal finally meet. Now the blades are out and the true massacre starts. The muzzle flash erupts as the hunt turns into a lethal execution. Refusing to be a pawn, he decides to follow his own rules. Every step forward marks a point of no return in this war. He dances through a hail of lead with impossible, predatory speed. The Zodiac Enforcer won't let his prize slip away so easily. Cold eyes behind a mask lock onto their target for the kill. Saving his mentor means committing the ultimate sin against the hounds. Time is running out as the old man's life force fades away. Blood stains the white suit of the only man he ever loved. Trapped between a killer and a corpse, he makes a final stand. The silence of the forest is shattered by a chilling, unhinged laugh. Dui-chan grips his weapon, realizing the monster has finally snapped. Maintaining a mask of sanity was a chore even for an elite. But the time for playing soldier is officially over. The hounds exist only to follow absolute orders from the top. As vice captain, his duty was to keep the pack in line. Underneath that loyalty lies a bloodlust he can no longer suppress. The command is clear. Eliminate Dui-chan and every other obstacle. Now, the survivor of the warehouse faces his deadliest hunt yet. The safety is off, as the true predator finally reveals his fangs. The predator reloads, vowing to erase every trace of his target. Deadface descends like a demon, his dual fangs ready to feast. Si-hyuk barely evades the lethal hail of lead, shredding his cover. The silent survivor realizes he's never faced a monster this unhinged. Maniacal laughter echoes as the vice captain unleashes absolute, chaotic destruction. Empty magazines hit the dirt while the rhythm of death continues. Speed and precision collide as the seasoned hunter closes the gap. Finally, the cold mask of a loyal soldier falls away completely. Relentless suppression begins as a barrage of lead pins him down. One wrong move means certain death against these dual pistols. Shin signals the advance, his twin barrels lighting up the night. He storms forward, a whirlwind of lead meant for his prey. The Zodiac's elite hounds follow, their loyalty forged in blood. Among them stands Rabbit, a man whose fear is his master. Beside him, Tiger prepares for a battle that changes everything. Years ago, the mentor's world shattered when his protege turned. Si-hyuk's gaze remained frozen, devoid of the warmth he once knew. He whispers a secret command to survive the coming slaughter. Chaos erupts as the unit witnesses the ultimate act of betrayal. The blade falls, sealing a dark pact in the cold shadows. Rabbit lunges forward, refusing to let his pride be stepped on. Si-hyuk screams in horror as the situation spirals out of control. Driven by desperation, the operative swings his blade with lethal intent. Every strike is a gamble in this high-speed dance of death. A heavy blow shatters the vice captain's cold, calculated defense. The impact rattles the elite hunter, exposing a rare moment of weakness. Even the Zodiac's finest can't predict the ferocity of a cornered animal. They charge as one, executing a final, desperate gambit for survival. Ignoring the plan, he throws himself into the fire for his comrade. The mentor delivers a devastating strike, ready to sacrifice everything. The vice captain stands his ground against a sudden, desperate ambush. With lethal precision, he carves through those who dare stand in his way. Every movement is a calculated dance of death amidst the falling bodies. But even fodder can create a single, fatal opening for a true predator. Seizing the moment, Si-hyuk lunges from the shadows with cold, murderous intent. The elite operative reacts instantly, leveling his weapon at the incoming threat. Steel flashes through the air, expertly disabling the vice captain's only line of defense. Disarmed and exposed, the legendary hunter finally feels the sting of true fear. Si-hyuk closes the distance, pressing his cold barrel against the monster's heart. A deafening blast echoes as the hunter becomes the hunted in this struggle. The vice captain reels as fresh blood paints his tactical gear. Si-hyuk doesn't hesitate, locking his sights on the wounded predator. Gunfire erupts as the shadow warrior unleashes a relentless assault. Cold steel is gripped tight, ready for the final blow. A bone-shattering strike sends the elite operative flying backwards. For a split second, the warehouse survivor feels the crushing pressure. But the Zodiac's elite will never stay down for long. The tide turns instantly as a devastating counterkick connects. Pain flares as Si-hyuk realizes he's walked into a trap. The monster simply scoffs at the wasted potential of his prey. The masked Assad sneers at the ill-beasted potential of his prey. The situation spirals into a nightmare as the trap snaps shut. Every movement is now a frantic gamble against certain death. Do-ichan struggles to breathe as the lethal shadow closes in. The predator mocks the talent that never got to truly bloom. Cold eyes lock on as the final execution draws near. Death dances through the trees in the form of red lasers. The crushing weight of the enemy's overwhelming power sets in. Pushing through the agony, a final stand becomes unavoidable. Suddenly, a mentor's lingering words ignite a spark of resolve. A desperate hand reaches for a hidden, lethal blade. Si-hyuk launches into a frantic, mid-air gambit. Steel clashes against steel in a blur of motion. The predator mocks his prey's futile, youthful struggle. Cold eyes watch for the perfect moment to strike. Pinned down, the young hound refuses to break. Every strike is a dance on the edge of death. The assassin tightens his grip for a final, crushing blow. A massive swing threatens to end the legend of Orca. Si-hyuk answers with lead at point-blank range. The clash of steel echoes through the freezing air. Orca's instincts scream as a lethal blade grazes his skin. Every movement is a desperate gamble against this masked shadow. He spins through the chaos, searching for a single opening. Finally, the predator answers the blade with a point-blank blast. Shock ripples through the assassin as his mask begins to shatter. But the phantom is fast, leaping back to evade certain death. A crushing blow from above forces Orca back into the dirt. Battered and bleeding, the legend refuses to stay down for long. The enemy mocks his hesitation, realizing the gun has run dry. The assassin sneers, realizing his prey has finally run out of ammo. Orca retaliates with a desperate strike, keeping the predator at bay. Gunfire erupts at point-blank range as the struggle turns primal. He carves through the air, desperate to find a lethal opening. Determination burns in his eyes as the final clock begins ticking. A powerful blow connects, momentarily shattering the enemy's ruthless momentum. He seizes the weapon, turning a certain execution into a scramble. Their movements become a chaotic blur of steel and raw hatred. The mask falls, revealing a face that stops his heart cold. Now, the cold steel of the barrel is all that remains. The masked predator prepares to deliver a cold, final judgment. A sudden realization freezes the blood in his veins. He lunges from above, pulling the trigger with lethal intent. The bullet narrowly misses, sparking a frantic and desperate scramble. Amidst the chaos, the warehouse tyrant finally loses his control. Steel and lead collide in a chaotic dance of survival. Shock paralyzes his senses as the predator closes the gap. He delivers a brutal blow, slamming his opponent into the dirt. The impact echoes through the forest, shattering the silence. A dark silhouette looms over the fallen, relishing the carnage. He collapses in agony, realizing the gun was only a feint. The predator mocks his lack of experience while preparing another strike. He reloads with terrifying speed, his movements cold and mechanical. Muzzle flashes light up the dark as blood sprays the ground. Despair washes over him as he stares at his impending end. The masked killer stands ready to finish things in perfect order. He lunges with savage intent, turning the fight into a slaughter. A brutal kick sends the red-haired tyrant spiraling through the air. The impact of a heavy boot shatters his remaining strength. With a final lethal leap, the hunt comes to a close. Gravity takes hold as the two combatants plummet toward the dark abyss. Even in midair, the masked predator refuses to lose his lethal focus. He twists his body, desperate to regain control before the final impact. A jagged breath escapes him as he crashes against the unforgiving terrain. The momentum of the fall sends him tumbling deeper into the shadows. His primary weapon slips away, clattering uselessly against the cold earth. Stripped of his steel, the elite killer is forced into a corner. He staggers to his feet, his body screaming from the sheer exhaustion. Despite the crushing agony, the scorpion's predatory instinct remains fully awake. Heavy footsteps approach as a familiar voice calls out through the mist. Si-hyuk stands his ground as his target finally emerges. Static crackles through the comms, signaling the hunt has begun. Halfway across the world, a new player enters the game. Operation Black Falcon is greenlit, as London becomes a battlefield. The commander orders his hounds to converge on the base. Back in the shadows, the predator prepares for one last strike. One pull of the trigger is all it takes to end this. But his opponent is a beast that refuses to let go. A manic rage ignites, signaling a path to mutual destruction. The cold steel rises as the final countdown begins. The voice of a ghost stops the predator in his tracks. Si-hyuk remains in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opening. The hunter finally steps forward to face his oldest enemy. Namwon lies defeated as his world of fear finally crumbles. In the quiet of the sanctuary, the truth finally settles. A heavy silence falls as the weight of betrayal takes hold. Looking at the wreckage, the rage is replaced by grief. Flickers of a forgotten life suddenly flash before his eyes. They were once brothers, sworn to survive this hell together. But in this world, even the strongest bonds end in blood. Namwon watches in horror as his world of tyranny finally shatters. Fractured memories of a forgotten life begin to blur his vision. The golden emblem of power has become a mark of death. Si-hyuk strikes with predatory speed, pinning his former brother down. Those cold, crimson eyes signal the end of a long betrayal. In the chaos, a desperate assassin prepares to take the shot. He knows there won't be another chance to kill the orca. Suddenly, a crushing grip halts the traitor in his tracks. A forgotten mentor returns from the grave to stop the madness. The predator finishes the hunt, leaving only wreckage in his wake. Si-hyuk's eyes ignite with a predatory, blood-red intensity. He charges through the chaos with unmatched, explosive speed. The orca takes flight, a lethal shadow looming over his prey. A devastating kick connects, sending the massive opponent reeling back. Namwon finally falls, his broken body finding a moment of silence. Through the haze, a legendary presence emerges to reclaim the field. Bloodied and torn, Si-hyuk prepares for the next lethal encounter. Mocking laughter rings out as reinforcements arrive to finish the job. The predators gather, surrounding the wounded warrior for the final strike. Cold blue eyes signal that the real nightmare is only beginning. Subordinates tremble, as the hierarchy of power completely collapses. Shockwaves ripple through the room at the mention of Orca. The legendary warrior stands tall amidst the wreckage of battle. But a terrifying new threat emerges from the dark shadows. They predict Si-hyuk's inevitable demise at the hands of Deadface. Beneath the pressure, a bloodied hand grips the cold floor. Namwon drags his broken body back into a fighting stance. A manic red glow returns to his eyes, fueling madness. His mentor's phantom warns that his time is running out. He refuses to stop until the bitter, bloody end. Si-hyuk demands his former rival step aside before things get lethal. He lunges forward, gripping Namwon with a strength that defies logic. A brutal strike sends the warehouse tyrant reeling into the air. Namwon screams in desperation, unable to break the predator's iron grip. Memories of his mentor flicker as the weight of defeat settles in. With one final devastating blow, the cathedral floor shatters beneath them. The onlookers watch in stunned silence as the power gap widens. Broken and bleeding, Namwon hears the cold truth of his survival. Orca stands as the sole victor, claiming he was the savior all along. His eyes ignite with a crimson fury, signaling a dark new beginning. The ghost of his mentor looms, mocking Orca's lack of weaponry. Jinseo prepares for a slaughter, discarding everything but his raw power. He sneers at the boy, certain that steel is no longer necessary. Battered and bleeding, Orca feels the crushing weight of his past. Crimson eyes flare with a new, terrifying resolve to end this. The giant strikes with a force that threatens to shatter reality. But a hidden fang emerges from the shadows of a sleeve. Precision beats power as the predator finally finds his opening. A cold flash of steel carves through the memory of dominance. Desperate fingers claw at the air as the tyrant's reign ends. Orca's blade flashes as he meets a force far beyond human. A single impact sends the predator spiraling into the abyss. From the shadows of memory, his former mentor looms like a god. A crushing weight descends, threatening to bury him under the past. Desperate hands white-knuckle the steel that is his only salvation. The vision sneers, mocking the boy who dared to evolve. Steel and bone collide in a frantic dance of death and survival. Blood spills, as the cost of hesitation is carved into flesh. The Titan realizes why his predecessors fell to this relentless monster. But unmastered techniques mean the predator's body hasn't caught up yet. Sehyuk evolves mid-combat, mastering lethal techniques with every strike. His enemies realize the terrifying cost of letting him survive. From the grave, Jinseo's shadow demands he stay down. The phantom of his mentor crushes him with overwhelming pressure. Doei-chan watches closely, noting the predator hasn't drawn his blade. Hostile reinforcements are closing in to seal his fate forever. Trapped in a hopeless struggle, the young monster faces execution. A desperate cry rings out as a hidden weapon surfaces. Brutal hands seize him, ending his momentum in an instant. The ultimate predator is finally brought crashing to the earth. The weight of the past pins Sehyuk to the cold floor. A crushing strike descends to finish what the mentor started. Refusing to break, the orca lunges back into the fray. He meets the phantom's power with a lethal, blood-soaked counter. Jinseo's cold gaze judges every move of his former pupil. A razor-sharp edge whistles through the air, seeking a weakness. Sehyuk stabilizes, his predatory instincts finally reaching their peak. Even a legend has a vulnerability waiting to be exploited. Blood stains the path of a student who surpassed expectations. The ultimate warrior finally grants his successor the respect he earned. The sanctuary's silence breaks under the weight of a forbidden presence. Steel is gripped tight as the ultimate trial of survival begins. The phantom mentor demands a lethal display of his pupil's evolution. He views this desperate struggle as an insult to the sacred. No mercy remains, only the cold promise of a brutal end. The orca braces himself, knowing his time is rapidly running out. A legendary force lunges to crush the student once and for all. High above, Duchan waits for the clock to strike 0. A heavy tread signals the arrival of an even greater threat. The doors swing wide as the final player enters the fray. Unexpected guests interrupt the tension, freezing Doei-chan in his tracks. A monstrous silhouette looms in the doorway, radiating pure, suffocating authority. Fear finally takes root as a legendary predator enters the arena. The association's ultimate enforcer arrives, mocking the very concept of time. Shadows descend from above, turning the sanctuary into a death trap. The ceiling shatters as a swarm of elite killers rains down. Shards of glass fall like rain on the stunned survivors below. Lethal executors strike with predatory grace, leaving no room for escape. Brutal force follows the vanguard, crushing everything in its path. The Covenant is invoked, signaling a new era of absolute slaughter. A ghost of the past looms large, fueled by lethal intent. The association's cold voice rings out, declaring a final judgment. A whirlwind of steel and blue hair descends upon the fray. Spiked iron tears through the air with predatory precision. Brute force meets its match, as the flail finds its mark. Cold eyes watch as the chains tighten around the doomed. The entire chamber transforms into a web of flying metal. Terror paralyzes the survivors as their legacy begins to crumble. A blinding shockwave shatters the floor, ending all hope of escape. Defeated and broken, the warriors are swept away by absolute power. The iron chains strike with lethal velocity, shredding through muscle. Crimson stains the cold stone floor as the carnage begins. Survivors recoil in horror as the legendary orca looms over them. Fear paralyzes the weak at the mere mention of his name. Even the strongest warriors fall, bound by the weight of defeat. A crushing grip seals the fate of the broken. A new predator emerges from the shadows to claim the kill. Robert Avantor, the association's executioner, finally makes his move. The realization of true power sends shivers through the elite. These are the executors, the ultimate arbiters of ruthless order. True fear isn't born from strength, but from untouchable, absolute authority. In the underworld's deepest shadows, the executors maintain a ruthless, bloody order. They offer a cold escort to a trial held across the sea. Captain John Locke declares their immediate banishment from the Korean soil. Every desperate plea for leniency is crushed by a final, echoing gavel. At the association's London headquarters, the High Council prepares for judgment. They condemn the secret plots to dominate the contract-killing business. To these arbiters, this isn't just a fight, it's a disruptive political war. A unanimous verdict is reached, sealing a fate that cannot be reversed. Even a legend like Robert is mocked as a pathetic, half-baked turncoat. Robert stands defiant, his presence radiating a suffocating, unpleasant pressure. His cold gaze sharpens as the tension reaches its breaking point. Outside, a squad of elite hounds ascends the stairs with lethal intent. They whisper of the rare privilege of serving under Ivan's direct command. Ambitious killers smirk at the chance to finally claim their promotion. Inside the hall, the High Council watches the unfolding chaos with unease. The judges erupt in fury, demanding to know where the security went. Suddenly, the heavy doors swing open as the intruders breach the sanctuary. Behind them, a trail of fallen guards proves the defenses have failed. The council trembles as their sacred court becomes a hunting ground. Ivan leads his elite squad into the heart of the sanctuary. Leo stands ready, the manic captain of the Hound's Fangs. Nikolai watches the council with the cold eyes of a predator. The High Judge demands silence as the entire chamber trembles. He warns that defying the association means war with all Europe. Standing before the throne, Ivan remains unmoved by their threats. He declares he only seeks a dialogue to stop the slaughter. The council hesitates, feeling the suffocating pressure of Ivan's presence. Finally, the decree is granted for the intruder to speak, but any mistake will result in their immediate, absolute execution. The grand hall froze as the association finally cornered their prey. Si-hyuk tightened his grip, cursed by the moment he hesitated. He should have finished his rival before the council arrived. That tiny sliver of sentiment was a weakness he couldn't afford. Now, the elite executioners stood ready to purge the room. To survive, he needed the association to play their hand. Leo watched with a twisted grin, sensing the coming slaughter. Si-hyuk loomed over his target like a shadow of death. Agonizing screams filled the air as the fragile peace shattered. He took a hostage, forcing a conflict that no one could stop. Si-hyuk's eyes burn with a lethal and unyielding resolve. Ivan stands guard, a wall between death and his final hope. Every breath in that sterile room carries the weight of failure. The fading heartbeat on the monitor echoes a life nearly lost. Namwoong remembers when his fragile reign first began to crumble. A sudden, violent spray of blood marks the start of the end. The Crimson Warrior realizes the true scale of this coming slaughter. Pure terror grips the witnesses as the association's wrath finally descends. John Locke watches the carnage with a cold, calculating gaze. The executioners unleash their fury, leaving no soul left alive. Si-hyuk prepares to discard his humanity, to finally end the cycle. A fading heartbeat echoes a life that can no longer be saved. A sudden, violent slash marks the beginning of the end. He stares down at his victim with eyes devoid of mercy. The man marked by the scorpion takes his very last breath. Years ago, two friends stood together and chose a dark destiny. They accepted the Hound's offer, knowing they would become heartless killers. A solemn vow was made to always stay right behind him. That sacred promise now lies broken in a pool of blood. The Orca finally awakens, unleashing a fury that shatters all chains. The Crimson Warrior freezes as a sacred law is shattered before her. The cold captain watches the chaos unfold with chilling, silent indifference. Si-hyuk brushes back his hair, his eyes burning with lethal intent. Neutrality ends today, as blood stains the association's holy ground. Locke offers no mercy, having finally found his excuse for slaughter. Ivan effortlessly crushes his opponent, proving the Hounds are completely outmatched. With a violent burst of speed, the Orca strikes like a predator. He shatters the glass, lunging forward to end this bloody nightmare. Through the wreckage, the former executor stands as an immovable wall. A heavy, decisive step signals the arrival of a true monster. Nikolai struggles desperately as the chains of fate tighten around him. He realizes too late that Si-hyuk's power is truly monstrous. A single, brutal strike crushes the last of his arrogant resistance. Pure, unadulterated fury burns as his world finally collapses. Meanwhile, the Orca sprints through the shadows seeking a sanctuary. Every step is agony as old wounds threaten his survival. He knows the Hounds are a far more lethal breed. A frantic escape begins as tires scream against the road. High above, silent mechanical eyes track his every move. The predator is now the prey as the association closes in. Nervous guards whisper in the dark, startled by a presence they cannot ignore. They remember the merciless bloodbath he left behind, a monster walking among them. Ignoring their trembling gazes, the Orca marches toward his next inevitable target. Behind this heavy door lies the secret he has been hunting for years. He breaches the threshold, calling out to the man waiting in the dark. His eyes burn with a lethal crimson glow, signaling the end of mercy. The path ahead descends deep into a concrete tomb of suffocating shadows. He descends the stairs, his voice echoing a final, chilling warning. One final barrier remains between the apex predator and his helpless prey. Now, the reckoning begins as the Orca finally claims his long-awaited vengeance. Si-hyuk navigates the sterile halls of a high-security medical facility. Ivan waits in the corridor, calling out to his battle-worn ally. Despite the gaping wound on his chest, the Orca refuses rest. He demands to know the fate of the one who risked everything. Ivan points toward the ward where their comrade struggles to survive. Inside, a broken warrior sits in shadows, crushed by heavy guilt. The silence is suffocating as he reflects on the price of rebellion. Relief strikes as he realizes his leader survived the brutal slaughter. Si-hyuk reveals his scars, honoring the sacrifice that bought them time. With the pact sealed in blood, They prepare for the final war. The news of Dio's death shatters Si-hyuk's remaining composure. Without his anchor, the orca is now a beast unleashed. The loss of their brother marks the total collapse of the hounds. Every memory of their bond now fuels a cold, burning rage. It started with a lethal ultimatum that defined their shared destiny. Si-hyuk forced a choice that would change their lives forever. Torn between loyalty and survival, a warrior hesitated in the rain. While Si-hyuk hunted their enemies, he entrusted everything to his brother. A desperate mission was assigned, setting a tragic end in motion. But even the most loyal heart has its final breaking point. Dio realized he had walked straight into a lethal trap. Ivan rallied his men, demanding they hold the line. But even the strongest executioner eventually falls to the shadows. Cornered and outgunned, Dio's predatory instincts finally took over. He traded his soul for one last bloody counterattack. It was the same conviction that first bound him to Si-hyuk. A cold acceptance settled in as his final moments approached. Si-hyuk moved forward, leaving the ghosts of his past behind. The association's elite stood ready to crush the rising rebellion. But the orca won't stop until the entire hierarchy burns. The association's guards try to block the path to the upper floor. But the sheer pressure of a predator makes them hesitate. Nikolai warns the grunts to start remembering the faces of their betters. Si-hyuk moves with an arrogance that only absolute power can provide. The realization hits the guards far too late to stop him. Only the association's inner circle holds the keys to this restricted zone. Even in this den of snakes, Si-hyuk walks like he owns the place. Nikolai watches his leader, noting the cold void where his heart should be. Every step echoes with the weight of an impending slaughter. The orca is closing in, and nothing will survive his arrival. Si-hyuk marches toward the association's heart with the steady rhythm of a reaper. But even a monster like the orca was once anchored by human warmth. Years ago, he found a fleeting sanctuary in the arms of the woman he loved. They watched a vision of a peaceful future that was never meant to last. In those quiet hours, the weight of his violent destiny felt worlds away. He sought comfort in her presence, hiding his blood-stained hands from the light. Her gentle touch was the only thing keeping his inner demons at bay. But that warmth has long since been buried under layers of cold steel. Now, there is no room left for mercy or the ghosts of his past. The restricted zone opens, and the orca prepares to drown the world in blood. Si-hyuk stares into the void, the weight of his slaughter still lingering. Nikolai confirms that their fallen comrade has finally stabilized against all odds. But the cold silence from the orca remains unnerving and completely unreadable. Inside the sterile recovery ward, a surge of renewed strength begins to boil. The young reaper refuses to stay down for even a single second. Dio defies gravity itself, proving his broken body is ready for war. He mocks the concern of others, desperate to return to the front lines. Even the veteran captains must admit his recovery is nothing short of supernatural. Si-hyuk returns from the shadows, his presence demanding absolute, chilling respect. In this world of monsters, they aren't just allies, they are brothers in blood. A legendary name resurfaces, sending ripples of fear through the shadowed ranks. Another former hound emerges, carrying a legacy carved in pure bloodshed. His youthful face masks a career defined by countless successful assassinations. Observers stand paralyzed, witnessing a talent that defies every natural law. A dark, suffocating aura begins to mirror the orca's own deadly pressure. With a single gesture, the bond between two killers is solidified forever. They prepare for the arrival of the association's most ruthless executioners. The elite associate teams represent a lethal threat that cannot be underestimated. Even their combined strength might buckle under the weight of the coming siege. Yet the orca remains calm, knowing his hidden pieces are finally moving. Si-hyuk knows that standard soldiers won't survive the coming slaughter. Even Dio realizes that only true monsters can match their level. Elite killers are rare, but Si-hyuk has tracked them down. Deep in the facility, a group of hunters approaches with dread. They steel their resolve, preparing to face the orca once again. The air grows heavy as the veterans sense a terrifying presence. 3 silhouettes emerge from the light, shifting the balance of power. These are the executioners who once rivaled the association's finest squads. Si-hyuk watches them coldly, demanding to know their final choice. The reunion begins as the killers finally acknowledge their new master. A single triplet arrived with a message that changed everything. But the memory of that encounter still haunts his dreams. The orca showed no mercy when they dared to stand. Broken and bleeding, he realized the true depth of power. Every strike felt like a death sentence he couldn't escape. In the end, only one shadow remained standing over him. He bolts awake, the phantom pain still screaming inside. The nightmare feels too real to be a simple memory. Then, a familiar, cold voice confirms he is finally conscious. His brothers are alive, but their lives belong to the orca. Si-hyuk kept them alive, but their long slumber is finally over. Confusion turns to dread as they question the monster's true intentions. A lethal trophy emerges, proving the hierarchy has been violently dismantled. The cold truth drops like a guillotine, the former king is gone. With predatory eyes, he confirms he personally ended that legend's life. Seeing the hidden blade confirms the impossible has actually happened. Even the veteran associates can't believe the Titan has finally fallen. They realize their defeat was inevitable against such overwhelming, monstrous power. A new war approaches as the international hounds prepare to hunt. Now they face a choice: serve the Orca or face extinction. Si-hyuk reveals he knows the secret about their dying younger sister. The weight of that name stops the defeated executioner cold. Despair fills his eyes as their deepest vulnerability is finally exposed. He exposes the tragic truth behind the infamous triplets' wrath. Years ago, even as top-tier assassins, they were drowning in debt. Everything they did was for the girl trapped in that bed, but the cost of her life-saving medicine was a literal fortune. To save her, they were forced to serve a corporate devil. A false promise of a cure turned them into permanent slaves. They slaved away in the shadows, bound by a debt never-ending. The triplets were trapped in a cycle of debt to save their sister. They never realized their master was intentionally keeping her sick for leverage. Si-hyuk delivers the cold truth that their former master is dead. He reveals he has already secured the girl's proper medical care himself. The horrifying reality hits. She was never meant to recover under the association. Every suspicion they suppressed finally begins to surface in a wave of regret. They remember being blocked from her bedside by lies and red tape. Forced to walk away, they abandoned their humanity for a false promise. But now, a genuine chance for her recovery is finally within reach. The heavy price of their freedom has finally been paid in full. Si-hyuk offers a fortune, promising a dying girl's salvation. The weight of his words leaves the elite killers breathless. He produces the ultimate proof of his sincerity and reach. These tickets are their one-way passage to a new life. Back in the present, the shadows of the past finally converge. Even hardened veterans can't believe these ghosts are still breathing. Their legendary synchronized combat once terrified the entire global underworld. Now, these lethal siblings are the only hope against the hounds. Years ago, a manipulative puppeteer used their sister as a leash, but their days of living as mindless puppets are finally over. The weight of their past sins finally brings them to their knees. Every breath is a reminder of the impossible choice they made. Years ago, their entire world was confined to a sterile hospital room. They sold their souls just to keep their sister's heart beating. The promise of a cure became the ultimate golden cage. Hope was the only weapon the association needed to control them. In the cold darkness, they counted the cost of their survival. Every letter from home was a debt they could never repay. Her fragile life was the leash that kept them as monsters. But the clock is finally ticking down for their cruel masters. The triplets march toward another day of blood to pay their debts. Every kill was for her, the sister who kept them human. But their reign ends here, broken before the Orca's overwhelming shadow. The pride of these elite killers has finally been ground into dust. Si-hyuk watches them with the cold eyes of a true apex predator. Even his allies are stunned by the sheer weight of his dominance. A discarded blade marks the end of their loyalty to the association. They beg for mercy, offering their lives to save their youngest brother. The Orca smiles, seeing a bond he can finally exploit for war. Now, he offers a choice: rot on the floor or rise. The Orca demands an answer, his hand extended toward a new destiny. A brother steps forward, offering his very life as the ultimate price. A lethal pact is sealed, turning former executioners into Si-hyuk's sharpest blades. Even the Hound's elite captains realize the hierarchy has been permanently shattered. The air grows heavy as the true monsters finally reveal their fangs. Three shadows cast aside their chains, naming themselves for the final war. The triplets take their place, ready to burn the association to the ground. Si-hyuk's gaze turns cold, accepting the strength of his new vanguard. Yet Dio watches in silence, burdened by the weight of their shared past. Tension boils over, as the brothers question the loyalty of a former hound. The triplets finally end their interrogation, choosing to trust Si-hyuk's judgment. Yet, a shadow of doubt still lingers over Dio's true intentions. They vow to watch his every move with predatory intensity. Dio remains skeptical, questioning if these monsters can ever be controlled. Internal friction must wait as the hounds prepare their final assault. Si-hyuk calmly prepares his weapon, sensing the inevitable clash approaching. Even his veteran captains tremble at the arrival of the association's operators. He knows Ivan will stop at nothing to secure a lethal victory. The Orca warns his crew that the hunters are officially coming for him. With the world closing in, Si-hyuk prepares to ignite a total war. Si-hyuk stands ready to give his enemies the fight of their lives. Ivan is instantly forced into a desperate struggle against the association's might. Captain John Locke observes the chaos with cold, predatory detachment. Namwoong trembles as he realizes the true operators have finally arrived. Locke mockingly questions the futility of defying the association's absolute laws. A heavy boot strikes the ground, signaling the start of the purge. He declares that any resistance will be met with unconditional lethal force. The battlefield freezes as the captain prepares to deliver his final judgment. With a cold whisper, Locke marks the traitor Aventor for immediate execution. The order is carried out with a single, bone-shattering strike. The association's brutal purge begins with a bone-crushing impact on the front lines. Even the most hardened killers cannot hide the agony of total defeat. Nam Wung watches in horror as their carefully crafted plan collapses into chaos. Seeing his comrade Dio slaughtered pushes the legendary Orca past his breaking point. Now, Si-hyuk's predatory instincts take over, transforming him. Terrified, Nam Wung screams for help as their entire mission hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, Nikolai stands before the ultimate authority to demand answers for the betrayal. He reveals a hidden past where an association elder once shielded the fugitive. The High Judge listens in silence, her cold gaze weighing the gravity of treason. Now, the powerful High Nevils must decide if this unnatural alliance ends in blood. The association used the legendary Orca as a pawn to block their rivals. But Ivan has uncovered a hidden conspiracy that changes everything we know. He stands firm, exposing a plot that threatens to shatter global peace. Before the highest authority, he delivers a chilling and official declaration of war. Disbelief turns to pure terror as the council members process the sudden threat. The nightmare of a full-scale conflict with the Nevils is finally a reality. Furious officials shout down the truth, calling his claims total nonsense. They demand his immediate exile. Yet the seeds of doubt are already planted. The High Judge remains cold, dismissing the accusations for lacking any legal basis. But the fuse is lit, and Korea has become the center of an impending war. The High Judge senses the association's absolute authority is finally slipping. The Neville faction is finally stepping from the shadows to strike. In an instant, the world's fragile balance of power begins crumbling. She accuses the rebellion of weaving a deadly lie to incite war. Nikolai stands his ground, backed by Cardiff and the elite hounds. He offers a chilling, mocking gratitude to the highest authority. High above, the association's true masters observe from their dark throne. They watch the broadcast of a conflict that threatens their reign. To these monsters, the impending slaughter is merely a cumbersome distraction. They prepare to devour anyone who dares to challenge their supremacy. Even the world's most powerful leaders tremble behind their masks. The Trident of Peace presidents fear the coming storm. They prepare to deliver a message that changes everything. A chilling warning echoes through the High Judge's chamber. Yielding now ensures their enemies become an unstoppable force. The cowards refuse to listen to reason or logic. Orders are barked to abandon Korea and retreat immediately. Silence falls as the High Council watches the betrayal. Rage boils over at the sight of such pathetic weakness. The fragile peace shatters as the real war finally begins. The dark truth of the corrupt association finally comes to light. The High Judge delivers a verdict that changes the world's fate. A shocking order is given for the association to abandon Korea. Chaos erupts among the council as their absolute power crumbles. Terror grips the faces of those who thought they were untouchable. Nikolai stands tall, savoring a victory built on sacrifice and peace. But the real trap is revealed through a live broadcast. The realization hits that their illegal slaughter is being watched worldwide. The association's brutal assault has officially lost all legal justification. Now, the world watches as the hunters become the criminals. The High Council finally breaks silence, questioning if the slaughter was authorized. But the High Judge takes a stance that sends shockwaves through everyone. Loyalty is revealed as a lie for those deemed nothing but subordinates. The association cold-bloodedly cuts ties, leaving their own warriors to rot. Nikolai accepts the betrayal, knowing he finally has the confirmation he needs. With their denial recorded, the rebellion is now legally sanctioned self-defense. A legendary shadow begins to move, carrying the name of a reaper. The sanctuary's heavy doors swing wide, inviting a new kind of terror. Panic grips the survivors as they realize they aren't alone anymore. Deadface has arrived to collect the souls the association just abandoned. The signal is given, and the lethal purge finally begins. Searing beams of light rain down, tearing through the defenders. Even the chained prisoners find no mercy from this cold judgment. But the weight of their iron shackles is no longer enough. Ivan Cardiff unleashes his monstrous strength, turning chains into weapons. A single explosive strike sends a message of total defiance. The traitor's fist connects with the force of a falling mountain. One strike is all it takes to leave a reaper broken. Horror washes over the executioners as they witness this impossible power. Panic replaces arrogance as the rebellion's true counterattack starts now. A cold barrel against his head signals the association's predictable betrayal. The Orca mocks their cowardice while preparing to reveal a grim truth. One final, ruthless warning leaves no room for hope or mercy. Deep within the facility's shadows, A new, deadlier storm begins to brew. Si-hyuk realizes the association is powerless against Ivan's impending arrival. His loyal subordinates look to him for the next move in this game. Every step forward leads them toward a destination that changes everything. To survive the coming onslaught, he must recruit the strongest monsters available. He begins building a massive foundation to dismantle the world's elite powers. Their ultimate target is finally in sight, and she remains blissfully unaware. Si-hyuk begins a brutal, one-sided assault on his newest subordinates. What was promised as training quickly turns into a lethal nightmare. Even with blades drawn, the recruits can't bridge the gap. They realize they are completely outmatched by the orca's speed. A predatory smile proves Si-hyuk is finally shaking off his rust. Yuichan watches from the shadows, sensing a terrifying transformation. He realizes Si-hyuk's true power has reached a new level. The sparring session explodes into a lethal, high-speed blur. Yuichan demands to know how much strength was hidden away. With his wounds numbed, the monster is officially back online. Si-hyuk crushes the recruits, revealing he's only used half his strength. Even at 80%, the orca pushes his body toward its limit. Yuichan freezes, realizing the monster before him hasn't even started yet. To survive the Neville elites, Si-hyuk must finally eclipse the legendary Ivan. Security concerns arise as the team prepares for an inevitable hospital siege. Si-hyuk remains calm, assuring his comrade that lethal traps are set. If Wen-kai locates their base, the entire rebellion faces immediate extinction. The enemy will exploit the one weakness hidden within these white walls. Their next mission is clear. Wen-kai must be eliminated at all costs. Yuichan stands guard, sending Si-hyuk to finish what they started. With the internal traitors purged, Si-hyuk finally has peace of mind. He trusts Yuichan to hold the line while he moves forward. The weight of the rebellion now rests on a single gaze. Leaving the base behind, Si-hyuk prepares for the next phase. Their survival depends on successfully recruiting the ruthless Black Gold clan. Meanwhile, the Neville elites realize their primary targets have slipped away. A new monster emerges from the wreckage, fueled by pure hatred. This powerhouse ignores his allies, driven by a singular, lethal obsession. He vows to end the legend of the orca personally. As the hunters split up, the rebellion's greatest trial begins now. Wen-kai realizes he has been completely outplayed by the orca's strategy. The crushing weight of failure settles in as his panic begins to rise. Behind him, the cold metallic click of a weapon signals his judgment. The Neville elites have no patience for those who lose their targets. Desperate to survive, he frantically shifts the blame to a hidden traitor. But the masked enforcer only sees a man who has outlived his usefulness. He pleads for his life, gasping for a final moment to explain. A warning shot rings out, shattering the silence and his remaining pride. Surrounded by the fallen, he stands at the mercy of a monster. Now, he is given one final, lethal ultimatum to prove his worth. The Neville elites issue a final, lethal order: eliminate Cha Si-hyuk. Trembling under the barrel of a gun, Wen-kai accepts the mission. Fury boils beneath the surface as he grits his teeth in hatred. His golden eyes ignite with a murderous promise to end this game. The hunt moves to the rain-slicked streets of a dangerous Chinatown. Si-hyuk arrives with his crew, radiating an aura of pure dominance. They step into the heart of the Black Gold clan's territory. Hostile eyes watch from above, waiting for a reason to kill. A desperate plea for mercy echoes through Si-hyuk's cold, red gaze. Surrounded by blades, the orca prepares to dismantle an entire army. A broken debtor crawls through the dirt, desperately pleading for his life. The cold-hearted enforcers show no mercy, ordering him sold like cattle. As the victim is dragged away, a new, terrifying presence arrives. The clan's operations leader senses a shift in the air's pressure. Jang Guanguk trembles, realizing a monster has walked into his den. Si-hyuk demands a private meeting with the head of the clan. The mobster tries to play it cool, denying his boss's presence. Patience wears thin as the orca reaches for his hidden blade. With eyes glowing crimson, he gives one final, lethal ultimatum. Terror paralyzes the enforcer as he stares into his own demise. The operations leader erupts into a mocking, bone-chilling laughter. Dozens of hungry predators surround the orca within the clan's lair. He sneers, asking if the boy truly believes he has 10 lives. Desperate men with nothing to lose draw their blades for blood. Behind the orca, his loyal lieutenants stand like statues of death. Each step forward echoes with the weight of an impending massacre. Cold steel meets Si-hyuk's throat as the air turns to ice. Welcome to Chinatown, where even legends are buried under the concrete. The mobster's eyes flare with the arrogance of a certain victory. But the orca's gaze reveals a hunger far more terrifying than theirs. The Black Gold clan roars, throwing everything into a final, desperate charge. Their eyes burn with a manic frenzy, fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred. A deafening scream of defiance echoes as they lunge for the kill. But the orca moves like a phantom, intercepting the strike with lethal precision. Arrogance instantly vanishes, replaced by the cold realization of their own mortality. Blood paints the floor as Si-hyuk crushes his opposition with overwhelming force. In a flash of crimson violence, the hierarchy of power is brutally reset. The survivors freeze in terror, watching their strongest men fall like flies. Si-hyuk pins the leader down, demanding they clear his path or perish. His glowing gaze delivers a final ultimatum. Some only learn through death. The mobsters charge, desperate to end the orca's reign, but Si-hyuk's gaze burns with a predatory, lethal hunger. In a blur of steel, the rebellion carves through their ranks. The survivors collapse, forced to bow before their new god. A chilling voice orders the carnage to finally cease. His lieutenants sneer at the pathetic filth groveling below. The clicking of heels signals the arrival of true power. Terror strikes the mobsters as their ultimate boss appears. The Neville family finally steps out from the shadows. Now, the real war for the underworld truly begins. To topple the underworld's giants, he seeks out a dangerous new ally. The Black Gold Clan's headquarters becomes the stage for this forbidden meeting. Her loyal guards tremble, fearing the predatory monster standing before their mistress. She scoffs at their concern, knowing ordinary men are mere insects here. With a sharp command, she dismisses her men to face him alone. The orca stands firm, his crimson eyes burning with cold, calculated intent. Across a quiet table, the two powerhouses begin their lethal psychological game. She smiles, intrigued by the man bold enough to invade her sanctuary. Cutting through the pleasantries, Si-hyuk prepares to lay his cards down. He demands her total allegiance, betting his life on this desperate gamble. She plays the victim, pretending her clan is weak and insignificant. Si-hyuk isn't buying the act, his focus remaining cold and unwavering. He drops a name that shifts the entire balance of power. A hidden predator watches the exchange from the dark, silent shadows. Confusion masks her face as she insists they are completely alone. But his crimson eyes pierce through the lies, sensing the truth. The White Gold Clan stands as a titan among the world's elite. Their elusive leader has finally stepped onto Korean soil for a visit. This fleeting moment is the only window Si-hyuk has to strike. From the mist, a deep voice challenges the orca's bold claims. A powerful shadow mocks the idea of a weak man's gamble. Si-hyuk reminds her of the fragile alliance binding their clans together. The mere mention of her father sends a chill down her spine. He exposes the deep-seated paranoia hidden beneath their surface-level cooperation. The hidden titan demands Si-hyuk prove his worth and offer a deal. He promises to fulfill her deepest, most forbidden desires for a price. She questions if he truly understands the dangerous game he is playing. With absolute composure, he dismisses her doubts while savoring the tension. He reveals he knows exactly why the White Gold Clan stays neutral. One final calculated move will turn their neutrality into his ultimate weapon. Neutrality is a dangerous game when the entire world is on fire. Between a corrupt association and lethal enemies, every choice carries a price. Si-hyuk corners her, exposing the paralysis born from their impossible indecision. She realizes with horror that he has completely unmasked her father's secrets. A terrifying truth emerges. The Nevilles seek to erase every global power. Trapped by distrust, her father retreated into a shadows-bound, desperate neutrality. With no way to stop the impending slaughter, the tension reaches its peak. Suddenly, the hidden titan of the White Gold Clan emerges from the dark. Si-hyuk's predatory gaze locks onto the ultimate player in this deadly game. The legend himself, Lin Potian, finally steps onto the battlefield to decide everything. The legendary titan of the White Gold Clan finally steps forward. His heavy presence suffocates the room with a single, chilling silence. Si-hyuk's predatory gaze sharpens as he prepares for a psychological war. Two world-shaping forces collide in a void where only truth survives. A sudden demand for an explanation shatters the fragile, tense peace. The weight of the old man's voice feels like a physical blow. This isn't a conversation. It's a lethal interrogation by a master. Every measured word is a trap designed to expose Si-hyuk's secrets. One single mistake in this mental game means an instant end. Then comes the soul-piercing question that could destroy the entire rebellion. Si-hyuk stands alone, stripped of every official ally and support. The old master sneers at the thought of betting on a nobody. Yet Si-hyuk counters that his lack of backing is his greatest leverage. A suffocating silence falls as the titan weighs this dangerous gamble. The psychological pressure erupts like a violent storm between the two. Even the orca feels himself drowning under the weight of this aura. He reveals his true goal, the association's imminent, bloody succession battle. 4 global powers have already chosen candidates to seize the throne. Only the White Gold Clan is missing a champion for the crown. This is Si-hyuk's only path to finally bringing the Nevilles down. Si-hyuk boldly demands the Titan's backing to seize the association's throne. He swears to tear down the corrupt world and bury the Nevilles. Potian watches as the orca gambles everything for his family's safety. The giant remains skeptical of how a lone wolf can conquer. Si-hyuk promises to stain the sea red with Neville's elite hunters. His victory would force the world's revolutionaries to finally take action. He plans to use their hatred to be crowned the new successor. A final, piercing look warns that this alliance is Potion's only choice. The suffocating pressure lifts as the negotiation reaches its breaking point. Exhausted, Si-hyuk leaves his fate in the hands of the Titan. Potion feels the weight of a world-changing gamble sinking in. A hidden shadow group emerges to cleanse the association's rot. The old Titan realizes Si-hyuk's impossible plan might actually work. He remembers the deep ties connecting the orca to the revolutionaries. 3 power players sit in a silence thick with lethal tension. Even the black gold leader trembles as the interrogation finally ends. Si-hyuk remains a cold statue, unmoved by the Titan's immense pressure. Potion admits he listened, yet doubts any certain victory exists. The orca fires back, challenging the very definition of a guarantee. His predatory gaze declares that failure is simply not an option. The old Titan hesitates, a final condition lingering on his lips. He demands to witness the bloody spectacle the orca has planned. Vital secrets regarding Si-hyuk's family will remain buried for now. The rebel leader realizes his initial attempt at support has failed. A heavy silence falls as the master broker tests his resolve. He issues a lethal ultimatum: slaughter the remaining hounds immediately. Only through total annihilation will they ever speak of alliance again. Even his own daughter stands in shock at the impossible demand. Si-hyuk stares back, promising to return once the job is finished. The Titan laughs, finally meeting a man who refuses to back down. A sealed envelope hits the table, holding the key to his target. This classified intel reveals a location Si-hyuk could never find alone. The weight of the coming war rests heavily on his shoulders. A final warning echoes: survive only to protect what remains of family. The Titan offers a chilling send-off to the man who would be king. He dismisses his fallen subordinates as nothing more than disposable trash. For the first time, the orca meets a monster he cannot read. He wonders what the legend saw behind his own desperate eyes. Fear takes hold as the alliance threatens to burn their world down. Potion admits that his current gamble comes with no absolute promises. He acknowledges that Si-hyuk never wavered even when facing certain death. The suggestion of a family alliance leaves his daughter in total shock. He remains cold, viewing the orca's spirit as the perfect genetic match. Si-hyuk prepares for the next phase while clutching a mysterious black card. His focus intensifies as he prepares to strike at the heart of power. Elsewhere, a shadow operative begins hacking into the rebellion's private network. The digital fortress falls as the hacker locates a devastating piece of intel. The orca's greatest weakness is finally exposed within a suspicious local hospital. The underground hospital's perimeter is swarming with elite security. Deep inside, the orca's most precious secret remains hidden. A cold predator realizes Si-hyuk's family never actually died. The funeral was a lie designed to bait his enemies. A twisted smile forms as the ultimate leverage is found. Capturing them alive turns this hunt into a total slaughter. The command is given to breach the facility immediately. The vice captain arrives, ready to strike from the shadows. He steps over the fallen guards toward the inner sanctum. One final door stands between them and their hostages. A sinister plan is hatched to finally eliminate the orca for good. Even the most ruthless killers admit this method is truly filthy. But for the vice captain, playing dirty is exactly how he likes it. Sensing a shift in the air, the guards feel an ominous chill. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall, signaling the start of the hunt. The predator descends into the den with terrifying, casual confidence. He slips past the security, hiding his lethal intent behind a mask. One cold gaze from the scorpion is all the warning they'll get. The target is just inches away, separated by a single thin lock. Unaware of the shadow inside, the guards walk into their grave. The door handle turns as 2 worlds collide in silence. The vice captain bursts through, guns leveled with lethal precision. Behind the mask, a cold predator calculates his next move. He descends deeper into the facility, seeking his helpless prey. Outside the ward, a weary guard finally lets his guard down. He feels like a common mutt, unaware of the impending storm. A heavy boot splashes into the dark, cold water below. But the infiltration was just a feint to draw them out. One final warning echoes through the damp, narrow corridor. High above, the true monster waits to claim his prize. The infiltrator senses a presence, but it is already too late. From the shadows, the orca strikes with lethal, predatory precision. Desperate, the assassin levels his weapons to stop the onslaught. But gravity is just another tool for this monster's wrath. A single, devastating blow shatters the vice captain's calculated defense. In a split second, He realizes he is staring at death. The ground trembles as Si-hyuk unleashes his overwhelming physical dominance. With his mask cracked, the intruder finally recognizes his nightmare. The shockwave of their collision tears through the narrow facility. Now, the true hunt begins as the predator finds his resolve. Si-hyuk asserts absolute dominance over those who follow him. His predatory gaze pierces through any lingering doubt. A new mission requires leaving their sanctuary's defense to another. He reveals the terrifying strength of their hidden guardian. Even his closest allies can't believe the old-timer's secret. But Si-hyuk's word is law in this world of shadows. The mark of the scorpion pulses with the weight of failure. Realizing he walked into a trap, the assassin's resolve crumbles. The predator confronts his prey with a chilling, unexpected truth. Every monster hides a side the world never sees. The question of that fateful day still haunts the silence. The masked shadow remains frozen under a gaze of pure malice. Si-hyuk only regrets that the previous slaughter ended so soon. In the chilling stillness, the predator calculates his final strike. The trap has snapped shut, and the target is finally lull. The time for patience is over as the cup hits. Adrenaline surges through a body built only for total war. To protect his legacy, he will face every hound alone. A sealed death warrant marks the end of their era. With eyes glowing red, the orca prepares for a bloodbath. Every detail has been meticulously calculated from the very start. The enemy's secret hideout is finally within his lethal grasp. A cold smile reveals that every move was perfectly predicted. Surveillance drones sweep the city to uncover the hidden truth. The orca's ultimate weakness is finally exposed to the shadows. Memories of past betrayals fuel a thirst for absolute vengeance. He vows that this time, victory will be his alone. A lethal assassin is dispatched to finish the job forever. He plans to savor his rival's slow and agonizing demise. From his impenetrable fortress, the final hunt begins now. Total silence fills the command center as the communication lines go dead. The mastermind watches in horror as his perfect strategy completely falls apart. Heavy footsteps echo through the corridor, signaling a lethal, uninvited intrusion. The rebellion's most feared executioners have finally arrived to collect their debt. A cold sweat breaks as the hunter realizes he is now cornered. These monsters don't seek a conversation. They only want a fresh corpse. Their leader commands the room with a presence that demands absolute submission. Despair sets in as the antagonist recognizes the elite killers before him. Each rhythmic step signals the inevitable end of his short-lived reign. The ultimate reckoning begins for the man who dared touch Si-hyuk's family. The executioners loom over their prey, demanding payment for his sins. Terror paralyzes the leader as he realizes death is non-negotiable. His mind races, searching for the traitor who sold him out. A cold realization strikes. The woman he trusted was a snake. But the true mastermind behind this nightmare was the orca himself. A crushing blow shatters any hope of a peaceful negotiation. The triplets show no mercy, breaking the man who dared play God. Gasping for air, he stares into the abyss of his own failure. The rebellion's wrath is absolute, fueled by a hatred for cowards. Now, the truth about Si-hyuk's family becomes his final, lethal secret. Desperate to survive, he knows his death buries the ultimate truth. He lunges for his only lifeline to warn his superiors. A cold blade pierces through flesh, pinning his hand to the desk. Pure terror washes over him as a predatory voice breaks the silence. One of the triplets looks down, mocking his pathetic attempt at escape. Agony and realization set in. There is no way out now. Reaching for a hidden weapon, he makes one last gamble for life. But the rebellion's executioners are faster, disarming him with lethal precision. A shadow looms over him as the final blow approaches. His desperate struggle ends in a crushing, absolute defeat. The arrogant leader finally tastes the cold reality of defeat. Surrounded and broken, his empire crumbles within these four walls. Even under a boot, he spits hollow threats of powerful allies. But the rebellion's executioners aren't intimidated by names or titles. A chilling message from the orca himself seals his fate. Every word cuts deeper than the physical blows he's endured. Mocked for his stupidity, the high-ranking scout loses all dignity. Terror reflects in his eyes as the finality sets in. A cold farewell marks the end of a coward's reign. His desperate screams vanish into the shadows of the rebellion. An executioner draws his blade with lethal, unwavering intent. A crimson flash marks the violent end of a corrupt legacy. With the deed done, the brothers focus on their simple reward. They leave behind a hollow shell of once great power. Blood pools as the gravity of a failed mission sinks in. The antagonist's reign collapses into a final, silent defeat. The shadows of the rebellion now dictate the world's future. Witnessing the carnage, Namwong realizes his own absolute helplessness. The orca receives word that his greatest obstacle is gone. A cold smile confirms the price of crossing the rebellion. Si-hyuk secures his most lethal assets for a final clean sweep. With a debt of blood acknowledged, the pieces fall into place. The engine of vengeance roars as the hunt officially begins. A predator streaks through the night, leaving no room for escape. Haunted by the past, Namwoong realizes the monster he unleashed. Memories of shared history clash with the cold reality of betrayal. One name burns into his mind, fueling a desperate resolve. A primal scream echoes the agony of a world torn apart. The orca sets his sights on the man behind the shadows. Under the moonlight, this long-awaited reckoning reaches its bloody conclusion. Namwoong recovers in silence, confirming the lethal intel provided by Wen Kai. He finally holds the one key to Cha Si-hyuk's hidden weakness. Meanwhile, the underground hospital rooftop is transformed into a silent graveyard. A brutal massacre leaves a trail of bodies across the freezing concrete. Every movement is monitored as the infiltration of the facility begins. Despite his shattered ribs, Namwoong stalks his prey from the ceiling vents. Each agonizing breath is a reminder of the monster he must destroy. He looks down at the staff, searching for the rebellion's darkest secret. The truth lies just beyond the doors of the restricted ward. There is no turning back as he prepares to finish the mission. Namwoong pries open the grate to strike the orca's hidden weakness. Below, a lone guard stands watch over a mysterious, comatose patient. The predator watches from above as his target finally succumbs to exhaustion. He descends like a ghost, landing silently behind the unsuspecting sentinel. Even with blood trailing from his wounds, his resolve never wavers. But the sight before him halts his breath in sudden, agonizing realization. His eyes widen in pure horror at the secret hidden within this ward. A fragile hand and a wedding ring reveal the rebellion's ultimate vulnerability. Elsewhere, an observer turns away, certain the outcome is already decided. Cold eyes open as the stage is set for a final reckoning. Namwoong stares at the device that will lead his hunter straight to him. This tiny beacon is a death sentence ticking down in the silence. His only ally warns that the orca is coming to finish the job. Despite his broken body, the symbols on his skin pulse with defiance. He knows the predator won't hesitate to spill blood once more. Today marks the end of their desperate hiding and the start of a reckoning. Even bound by blood, she cannot save him from his own stubborn pride. With a final debt paid, she leaves him to face the coming storm alone. The red light flickers, signaling that the distance is closing fast. Now, the broken tyrant waits for the man who will become his executioner. The moment of truth arrives as the predator finally enters. A massive shadow looms over the broken tyrant's final refuge. Si-hyuk's cold gaze confirms that mercy is no longer an option. Namwoong turns away, knowing his past has finally caught up. Suddenly, memories of a desperate infiltration flash before his eyes. He stalks past the guards, moving with lethal, silent precision. A sharpened blade is drawn to silence any possible witnesses, but even the most loyal sentries can sense a killer's presence. A violent strike echoes through the darkness of the ward. Now, he looks down at the first obstacle in his path. Namwoong knows the facility's security is tighter than they realize. The sudden realization hits the guard like a physical blow. He shifts into a defensive stance, sensing the predator nearby. But his eyes scan the shadows, too late to react. High above, the intruder looms like a dark omen of death. Namwoong's blood-red eyes burn with a desperate, singular focus. He remembers the warmth of a life worth protecting. A fragile existence that makes all this bloodshed necessary. The secret hidden deep within this ward belongs to Si-hyuk. Now, the orca prepares to reclaim what was stolen. Si-hyuk stands before a broken Namwoong, acknowledging their inevitable end. Shadows fall as the orca prepares to finally settle the score. Sudden memories of a blood-soaked past resurface from the mercenary pits. Ivan Cardiff offered the young monsters a seat at the table. The commander promised freedom, but only for those who could survive. For two boys with nothing, this was their only path to power. Namwoong realized that staying by Si-hyuk's side meant becoming a demon. The ultimate trial was handed down to the one they called Orca. Even then, Si-hyuk's lethal potential was already considered legendary. Together, they traded their humanity for the art of the kill. The veteran guard discards his weapon, demanding a true test of strength. Namwoong strikes first, diving low to bypass the giant's massive reach. But a single heavy blow sends the young monster reeling back. From the shadows, Ivan Cardiff watches his new investments with cold calculation. The searing pain in his ribs confirms this is no mere training. Standing together, the two boys realize they must fight to survive. Si-hyuk blurs into motion, his predatory instincts finally beginning to sharpen. Ivan acknowledges their raw potential, seeing shadows of future kings. The commander's eyes lock onto Si-hyuk, recognizing a rare, lethal talent. Driven by desperation, Namwoong pushes past his limits to strike again. The veteran guard doesn't even flinch as the pressure mounts. He delivers a crushing blow that sends Namwoong's world spinning. Ivan watches from the sidelines, his disappointment growing by the second. Si-hyuk realizes their current level isn't enough to survive this hell. Desperation forces the two rivals to finally synchronize their movements. Nam Wung's predatory gaze locks in, ready to risk everything. They launch a combined assault, abandoning all caution for a lethal opening. The air shatters as their strikes finally connect with their target. Using every dirty trick, they swarm the giant in a coordinated pincer. Yet the guard remains unshaken, mocking their predictable and shallow efforts. The impact sends Si-hyuk reeling, as the gap in power becomes undeniable. Together, they launch a final, desperate pincer attack to break the giant's defense. For a split second, the veteran's eyes widen as he senses their killing intent. Nam Wung pours every ounce of his remaining strength into a single, agonizing strike. But the earth shatters as the guard firmly reclaims his footing. With terrifying ease, he suppresses both trainees like they were mere children. Si-hyuk stares into the abyss of true strength, realizing how far they must go. Battered and broken, the two rivals lay defeated in the cold dust. To their shock, the monster offers a path forward into the underworld's heart. The legend of the Orca begins here, forged in the fires of absolute defeat. Ivan acknowledges the bond between his recruits with a cold smile. The two rivals prepare to be forged into the ultimate weapons. 2 years pass as the legendary hound dogs are finally unleashed. A desperate madman takes a hostage, hoping to lure them out. He dreams of fame, eager to slaughter the underworld's rising stars. But the trainees have grown into giants who fear no one. They look down on their enemy with a chilling, professional silence. Amidst the lethal tension, they decide to play a simple game. A quick round of rock, paper, scissors determines who claims the kill. The kidnapper watches in horror, realizing he is merely their prey. The kidnapper's desperate screams echo as his world finally collapses. He plummets toward the abyss while the two monsters watch unmoved. To Nam Wung, this lethal game is nothing more than entertainment. Si-hyuk remains silent, his cold eyes already focused on the next mission. Their commander, Ivan Cardiff, emerges to acknowledge their brutal efficiency. He notes how much their lethal coordination has evolved over time. A bond forged in blood has made them the ultimate unit. But Nam Wung's path was paved with scars and desperate survival. Si-hyuk remembers the weight of the shadows they left behind. Their friendship is a twisted legacy born from madness and slaughter. To the Orca, the outcome of this duel is already decided. His crimson gaze sees nothing but a target to be neutralized. But Nam Wung refuses to remain just another shadow in the dark. For years, he lived only to chase the back of a monster. He was a loyal hound dog, desperate to know his true worth. Now, under the moonlight, their shared history ends in cold steel. Every drop of sweat carries the weight of his unrequited loyalty. Yet Si-hyuk remains an unbreakable wall of pure, lethal indifference. As the final leaf falls, the last bond of brotherhood snaps. One desperate strike marks the tragic end of a twisted legacy. The Orca's blade finally finds its mark, tearing through Nam Wung's defenses. Every drop of crimson signals the end of their long-standing brotherhood. Shock paralyzes Nam Wung as the lethal reality of betrayal sinks in. His vision blurs, the world turning cold beneath his former leader's shadow. Suddenly, memories of their shared survival in the pits flood back. They were once two brothers forged in the same hellish fire. But the ground slips away as the present demands a final sacrifice. A primal roar erupts, fueled by the desperation of a cornered beast. Steel clashes against steel in a frantic dance of death and destiny. Nam Wung lunges forward, pouring his entire existence into one last strike. A flicker of humanity emerges from a single, fragile connection. Nam Wung finds his resolve even as he lunges into hell. He was always just a shadow compared to Si-hyuk's true world. Every step he took was merely chasing his master's cold silhouette. That desperate bond finally shatters under the weight of clinical violence. The once mighty tyrant is reduced to a broken man in prayer. Si-hyuk stands dominant, ready to close this blood-soaked chapter forever. Exhaustion takes hold as Nam Wung accepts his inevitable, crushing defeat. A chilling mercy is granted through a command to simply survive. The Orca departs, leaving his former hound to rot in exile. Despair grips Nam Wung as his last shred of sanity finally snaps. Every nightmare he survived burns within his bloodshot, manic eyes. He desperately begs the Orca to stay, refusing to face the end. Clenched fists hide the secret location of Si-hyuk's only true weakness. Standing broken and bloodied, he remains the sole keeper of the truth. The target is clear, an innocent life used as a lethal bargaining chip. The Orca listens coldly as his family's safety is held at gunpoint. Nam Wung demands the predator kill his own heart to ensure survival. Pure rage explodes as he curses the master who abandoned him. In the darkness, he realizes he was only ever a pathetic fool. The truth remained buried beneath the blood in his final moments. Like a falling leaf, a life of violence finally reaches its end. He cursed the man who had always stood in his shadow. Silent footsteps approach as the Reaper claims his due reward. The Orca stands cold, looming over his broken, kneeling rival. A dying insult escapes his lips as the light fades away. The blade is gripped tight, ready to deliver a merciful end. With a final whisper of thanks, the warehouse tyrant falls. Far from the carnage, a mysterious woman watches the moonlight. She carries a secret that will change the rebellion forever. The woman questions why the fallen tyrant spared his greatest rival. She searches his eyes for any trace of lingering attachment. Nam Wong demands a warrior's kill, not a coward's petty revenge. His unexpected sense of honor leaves her utterly speechless. He refuses to cross the line, clinging to a forbidden bond. But that same loyalty eventually leaves him drowning in his blood. The past fades away like dying leaves in the wind. Now, the orca finally meets his match on a narrow ledge. Every strike carries the weight of a rebellion on the brink. The vice captain dives forward for one final, desperate kill. The orca lunges forward with the speed of a predator unleashed. Steel clashes against steel as the air explodes with lethal sparks. A bone-shattering blow sends the masked assassin reeling in shock. Si-hyuk dances through death, narrowly evading a low-killing sweep. One split-second opening is enough for blood to paint the mask. A calculated strike hammers down, buckling the veteran's legendary defense. Desperate counters are met with the cold, overwhelming force of rebellion. They reset their stance, two monsters carved from the same hell. The veteran operative senses a terrifying power he never saw before. Under the White Scorpion's gaze, the true massacre is just beginning. Si-hyuk realizes his opponent has studied his every move, but being watched and being beaten are two different things. He shifts his weight, preparing to shatter the assassin's confidence. The masked hunter senses the sudden, lethal change in atmosphere. Dropping into a predatory stance, the orca prepares to strike. He promises to end this pathetic struggle in a single heartbeat. A flash of steel carves through the veteran's legendary defense. He laments not aiming for the throat to finish it sooner. The desperate vice captain lunges, gasping for one final, dying chance. Shock freezes his soul as he realizes he's already dead. Steel screams as the orca's blade meets his desperate hunter. A terrifying realization dawns as the hunter becomes the prey. Every breath is a gamble against the orca's impossible speed. The veteran operative struggles to track the monster's rhythmic slaughter. A sudden, iron grip halts the assassin's final desperate gambit. Si-hyuk evades with the effortless grace of a master executioner. Cold fury burns in his eyes as the end nears. He balances on the razor's edge of a lethal conclusion. One final leap seals the fate of the doomed soldier. Air escapes his lungs as the darkness finally takes hold. The masked assassin descends from above, desperate to reclaim the advantage. But the orca reads every movement before the blade even lands. Years ago, Si-hyuk was nothing more than raw, unrefined potential. In the pits of Grimhold, he survived a whirlwind of blood and steel. The organization realized they had finally found their perfect hound dog. Every lethal exchange in those shadows forged the killer he is today. His overwhelming talent terrified even the veterans who tried to break him. Back in the present, the operative realizes this monster must be stopped. Every desperate strike is parried with the cold precision of a master. Now, Si-hyuk activates a forbidden technique to end this dance forever. The force of the impact shatters bone and rattles his very soul. Gasping for air, the operative realizes he's facing a true apex predator. Si-hyuk dances through the rain, his blade ready for the final kill. Those glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, locking onto his desperate target. A single, blinding vertical slash cleaves through the air with absolute finality. The vice captain's guard crumbles instantly under the weight of such overwhelming power. Not even the elite marks of his order can protect him now. Every drop of blood spilled today was forged in the pits of Grimhold. The hunter stands victorious while his prey collapses into the cold mud. The orca has returned, and the world of shadows will never be the same. Si-hyuk's breath hitches as the crushing weight of the battle shifts. Even after a lethal strike, the masked predator refuses to fall. He mocks death itself, laughing at his own narrow escape. But something is wrong, his vision obscured by his own gear. With a sudden movement, he discards the limitations of his disguise. A twisted grin reveals a face scarred by 1,000 wars. The orca freezes, paralyzed by a ghost from his brutal past. The tactical mask hits the mud as the true hunt begins. Shimmering silver hair marks the return of the ultimate commander. Those cold blue eyes signal that the real nightmare has arrived. Si-hyuk reels as he recognizes the terrifying eyes of his former commander. The monster reveals himself as the Neville family's hidden, illegitimate bloodline. Abandoned and forgotten, he carries the burden of a tragic, broken past. His survival hinges on a secret the royal family would kill to bury. To stay hidden, he must execute every witness who sees his face. A sadistic grin confirms that the time for talking is over. The orca readies his instincts as the air turns suffocatingly heavy. A blinding spark of steel suddenly shatters the tense silence. The commander's lethal advance is halted by a sudden, unseen projectile. A razor-sharp blade grazes his skin, signaling a new player's arrival. A shockwave of pure violence tears through the battlefield's tense atmosphere. Before the commander can strike, a heavy boot sends him reeling backward. The impact is massive, launching the elite operative through the frigid air. Even the legendary Orca is stunned by the sudden, lethal intervention. The mysterious reinforcements boast about their flawless teamwork and diversionary tactics. Unfazed by the chaos, the triplets prepare to handle the remaining trash. Sihyu can barely believe his eyes as his former allies stand tall. They aren't here for glory, but for the rewards their leader promised. A simple gift is enough to keep these cold-blooded killers loyal. But the fallen commander isn't finished, his rage bubbling to the surface. The triplets' sinister grins reveal a truly twisted nature. They demand a sacrifice, leaving Sehyuk paralyzed with disbelief. Suddenly, the past bleeds through a pair of discarded lenses. A harrowing memory emerges of a mother bound in darkness. She endured horrific agony, fighting through the final stages of labor. From that cold suffering, a child named Buck was born. He was a miracle trapped in a world of filth. His entire existence was confined to a suffocating wooden box. He emerged only when the stable doors offered a fleeting escape. Even in squalor, he was taught to maintain his dignity. The suffocating weight of the darkness finally becomes too much to bear. His mother demands he maintain his dignity despite their filthy prison. She whispers of a noble bloodline that will eventually set him free. But the boy only longs for a world beyond these rotting walls. A sharp strike shatters his defiance and echoes through the stable. She forces him to endure 10 more years of isolation to survive. His only hope of saving her lies in claiming a hated name. Her desperate pleas mask a growing madness born from years of captivity. He can only offer a broken whisper as his spirit begins to crack. Brutal violence becomes the only language left between a mother and son. A heavy blow finally breaks the boy's lingering spirit. His mother watches, her mind fractured by years of despair. He surrenders to her madness just to stop the bleeding. A haunting smile proves she has lost all touch with reality. An innocent wish for the stars is crushed by cold reality. She screams for salvation while her son remains tied like cattle. Desperation drives her to kneel before the cold master of Neville. He gazes at the filth with nothing but silent, icy contempt. A flicker of recognition passes through his sharp, predatory eyes. He finally acknowledges the bastard child born from a forgotten sin. She finally confesses the truth, hoping for a shred of mercy. But the only response is the cold click of a chambered round. The master brands his own flesh and blood a mistake to be erased. She trembles as the weight of his murderous intent sinks in. Even the plea of fatherhood cannot thaw his frozen, aristocratic heart. To him, a human life is just another loose end to sever. A final moment of terror reflects in her fading, dilated eyes. Hot blood stains the innocent as the trigger is finally pulled. A mother lies broken while her son watches his world vanish. Now, only one question remains. What becomes of the unwanted survivor? Abandoned and bound, the boy is left to rot in the shadows. A father's cold disgust is the only mercy he receives. To the master, one illegitimate mistake was already one too many. With a final command, the heartless patriarch turns his back forever. Silence falls over the isolated barn as the world moves on. Trapped in the darkness, the survivor's spirit begins to fracture. Every drop of blood on his face screams for vengeance. Behind those hollow eyes, a monster is slowly being born. Suddenly, a familiar face returns to sever the heavy ropes. A shocking truth emerges. They are brothers bound by blood. Ivan risks everything to break the chains of the forgotten heir. The heavy ropes finally fall, granting a freedom bought with blood. With time running out, a final warning echoes through the barn. Behind those hollow eyes, the last spark of sanity begins to flicker. He sprints into the dark night, leaving his past behind forever. Every desperate breath burns as the weight of trauma takes hold. The ghost of his mother's final plea haunts his every step. His body screams in agony, but the monster within is waking. Under a cold, indifferent sky, the child's spirit finally shatters completely. A terrifying laughter erupts as a new, broken king is born. The broken boy collapses, his mind finally snapping under the crushing weight. Cold-blooded hunters surround their prey, expecting a victim but finding a monster. His sudden, chilling laughter sends a sudden shiver through the room. A dark mission is forged from the ashes of his former life. The scars of his past begin to pulse with a deadly purpose. Sanity vanishes as a terrifying power awakens within his hollow eyes. Deep within the Black Gold clan, dangerous shadows are beginning to stir. Ancient leaders watch in silence as the winds of war change direction. Discontent brews among the elders, threatening to tear their alliance apart. They realize that trusting the legendary Orca might be their final mistake. The Supreme Elder declares that the final verdict remains undecided. They are bound strictly by the absolute will of their leader. To prove his worth, a brutal trial is set in motion. Elite assassins strike from the shadows with lethal, cold intent. Their coordinated assault is met with bone-shattering, explosive force. The legendary Orca unleashes a level of violence they never anticipated. Blood paints the walls as he carves through the opposition effortlessly. He leaves a trail of broken bodies in his wake. Witnesses watch in absolute horror as the monster reveals himself. Now, the predator turns his gaze toward his next targets. The legendary Orca decides it's time to end this charade once and for all. He stands defiant before the elders, ready to claim his bloody victory. Ivan wonders if the predator can truly survive this onslaught without backup, but the command is clear. Watch as a new level of terror unfolds. Out of the darkness steps the most savage hound in Ivan's collection. The monster whispers the name of the man he's destined to kill. A vow of absolute carnage reflects within his cold, glowing red eyes. Unfazed, the Orca responds with a smile that promises even greater violence. Even the broken air prepares to move under his master's dark influence. The tension snaps as the final, lethal confrontation begins right now. The broken air grows restless, his patience finally snapping. He lunges forward with a speed that defies human logic. The guards scramble to contain the sudden, violent outburst. Flesh meets steel as a desperate struggle for control begins. A lethal kick sends the first defender crashing back. Shadows dance as the air closes in for the kill. Even the elite enforcers struggle to read his chaotic movements. Cold, starry eyes lock onto his next unfortunate target. He stands alone against a tide of desperate attackers. A single blade flies, ending the silence with a splash. The elite guards close in, desperate to corner their prey. But the discarded heir only sees a rhythm he can break. He tightens his grip on the steel, ready to strike back. A whirlwind of blades erupts as he dances through the formation. Sparks fly as his cold instinct meets their desperate defense. The first enforcer falls, unable to track his lethal speed. Their coordinated assault crumbles under his overwhelming predatory pressure. He stays low, evading every strike with impossible grace. With one final lunge, he carves a path through the chaos. Those starry eyes lock onto the exit, fueled by pure survival. The discarded heir meets the tyrant's enforcer in a shower of sparks. Even the seasoned hound is stunned by such an impossible defense. He watches closely, trying to decipher the boy's inhuman reaction speed. They dance through the rain, trading lethal strikes with predatory grace. The boy grips his blade, his body finally beginning to overheat. Adrenaline surges as he prepares to unleash his true hidden power. Twin daggers pierce the ceiling pipes, flooding the industrial floor. High-pressure spray bursts forth, chilling the heat of their battle. Both killers stand poised for the next round of this nightmare. A manic grin spreads as the air welcomes the coming slaughter. Orca realizes his opponent isn't just a brute, he's a master strategist. The flooded floor turns the entire battlefield into a lethal, slippery trap. Chaos erupts as the numerical advantage of the hunters becomes a burden. Desperate assassins lunge forward, realizing they've underestimated the monster before them. Panic sets in as they scream about the boy's overwhelming strength. Every ounce of focus is required just to survive his next strike. The coordinated assault begins, but the plan is already falling apart. Orca watches intently, calling out as the rhythm of battle shifts. Blades clash in a blur of motion as the air carves through them. A manic laugh echoes as the discarded son finally embraces the slaughter. The heir's blades become a blur of death against his hunters. He carves a bloody path through the rain, outmatching every strike. Steel screeches as a seasoned assassin finally matches his speed. Their eyes lock in a lethal dance where one mistake means death. Every nerve is on edge as the killer calculates his next move. Surrounded on all sides, the discarded son unleashes his true nature. Sparks ignite the darkness as their blades clash in a final struggle. A cold, predatory gaze reveals the monster hidden behind the scars. The elite hunter calls for aid as the battle rhythm shifts. Shock paralyzes the killers as they face an unstoppable force. The heir's patience finally snaps as he glares at his captors. He dances through the corridor, a lethal blur against elite guards. Every strike is calculated, turning the hallway into a killing zone. Cold steel meets flesh as he carves through his father's men. A desperate hand reaches for a blade to stop the slaughter. Paralyzing fear takes hold as the guards realize they are outmatched. Suddenly, the Orca strikes to shatter the final line of defense. Rain splashes under heavy boots as the lethal rhythm intensifies. The legendary killer and the discarded son finally join forces. Behind those scarred eyes, a monster has officially been unleashed. The Orca's eyes ignite with a predatory hunger for blood. A crushing strike descends to shatter the heir's final defense. Scarred flesh tears as he barely survives the initial onslaught. Speed becomes a blur as two monsters collide in the rain. He realizes his body is reaching its absolute breaking point. Pure killing intent radiates from the legendary assassin's every move. Even while coughing up blood, the predator refuses to slow down. Steel clashes against steel in a desperate dance of death. One lethal opening allows the blade to find its mark. Blood paints the air as the discarded sun finally falls. The last threads of safety finally snap under the pressure. Deep in the shadows, two brothers face a crushing reality. A heavy apology marks the end of their desperate resistance. Fear takes hold as the shadow of Neville looms over them. Submission becomes the only way to keep their men alive. Blood stains the ground as the past refuses to stay buried. Every step forward leads deeper into a cycle of servitude. The hounds realize they have become the very thing they hated. But one monster refuses to bow to a corrupt throne. The predator prepares to tear the entire system down. Broken and beaten, the air finally collapses under the crushing rain. A mother's haunting scream marks the beginning of the end. From the depths of despair, a terrifying new power awakens. He stands once more, transformed into a predator of the night. A single, scarred look promises a debt paid in blood. He casts himself into the void to escape a hollow existence. Fragments of a past life show a boy fleeing the shadows. Those starry eyes now reflect only the cold hunger for vengeance. He recalls the only warmth he knew in a world of ice. Her pity is gone, replaced by the fire of a coming storm. He drifts through a starry void, longing for a single moment of peace. A blinding light shatters the silence, echoing a memory of lost beauty. Back on the ground, the dust settles as the hunters confirm their kill. Amidst the carnage, his allies trade jokes about a future barely earned. They argue over trivial rewards, oblivious to the weight of the slaughter. One man offers a selfless gesture, hiding his pain behind a smile. Orca stands silent, his mind already on the next soul to protect. Exhaustion finally takes hold as the reality of their near death sinks in. The survivors question their own worth in a battle fought by a monster, because in the end, only one man truly tore through the darkness. Two brothers decide to claim the battered warrior as their own. They mock his past life, while dragging his broken body to safety. Even in his delirium, they force a bond he never asked for. His head bobs helplessly as they interpret his silence as consent. Surrounded by lunatics, Orca can only curse his luck in silence. Exhaustion finally strips him of his voice and his legendary pride. Yet, a faint smirk betrays the warmth of this strange camaraderie. They walk toward the light, planning a future he finally wants. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the elite, awaiting their next move. A predator stands ready, waiting to settle an old, bloody debt. Si-hyuk fixes his gaze on the only man who matches his lethality. Across from him, the hound's eyes burn with a predatory, red hunger. Two monsters stand ready for a clash that will shatter the hall. The air explodes as their blades dance in a blur of violence. Steel grinds against steel, sending sparks flying like dying stars. Every movement is a calculated gamble where the price is blood. They strike with a speed that defies the limits of human reaction. Nam Wong lunges, desperate to tear down the legend before him. The Orca stands his ground as the pressure of the room intensifies. The elders watch, convinced the predator has finally met his match. The clock is ticking as the elders grow restless in the shadows. The master remains cold, certain that the final outcome is already written. Even the supreme elder questions if this gamble will destroy them all. Pressure mounts to abandon the boy before the clan's fury erupts. But the master refuses to budge, demanding they wait for the end. His gaze narrows, fixated solely on the man known as the Orca. This trial will prove if he is a true king or garbage. Doubts spread like a virus among those who despise his common blood. They fear their leader has finally lost his mind to this madness. Now, with only 1 hour left, the sands of fate fall fast. The elders sneer, certain the Orca's stubbornness will shatter within the hour. They refuse to board a sinking ship led by a commoner. Tension thickens as the clan decides to simply watch the tragedy unfold. Fierce opposition boils over, threatening to tear the organization apart from within. They cannot entrust their glorious future to a man from nowhere. Even the family's elite wonder what hidden power their leader truly saw. Suddenly, a frantic messenger shatters the silence with an urgent report. The Supreme Elder tries to maintain order, dismissing the panicked interruption, but the Patriarch remains unmoved, sensing the tides of battle shifting. A cold command echoes, forcing the scout to reveal the impossible truth. A frantic report shatters the silence, announcing the death of the hounds. The elders stand frozen as the names of the fallen are listed. Disbelief fills the hall as their strongest warriors vanish in the night. The Supreme Elder finally hears the name of the monster responsible. The massacre continues, leaving a trail of blood across the city. This isn't just a rebellion, it's a systematic execution by the Orca. The room falls silent as their ultimate champion is declared dead. Terror grips the council as their carefully built power crumbles instantly. Even the shadows of the past cannot escape this impending slaughter. The Patriarch watches his legacy burn, realizing the hunt has just begun. The messenger brings word that their strongest warriors have been slaughtered. Panic grips the elders as their absolute control begins to crumble. But in the shadows, a dark satisfaction begins to take hold. The master realizes the Orca's plan was far more ambitious. Si-hyuk stands as a god of death amidst the rising smoke. He challenges the council to witness the genius of his judgment. Even the Supreme Elder cannot hide his growing fear of what's coming. The entire organization must now face the monster they created. The brothers stand united, ready to burn the old world down. For the new generation, this bloodbath is only the beginning. A hidden observer mocks the fear paralyzing the senile old guard. He knows that slaughtering elite hounds is mere child's play. Si-hyuk finally stands before the massive wall of muscle, Nam-wung. The Reaper's red eyes burn as he issues a final deadline. Nam-wung grips his blade, certain his strength will prevail tonight. But Si-hyuk is a predator who thrives on impossible odds. One lightning-fast strike is enough to silence the beast forever. Elsewhere, the master sits in silence as his world crumbles. A broken survivor delivers the news of the total massacre. The patriarch stares into the abyss, knowing his end is near. The ultimate showdown erupts within the heart of the clan's sanctuary. Terrified elders watch in silence as their last hope begins to crumble. Si-hyuk calculates his victory, knowing he cannot afford a single scratch. He moves like a phantom, dancing through a storm of lethal steel. Driven by pure madness, Nam-wung unleashes his most savage assault yet. Sparks fly as the Orca effortlessly parries the beast's massive blade. A devastating counterkick sends the mountain of muscle soaring backward. The predator lands with grace, his killing intent flooding the room. One cold, crimson gaze marks the exact moment the hunt ends. A final, agonizing scream confirms the fall of a former tyrant. A blinding explosion shatters the silence of the grand hall. Ivan realizes they are facing a monster from another league. Out of the smoke, the legendary hounds finally reveal themselves. Si-hyuk moves instantly, parrying a lethal hail of metal. Steel clashes against steel as the Orca holds his ground. Cold, crimson eyes lock onto the enemy through the sparks. The sheer pressure of the battle leaves Ivan completely breathless. A haunting sense of déjà vu triggers a dark memory. Panic rises as the true identity of the killer emerges. The ultimate predator prepares to dismantle the beast once again. Si-hyuk analyzes the enemy's stance, searching for a hidden trap. The hound lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of savage strikes. A heavy impact shatters the ground as the speed intensifies. Nam-wung bares his teeth, fueled by the ecstasy of the hunt. Two monsters clash in a storm of lethal, calculated precision. The heir watches in horror, realizing the true scale of power. A critical weakness surfaces as Si-hyuk's leg begins to buckle. The Orca offers a chilling smirk, confirming the predator's suspicion. Dark memories of blood and rain haunt this final stand. With manic focus, the killer prepares the final, lethal strike. Nam-wung lunges with a roar, desperate to tear through the legend's defense. The exchange becomes a blurred symphony of steel and sheer, unadulterated violence. Every strike carries the weight of a death sentence as metal screams. The hound's predatory instincts flare, his blade poised for a killing blow. Si-hyuk grits his teeth, holding the line against the overwhelming physical pressure. Suddenly, the Orca's eyes ignite with a cold, predatory crimson light. The battlefield shifts as the legendary killer finally finds his second wind. Speed and precision collide in a whirlwind of lethal, high-stakes maneuvers. Even under immense strain, Si-hyuk refuses to let his guard slip. Serrated steel inches closer, threatening to end the rebellion right here. Si-hyuk's name echoes as a final target in a dying gaze. Nam-wung stands firm, entrusting the remaining burden to his comrade. Flesh tears and blood flows as a desperate grip takes hold. Manic intensity flares one last time within his shattered spirit. The two legends collide in a brutal, mid-air display of power. He refuses to let his sins become another man's heavy cross. With a bloodied face, he vows that no sacrifice was meaningless. A crushing blow lands with the weight of 1,000 regrets. The very earth shatters as the final strike finds its mark. A trembling hand reaches out as the light begins to fade. The steel bites deep as a desperate strike finds its mark. Nam-wung swings with lethal intensity, forcing the Orca to react. But the legendary killing machine's eyes flare with a predatory light. A manic grin spreads across the face of the broken tyrant. From the shadows, the discarded heir watches the center of gravity shift. Si-hyuk pushes past his limits for one final, decisive maneuver. A psychological echo of the past haunts the bloody battlefield. A heavy burden is passed on as the light begins to fade. Warm blood splatters across a gaze that has finally awakened. With one clean stroke, the violent cycle is severed forever. The elders watch in terror as their control finally slips away. A violent intrusion shatters the remaining piece of the inner sanctum. Si-hyuk storms the command center to confront his ultimate target. The chairman freezes as the name of the monster echoes. The Orca stands cold and ready to end the cycle. Desperate survivors gather their strength for one last suicidal stand. Blood debts must be paid by those who survived the purge. With nothing left to lose, they prepare to face certain death. A final, broken plea for mercy is offered in the shadows. The ghost of the past smiles as the tragedy concludes. Si-hyuk stands as a cold judge over those begging for bloody vengeance. With a single, brutal motion, the cycle of life is cut short. Within the clan's inner sanctum, the elders witness their total collapse. Cold sweat drips as the realization of their impending doom sinks in. Panic erupts as they realize they are running out of borrowed time. The report is final. The rebellion's leader has breached every defense. In just 30 minutes, the Orca has painted the halls red. Not a single loyal hound remains to shield them from the slaughter. A psychological echo of the past returns to claim its final debt. The Patriarch finally faces the monster born from his own cold calculation. The Patriarch's cold calculation finally shatters as his empire crumbles into dust. He falls to his knees, realizing his ultimate vanguard has been slaughtered. The Orca stands dominant, having wiped out the elite hounds single-handedly. Amidst the carnage, the Neville heir finds a moment of fleeting safety. A survivor breathes a sigh of relief as the tide finally turns. But suspicion lingers in the heir's eyes as the power dynamic shifts. The Supreme Elder realizes the rebellion has reached a terrifying new peak. Armed and ready, the monster they created prepares for the final slaughter. Yet the Patriarch refuses to let his legacy die without a fight. He warns that supporting the revolution will bring total destruction to them all. The information broker snaps, silencing the Supreme Elder in one stroke. Blood spills as a lifetime of loyalty is severed instantly. Patience has reached its limit. The price of betrayal is death. Secrets of illicit bribes die along with the clan's fallen leader. No shadow goes unseen when the world's greatest broker is watching. The remaining elders watch in horror as their hierarchy crumbles. A temporary alliance ends, replaced by a ruthless new order. Forgetting the true enemy is a mistake they cannot afford twice. A final warning is etched into their souls by his gaze. Now, the stage is set for the rebellion to meet its master. Si-hyuk stands as the new centerpiece of a world-altering sponsorship. The corrupt elders realize their era of dominance is officially over. A lethal shadow demands total submission from the fallen council. Si-hyuk's glowing gaze marks the birth of a new, ruthless order. Terror silences the hall as the old hierarchy collapses into dust. With no strength left, the elders bow to their new master. A witness watches in awe as the internal purge concludes perfectly. His overwhelming spirit proves he is worthy of the family name. Fear begins to transform into a dangerous, heart-pounding fascination. The rebellion's leader has finally claimed the absolute respect he deserves. Dark secrets follow closely as the elite navigate a world of lies. News of the Vanguard's total slaughter sends shockwaves through the inner sanctum. The predatory Red Shark bloodline prepares to reclaim its stolen glory. A digital nightmare demands to know why the target still breathes. The Patriarch prepares to deploy his most ruthless secondary unit immediately. Hatred burns through his cold exterior as he confronts a lingering disappointment. A lethal blow connects, meant to shatter a warrior's iron will. Ivan stands unfazed, his stoic gaze mocking the old man's power. Contempt twists the master's features as his dominance is silently challenged. Walking away, the tyrant dismisses the entire rebellion as a tedious chore. The Patriarch drains his cup, fueled by a cold, calculating rage. The glass shatters, a violent end to his final moment of patience. Overlooking the city, the tyrant prepares to hunt his prey personally. He vows to annihilate every faction standing beside his greatest enemy. Turning to Ivan, the master warns that failure is no longer tolerated. The order is absolute. The Orca must be erased from existence. Elsewhere, a shadow from the past enters the association's inner sanctum. Armed with a cane and conviction, the veteran claims his position. Panic grips the proxies as they realize their control is slipping away. No candidate is safe as the battle for the succession turns lethal. Internal revolutionaries gather, desperate to stop the association's total descent into rot. Without a champion for the succession war, their cause is already dead. Time is running out to find a candidate capable of seizing control. The High Priestess watches as the foundation of their power begins to crumble. This war is the only chance to purge the corruption once and for all. If they fail now, the entire organization belongs to the shadows. Suddenly, the veteran steps forward with a gamble that could change everything. He offers a way out, but the price of failure is absolute. The day of the announcement arrives, and the tension is suffocating. As the third successor emerges, the true battle for the throne finally begins. The arrogant second successor sneers at the lack of qualified competition, while the first successor knows the window for support is closing fast. The world's strongest factions have already staked their claims on the throne. From the shadows of Mandala, the most dangerous players are watching. Even the elite of the underworld are moving to secure their influence. Before the 6 venerables, the veteran elder demands the final announcement. The high priestess listens as the tension reaches a lethal breaking point. He offers a desperate gamble to save the association from total collapse. But this path requires a price that most are too terrified to pay. Now, a mysterious new player steps forward to claim the ultimate prize. The high priestess questions the elder's reckless plan for salvation. The association's proxies tremble as the weight of the decision looms. She demands the name of the man who will change everything. Behind his cold lenses, the veteran official prepares to ignite chaos. He nominates the legendary Orca as the final candidate for power. Arthur Clarke laughs, mocking the choice of a nameless nobody. Osan Bennett dismisses the claim, citing his lack of noble influence. She warns the association to sit out this lethal succession war. Suddenly, a cold voice from the doorway silences the entire room. The information broker snaps his fan, signaling the start of war. Panic ripples through the room as an impossible figure arrives. Behind dark lenses, the old fox reveals a lethal grin. He mocks their demands for qualifications in this sacred hall. The world's most dangerous broker steps into the light. A single gesture signals the end of the old era. The Platinum Hall officially backs the monster known as Orca. The highborn successors watch their influence vanish in an instant. The ultimate alliance is forged to burn the world down. Heavily scarred and lethal, the predator readies for the kill. Now, nothing stands between him and the throne of power. The time has finally come to settle the score. Orca prepares to sweep away every hurdle in his path. High above the city, the final preparations are set. The most dangerous traitors in the organization have emerged. Every elite team is ordered to maintain absolute vigilance. Ivan warns his men that encountering the predator means death. Only one monster is capable of surviving this collision. A legendary figure steps forward to claim his place. The world's greatest broker reveals himself as Orca's guardian. The ultimate power shift begins within the sacred halls. The association's inner circle trembles as Orca's arrival shatters their plans. A cold, predatory grin reveals that the chaos is only just beginning. Arthur Clarke watches the fallout, knowing the weak will soon be purged. Ardian Marceau confirms that Orca is now the Neville family's primary target. If the successor falls to Ivan, the association's remaining power vanishes. The veteran elder reminds the council of the rules governing this bloodbath. No one can deny the late chairman's final, lethal wishes for succession. Deep in the shadows, the world's most powerful factions receive an ultimatum. Crossing the Neville name is a death sentence that even kings fear. They dismiss the request as a ridiculous gamble in a god's game. Pressure mounts as the high priestess is urged to finalize the verdict. She considers dismissing the claim entirely to maintain the status quo. Yet, the shadows whisper that the 6 lords' demands cannot be ignored. The council insists the chairman's unwritten laws of succession remain unbreakable. They are forced to admit Orca meets every lethal requirement for leadership. The high priestess weighs the merit of those opposing the legendary killer. A conditional recognition is granted, leaving the assembly in absolute shock. The throne is his, provided he erases Ivan from the board permanently. The veteran elder smiles, realizing the stage is set for a massacre. Now, the true candidates must fight to prove their right to rule. The only way to crush Neville is through a total power play. Orca demands the succession, stepping into the center of a deadly storm. Now, the fate of the entire association hangs on his next move. But the old guard refuses to let a mere pawn take command. The 6 lords finally emerge from the shadows to protect their reign. They realize an Orca on the throne means their own certain death. If this monster rises, there will be no place left for them. A cold, final rejection is cast down, like worthless scraps of trash. The order is given. The legendary killer must be erased immediately. The old world leaders make a desperate choice to protect their lives. While the Neville heirs waste time on games, a storm gathers. Tensions rise as the brothers fight for control in the shadows. But the pressure of the coming war is starting to break them. They have no idea their greatest threat has already left the room. Standing over the city, Orca prepares to expand his dark influence. He must climb the ranks to finally crush the Neville legacy. A lethal message is sent, marking a brother for immediate execution. The trap is set, and the association's bloody purge finally begins. With the other heirs eliminated, Ivan is the final target remaining. Time is running out as he prepares to strike in Korea. He places his final bet on a mysterious ally named Uzman, but a cold, calculating gaze is already tracking his every move. A massive presence suddenly looms in the darkness, halting his escape. A legendary killer has returned, shattering the rumor of his retirement. This monster's aura alone proves he is still a lethal threat. Every second counts as the gears of a global conspiracy turn. The 6 lords have finally deployed their most terrifying trump card. A cold declaration echoes as a professional killer steps from the shadows. Maeve, The legendary former Spear of the Eight has arrived to collect. He questions if the young rebel truly intends to fight him empty-handed. Recognizing that blades are useless here, the veteran enforcer shifts his lethal strategy. He believes only raw, physical force can break a monster like Ivan Cardiff. The countdown begins as a final piece of equipment hits the floor. Ivan calmly accepts the challenge, preparing to show the veteran true despair. The air shatters as the legendary spear lunges with blinding, godlike speed. This isn't a mere brawl. It's a lethal dance between two apex predators. The predator's gaze narrows, locking onto his prey with lethal intent. A monstrous hand rips through the air with godlike power. Even the shockwave is enough to draw first blood from Ivan. He narrowly evades a strike that would have ended the fight. The rebel quickly calculates the terrifying reach of his massive opponent. Facing a literal giant, the physical disadvantage is absolutely staggering. There is only one desperate way to survive this overwhelming pressure. Ivan plunges forward, betting everything on closing the deadly gap. The air screams as these two monsters collide in total violence. Ivan reads the monster's every move with cold, lethal precision. He defies gravity to slip through a gap in the Titan's defense. The scorpion mark flares as the rebel prepares his final gambit. The legendary Spear of the Eight unleashes a strike to shatter the earth. A massive shadow descends, but Ivan is already moving like a ghost. One single, perfect counterattack rips through the legend's ironclad guard. Pure shock registers on the face of the man who never loses. The giant finally topples, his invincible reign ending in a single breath. Total disbelief sets in as his legendary strength vanishes in an instant. The legendary spear finally hits the floor, broken and bleeding. Ivan doesn't stop there, following up with a bone-shattering finishing blow. The sheer force of the impact rattles the veteran's very soul. One devastating strike sends the mountain of a man flying backward. Ivan calmly notes his opponent's range while reaching for a weapon. He shatters the environment to prove no defense can hold him. The rebel stands tall, completely unfazed by the carnage he created. He seizes the fallen legend, acknowledging the rarity of this fight. With terrifying ease, he lifts the giant for the final judgment. The legend finally collapses as a bone-shattering blow seals his fate. One final, devastating impact leaves the association's top spear utterly broken. Ivan stares into the carnage, finding the entire slaughter purely entertaining. The war shifts to Incheon Airport under the cover of midnight. Rhythmic footsteps signal the arrival of a terrifying new reinforcement unit. Stepping from the shadows is Atiba Usman, the legendary Great Blade. Flanking him are the elite twin assassins of the Hound team. The veteran Skull joins this lethal gathering of world-class monsters. Led by Ivan, the elite rear unit officially touches down in Korea. The elite strike team descends into the heart of enemy territory. Silent shadows glide past the windows of their unsuspecting targets. Ivan takes point as the vanguard, coordinating the lethal infiltration. The elite unit relishes the drop, eager for the first kill. Inside, the prey remains completely oblivious to the monsters closing in. Orca commands from the front, directing his unit of elite killers. They stand before the final bastion, prepared to tear it down. A predatory hunger flares in his eyes as the trap snaps. With the pieces in place, the ultimate hunt has officially begun. The guards fall into a forced slumber as the inner sanctum is breached. Ghostly silhouettes loom over the fallen, moving with lethal, predatory grace. Orca leads the charge, a cold blade gripped firmly in his hand. His gaze remains fixed on the prize, devoid of any lingering mercy. The unsuspecting target continues his routine, oblivious to the encroaching death. The simple clatter of a carton signals the end of his piece. He turns to find his private sanctuary invaded by the ultimate hunter. Fear paralyzes his senses as he stares into the eyes of a monster. A chilling warning for silence hangs heavy in the frozen air. The realization sinks in that his protection has already been slaughtered. Faced with drawn steel, the legendary Orca doesn't even blink. His body is a tuned weapon, pulsing with lethal, high-speed energy. He steps forward, officially declaring that mercy is no longer an option. The first desperate strike is met with a cold, calculated counter. He moves like a shadow, slipping past their futile, panicked defenses. Pure terror fills the enforcer's eyes as death draws near. A violent, bone-shattering kick sends the first guard spiraling away. The impact is absolute, crushing the warrior into the cold floor. He stands untouchable, a predator merely warming up for the slaughter. Even seeing the carnage, the next wave prepares for their execution. He stands at the center of the storm, unmoved by their numbers. Those glowing red eyes signal that the real slaughter has finally begun. A single, devastating kick shatters the silence in the guard's skull. He hammers the next fool into the concrete with overwhelming raw power. The sheer force of the impact leaves no room for survival. The remaining hunters freeze, realizing they have become the desperate prey. Their intel was a lie. This man is a living natural disaster. Panic sets in as they realize his power scales beyond comprehension. He looms over them like a god of death, untouchable and absolute. In a final act of suicide, they charge him all at once. He draws his blade with the cold efficiency of a predator. Everything is playing out exactly as the orca anticipated. He lunges forward before the first guard can even blink. A single, blinding strike paints the floor in crimson. He carves through their formation with terrifying, fluid grace. No matter how they struggle, they cannot escape his reach. He delivers a devastating blow straight to the enemy's core. The sound of shattering ribs echoes through the silent corridor. Their weapons fall uselessly, as all hope completely vanishes. The legendary killing machine stands tall over his broken prey. The elite enforcer gasps for air as the weight of certain death settles in. In his final moments, he realizes he isn't fighting a man, but a monster. The remaining hounds tighten their grip, though their spirits are already broken. Orca stands amidst the wreckage of men who were supposed to be legends. He prepares to deliver a final blow that will sever the past forever. A haunting vision of his mother flickers through the crimson haze of battle. She lies in a cold, eternal silence that he can never truly join. Her final plea echoes in his mind, demanding he finish what he started. The guards freeze as the air in the corridor turns bone-chillingly cold. With eyes glowing like hellfire, Orca demands they bring him his next target. Blood sprays as the first line of defense is liquidated. The slaughter continues, leaving no room for a counterattack. The Black Gold Society's desperate guards swarm the lone intruder. The legendary Jaw Fangs arrive, shifting the battlefield's lethal gravity. The elite commander identifies his chosen instruments of absolute destruction. With a cold command, the hounds are unleashed upon their prey. Steel flashes through the air, carving through flesh with precision. The two monsters move like shadows, painting the room crimson. Canelo and Armand emerge from the carnage, thirsting for more. With the path cleared, the true target is finally within reach. The commander gives the final order to breach the inner sanctum. Desperate guards throw themselves into the path of the incoming slaughter. But the heavy doors slide open, revealing a new, lethal presence. A lone woman stands between the predators and their helpless prize. Realizing the danger, the commander orders his men to retreat immediately. Deep within the room, the scent of fear begins to thicken. She steps onto the battlefield, ready to handle the intruders alone. In a flash of motion, she launches into a whirlwind of violence. Even the most seasoned hounds are sent flying by her precision. With a single hand, she shuts down their desperate, final assault. The defender weaves through the chaos, meeting the intruders head-on. But Canelo only grins, fueled by the thrill of a lethal challenge. A brutal stomp shatters the floor as she asserts her dominance. She strikes with blinding speed, forcing the predators onto the defensive. The air screams as the clash turns into a whirlwind of steel. The momentum shifts as the sheer weight of numbers begins to tell. Desperate pleas for revenge are cut short by a lethal stroke. Corpses litter the hall as the Jaw Fangs trample over the fallen. Canelo sneers at their cowardice, bored by their lack of spirit. Gasping for air, the Guardian finally buckles under the relentless pressure. The predators sneer, savoring the cruel irony of her impending demise. They close in for the finish, leaving the Guardian with no escape. Fear, cold and biting, finally pierces through her unwavering resolve. Their bloodlust reaches a fever pitch as they prepare to strike, but a sudden, thunderous impact shatters their lethal momentum. A new predator seizes control, crushing any hope of retaliation. The twin fangs freeze, realizing the true monster has finally arrived. Looking up, she witnesses her unexpected salvation standing tall. The orca has entered the fray, his eyes burning with fury. In that gaze, the entire balance of power shifts forever. Relief finally washes over her as her savior arrives. The orca accepts the challenge with a cold, predatory smile. He strikes like lightning, seizing the assassin by the throat. A thunderous blow immediately shatters the hound's elite composure. No blade can pierce a monster fueled by pure vengeance. He counters with overwhelming force, turning the predator into prey. A devastating kick sends the elite attacker crashing back. The fallen warrior stares up, paralyzed by the orca's presence. Absolute dominance is established as the room falls silent. Broken and gasping, the enemy realizes they never stood a chance. The battered assassin is commanded to rise for his final judgment. Si-hyuk orders his specialized teams to maintain their brutal momentum. Ivan warns his men that facing this monster head-on is suicide. The elite hound finally grasps the terrifying reality of the gap. No soul left on this battlefield can hope to stop him. Facing certain death, the warrior accepts his fate with grim honor. A desperate plea for a quick end meets cold, lethal intent. One final, thunderous strike completely shatters the last of the resistance. The remaining specialists freeze as the predator turns his gaze. With a single chilling command, the massacre continues unabated. The remaining specialists realize their captain's defeat means certain death. Bound by their nature as killers, They prepare for one final charge. They abandon the captive, knowing their path leads straight to hell. Desperation fuels their last suicidal strike against an untouchable god. But Si-hyuk counters with a devastating blow that shatters their resolve. In seconds, the hallway is littered with the bodies of the elite. The stunned protector watches as her terrifying savior stands before her. With cold authority, the orca offers a hand and a chance to survive. Safe within the car, the weight of the massacre finally sinks in. Her trembling hands betray the absolute terror of witnessing true power. The rescued warrior finally breathes, offering her gratitude to the terrifying orca. Si-hyuk remains cold, simply stating that a promise made is a promise kept. A lethal new alliance is forged as he officially claims her as his partner. She gazes at him, realizing the sheer weight of the man beside her. From a mere assassin to a kingmaker, his rise threatens the entire association. The realization hits that he may finally be strong enough to face Neville. Undeterred by his meteoric growth, Si-hyuk keeps his eyes locked on the road. Her heart races, completely captivated by the overwhelming aura of her savior. But the legendary killer remains practical, ordering her not to block his view. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the true monster prepares for the coming storm. Ivan enters the inner sanctum to face his father's cold judgment. Neville Pembroke casually dismisses the fall of his most loyal fangs. The patriarch demands a full explanation for the sudden internal chaos. Ivan views every fallen soldier as bait for a much bigger catch. A massive titan looms behind him, asserting dominance over the rebel. The rank 1 executioner stands ready to crush any remaining resistance. Ivan maintains his icy focus, calculating his next lethal move. The command is given to reveal everything they have discovered. Reports of a dead vanguard signal the start of a massacre. Hunters mobilize as the enemy's secret locations are finally exposed. The search leads to a submerged bunker hidden deep in the forest. But the elite scouts find only a cold and empty silence. Ivan knows the risks are high, with his forces spread thin. He prepares to dive into the heart of the mystery himself. A massive titan suddenly tears through the facility's inner halls. Panic spreads like wildfire as the primary defenses are shattered. The invaders realize they have walked into a deadly mobilization. Caution is mandatory, as the facility's real security finally awakens. The hounds mock the weak numbers sent to stop them. Desperate guards launch a final suicide charge to protect secrets. A single, lethal strike tears through the facility's elite security detail. There is no room for delay, as the clock ticks down. A massive guardian stands firm before the inner research lab doors. His iron-willed stare proves he is prepared for a final stand. The rebellion's hounds emerge from the darkness to claim their prize. They prepare to carry out a cold, calculated sentence of death. Tension explodes, as the ultimate gatekeeper refuses to back down. A monstrous impact sends shockwaves through the reinforced hallway walls. The organization's last line of defense finally crumbles under the pressure. The masked killers ensure that no one leaves this corridor alive. The Guardian stands firm, an unbreakable wall against the coming storm. A masked shadow steps forward, signaling the start of the end. But Oh Nam-wong enters the fray, radiating pure, lethal intent. The tension peaks as these monsters prepare to tear each other apart. The conflict shifts to the grounds of a secret medical facility. Steel-toed boots hit the dirt as the elite reinforcements arrive. The Skull Team's Wolf's Head unit finally makes their move. Their commander is exhausted, but his eyes hunger for blood. Tires screech as a high-speed variable enters the battlefield. The trap is set, and the final slaughter is about to begin. Fear grips her heart as the monster prepares for a final stand. Si-hyuk demands she stay back while he faces the inevitable slaughter. His boots hit the pavement, signaling the start of a bloodbath. A lone shadow walks directly into the enemy's blinding searchlights. Ivan Cardiff steps forward, welcoming his old rival to the grave. He studies the face of a man who has long since forgotten mercy. A chilling realization dawns as Ivan senses a surge of hidden power. Surrounded by elite killers, the legendary orca refuses to back down. Those glowing red eyes promise a death that no one can escape. Word of the collision spreads as the final war for succession ignites. Deep inside the bunker, the truth about Si-hyuk's wife finally surfaces. The conspirators realize their secrets were leaked long before the first shot. Ivan understands that a single moment of hesitation changed the entire game. An army of elite shadows waits outside the Gothic fortress for blood. The order is given to let the monster walk into his grave. Ivan radiates a terrifying aura, ready to put down his former brother. Si-hyuk erupts into motion, carving a path through the first wave. The sheer volume of attackers begins to weigh on the legendary orca. These aren't common thugs. Hound Unit 3 are professional killing machines. Bathed in blood, Si-hyuk realizes his time has finally run out. Desperate eyes watch from the shadows as the situation spirals out of control. Time is running out before the legendary orca faces a lethal end. A frantic plea for backup flashes across a cold, glowing screen. The brutal rejection arrives, leaving the warrior completely alone in the dark. Si-hyuk stands amidst a field of corpses, his clothes stained with blood. His former brother emerges, radiating a lethal intent that chokes the air. No more words are needed between two monsters destined to kill. High above the city, two silhouettes prepare for a world-shattering clash. They collide with the force of a hurricane, tearing the rooftop apart. One heavy step marks the beginning of a battle with no survivors. Ivan draws his blade, his gaze sharpening with cold, murderous resolve. The two brothers collide, their inhuman speed turning the air into glass. A massive shockwave erupts as Ivan's hidden strength finally begins to overflow. Every movement is calculated, his eyes tracking the orca's every desperate breath. Ivan braces himself, preparing to unleash a strike that defies all logic. The impact sends Si-hyuk soaring, his dominance shattered by one overwhelming blow. For the first time, the legendary killing machine feels the grip of terror. Si-hyuk stands broken, unable to comprehend the monstrous power before him. Like a predator closing in, Ivan dives through the air to finish it. A final, blinding flash marks the end of their tragic, blood-stained reunion. The collision of two monsters shakes the very foundation of the arena. As the dust settles, both warriors refuse to yield an inch of ground. Ivan stands battered, but his aura remains suffocatingly dark and heavy. A twisted grin spreads across his face as the madness takes hold. Si-hyuk remains unfazed, his patience wearing thin as the seconds tick away. He analyzes every opening, realizing his opponent has finally gone all out. Suddenly, the shadows shift as new predators enter the fray. The hounds have arrived to ensure no one leaves this battlefield alive. Even against these elite killers, the orca's cold gaze never wavers. He prepares to end this farce with one final, lethal display. Unexpected voices interrupt the orca's hunt in the dead of night. Even the legendary killer is caught off guard by these new shadows. Elite predators emerge from the darkness to reclaim their stolen spotlight. The true masters of the hunt have finally decided to wake up. Pressure mounts as Si-hyuk realizes his time is rapidly running out. A chilling reminder confirms that the ultimate target is still waiting. Rumors of the orca's peak strength only fuel their murderous hunger. When these three monsters unite, an unstoppable level of power awakens. Sensing the shift, Si-hyuk prepares to leave the carnage to them. With a mocking grin, the enforcers dismiss the legend from existence. Hela and Hera step forward, eager to test their lethal coordinated power. Hera mocks the uneven odds, her eyes radiating a predator's cold confidence. Even the battle-hardened Ivan is caught off guard by the sudden interruption. High above the city, the hounds reveal their true, terrifyingly unified nature. The sisters pause, sensing a shift in the air they didn't anticipate. A new elite predator emerges, claiming they move as a single entity. This collective consciousness creates a wall of power no warrior can break. Refusing to be intimidated, the sisters dismiss the psychological games as garbage. Meanwhile, Kamiya Yuma watches the chaos, certain that everything is falling into place. He only needs to stall until the legendary orca finally exposes his flaw. The pressure reaches a breaking point as the target realizes he's trapped. A violent collision erupts against a sky stained the color of fresh blood. Every strike is a desperate gamble against an enemy that never tires. The hounds close the distance, declaring that today, no one walks away alive. Deep within the carnage, a predatory red eye flashes with lethal intent. Blades carve through the air as the master fighter pushes past his limits. The clock is ticking down while the enemy's coordination becomes perfect. A sadistic grin reveals the killing blow is finally within their reach. Suddenly, a massive impact shatters the battlefield and halts the momentum. The ultimate enforcer finally emerges, revealing the terrifying power of the Zodiac Monkey. The first wave of the rebellion ends in a spray of blood. The Zodiac's elite hunters are systematically dismantled in the dark. But the ultimate enforcer arrives, revealing the rebels are too late. A chilling new order is issued to finalize the bloody purge. Every operative moves out to claim their lethal, high-stakes paycheck. Chaos erupts as the two factions collide in a desperate struggle. Si-hyuk finally faces the legendary powerhouse, Kamiya Yuma. The veteran warrior mocks the orca's obvious and growing exhaustion. Gripping his blade, the legendary killer prepares for a final stand. The trap is shut, and no one walks out of here alive. Si-hyuk's gaze turns lethal as he dismisses the minor threats. A sudden shadow lunges forward, breaking the tense silence. The battlefield freezes as the legendary lord faces the rebels. Yuma demands a real challenge, beckoning the prey forward. But a dark smirk spreads across the orca's face. Du Yui-chan enters the fray, twin blades ready for blood. He strikes with blinding speed, a whirlwind of lethal precision. The air shatters as the young heir defies the veteran's power. Si-hyuk places his faith in the boy's awakening strength. With a cold resolve, the heir accepts his deadly mission. Si-hyuk retreats, allowing the young heir to prove his worth. Yuma watches with cold interest, sensing the boy's surging power. The legendary lord demands to see the limits of this awakening. A lethal blade spins, catching the light of a dying era. Uichan grips his daggers, ready to carve his own destiny. Suddenly, the Zodiac's true brutality erupts in a storm of violence. A monstrous fist connects, shattering bone with absolute, terrifying precision. The impact vibrates through the air, silencing all hope of survival. Blood paints the floor as the elite executioner maintains his dominance. In this world of monsters, only the strongest are permitted to breathe. A cold, calculating gaze fixes on the target with lethal intent. Deep within the facility, the ultimate gatekeeper prepares for battle. The intruder smirks, completely unfazed by the power standing before him. Zodiac Monkey takes his stance, promising that no one shall pass. The air shatters as the two titans collide in a blur. The Zodiac delivers a punishing blow that should have ended it. He doubles down, putting every ounce of weight into the kill. But terror takes hold as the monster refuses to go down. A primal, terrifying power flares to life within the intruder's eyes. One final, cataclysmic strike brings the elite executioner to his knees. The battlefield erupts as the two monsters trade bone-shattering blows. The Zodiac unleashes a primal roar, pouring everything into his defense. But Namwoong only smiles, fueled by pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Suddenly, a hidden shadow strikes, piercing the elite leader's blind spot. Confusion flickers across the master's face as his strength begins to fail. Agony takes hold, leaving the legendary warrior gasping for air. A cold blade sinks deep, sealing the executioner's final fate. The masked assassin whispers a death sentence into the dying man's ear. Namwoong seizes the opening, delivering a strike that shatters reality. Through the carnage, a single cold eye watches the organization crumble. Namwoong's bloodlust peaks as he seizes his prey with crushing force. A violent interruption only serves to ignite his primal, predatory rage. The once feared Zodiac leader collapses, his legendary strength finally failing him. Namwoong taunts the fallen warrior, demanding a challenge worthy of death. A manic grin reveals the absolute madness driving the hound's assault. Terror consumes the monkey as his survival instincts scream for escape. Haunted by a lifetime of fleeing, he realizes he cannot match them. Desperation takes hold, knowing he lacks the resolve to die fighting. The impact shatters the air, a collision of pure, unbridled power. One final, brutal strike ends the coward's hope of running away. The monkey falls, his pathetic habit of running finally failing him. Meanwhile, Orca stands alone against a wall of elite enforcers. The broken leader accepts his fate, pride shattered with his ribs. But the hound isn't finished playing with his prey just yet. Namwoong hauls the dying man up, savoring his absolute terror. A demonic grin seals the deal as the final execution begins. Muscles coil with lethal intent, preparing for a gravity-defying strike. With a monstrous roar, he launches the traitor into the earth. The air screams as the monkey's weight becomes his executioner. Impact shatters the floor, silencing the Zodiac's last breath forever. An eye fueled by hatred watches the light fade from his prey. Namwoong towers over the fallen, a mountain of unstoppable, blood-soaked muscle. His boots grind into the dirt, marking the end of a legend. Walking away from the carnage, the hound seeks his next target. The air grows heavy as the predator senses another threat approaching. A flicker of realization crosses his face as the real battle begins. He slams into the enemy, a collision of pure, unbridled violence. The monkey bares his teeth, a demonic grin masking his absolute terror. He remembers the day the monster within finally took total control. Now, that same demon screams in agony as Namwoong finishes the job. Namwoong lunges forward, seizing the high-ranking Zodiac leader in a death grip. With monstrous strength, he slams the monkey into the concrete floor. The impact rattles the veteran's bones, gasping as his dominance evaporates. Terror dilates his pupils as he realizes the hound isn't human. Desperation ignites a final, frantic surge of adrenaline within the broken leader. A heavy fist connects, drawing blood from the relentless predator's face. Namwoong's head hits the dirt, the sheer force threatening to end him. But the hound's eyes never lose focus, fueled by pure survival instinct. He ignores the pain, launching a counterstrike that shatters the monkey's defenses. A final, bone-crushing blow sends the legend screaming into the abyss. The monkey rains down a desperate, bone-shattering barrage of strikes. Namwoong refuses to break, meeting every blow with his own savage fury. The veteran's resolve hardens as his life force begins to flicker out. Memories of a long-forgotten brotherhood ignite a fire in his soul. He recalls the solemn promise made to the man known as Orca. A primal roar erupts as he channels everything into one final stand. The sheer force of the impact shatters the very air around them, Every ounce of his remaining strength fuels this final, lethal collision. His bloodied hand reaches out, grasping for a future he won't see. The legend of the monkey ends in a violent, crimson explosion. The cold stillness of the morgue marks the beginning of the end. A bloodied hand clenches tight, refusing to let go of the past. He remembers the day he was first possessed by a killing demon. A broken warrior gasps into the radio, calling out for his master. The orca stands unfazed as the enemy forces close in around him. With eyes glowing crimson, he commands the battlefield with absolute authority. The veteran's body finally fails, as blood spills from his lungs. A sinister smirk reveals the predator's satisfaction with the coming purge. He pays his final respects to the one who paved his path. The radio falls silent as a legend is extinguished in the dark. Fresh blood pools beneath the boots of a dying man. Gumansu stands tall as the last wall of defense. The killing demon inside him finally begins to take hold. He remains a blood-soaked statue in the center of the hall. Steady footsteps signal the arrival of an even greater power. Kamiya Yuma surveys the carnage left in the warrior's wake. Weak and trembling, Mansu still refuses to let anyone pass. His eyes grow heavy as his life force begins to fade. The legendary Sixth Lord acknowledges the security chief's iron will. A final hand on the shoulder releases him from his duty. Sweat and blood mark the end of a legendary stand. The Great Lord grants the broken warrior his final peace. With his duty fulfilled, the Iron Guard finally closes his eyes. Now, the Titan himself steps onto the blood-soaked battlefield. Far from the front lines, the last pieces of the board shift. Fear ripples through the ranks as the true cost surfaces. But for the chairman, Orca has already paid the price. He gives the cold order to unleash hell without hesitation. A wave of Dosun's most brutal killers floods the facility. The slaughter begins anew as the company's power is unleashed. Ivan senses the clock ticking as the hospital's defenses begin to crumble. He grips his resolve, knowing the enemy's reinforcements are rapidly closing in. The rebel leader prepares to personally dismantle the central command tower. This long-standing war, Orca stands alone against a wall of flesh, ready to break them. Absolute panic erupts as the defenders struggle to contain the coming storm. The monster awakens, charging forward with a lethal, crimson-eyed hunger. He weaves through the crowd, carving through elite guards like paper. Every swing of his blade paints the facility in fresh, hot blood. In a single explosive strike, the path to victory is finally cleared. Desperate orders ring out as the defense line begins to crumble. But the wall of flesh is torn apart in a spray of crimson. Orca charges forward, a lone predator, hunting his final prize. His gaze locks on the target with a lethal, inhuman focus. Every step is a death sentence for those standing in his way. Suddenly, a haunting presence from the past returns to the fray. Burning rubber screams as a vehicle slides into the chaos. A phantom voice calls out, demanding he leave the slaughter behind. The engine roars to life as they floor it into the night. They smash through the final barrier, scattering guards like autumn leaves. Li Jingshan demands to know the next move in this deadly game. Yui Chan warns that the Orca is already hunting their master. The elder only sneers, certain his target is already a dead man. He taunts the boy, betting everything on Ivan's absolute lethality. Pure rage flickers as the situation spirals out of control. Miles away, a getaway car screams down the midnight highway. Fear grips the driver as their final defenses begin to shatter. Orca realizes that only Ivan's death will guarantee their survival. His inhuman instincts awaken, marking the beginning of the end. The mastermind watches in silence as blood stains his pristine floor. Ivan stands over his father, crushing the patriarch's dignity into the bloody floor. He sips tea with chilling composure as the Neville Empire finally crumbles. A brutal kick rewards his father's desperate pleas for mercy and understanding. Subordinates arrive to draft the lethal lies that will reshape their history. The official report will falsely claim the legendary Orca finished the job. To sell the deception, the elite fixer Widun must also be sacrificed. The monstrous enforcer lunges forward, testing Ivan's resolve with lethal speed. Bone-shattering strikes collide as the two powerhouses tear the room apart. A devastating impact sends Ivan reeling back through the wreckage of his past. He recovers instantly, ready to bleed for the throne he's rightfully stolen. Ivan's gaze sharpens as the true battle finally begins. Widun unleashes a mountain-shattering blow with terrifying force. But Ivan's reflexes are inhuman, dancing through the lethal pressure. The air screams as the fixer pours everything into his assault. A lightning-fast counter catches the giant off guard, drawing blood. Widun's predatory instincts flare, realizing this is no ordinary rebel. Meanwhile, the underworld's elite weigh the cost of buying loyalty. Ivan knows that titles like the Eight are merely hollow labels. Even legendary killers like Deadface are nothing compared to true monsters. In this world, only absolute power dictates who survives the night. The current era's deadliest legends are known as the Golden Generation. Among these monsters, Ivan stands as a pinnacle of lethal efficiency. Webtoon realizes that survival requires a power beyond human limits. Facing a legend requires the strength of the strongest of all time. The fixer's eyes burn with the desperation of a cornered predator. But Ivan's speed is absolute, slipping through the giant's massive guard. A devastating strike connects, rattling the bones of the eastern top fixer. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Desperate, Webtoon reaches for his steel to turn the tide. Now, the true dance of death begins as blades meet bone. Ivan slips through the massive fixer's guard with ghostly precision. A thunderous counterstrike shatters the giant's momentum in an instant. Webtoon's eyes widen as he realizes his strength means nothing here. The eastern top fixer stumbles back, his footing completely lost. Gravity claims the predator as he collapses under the sheer pressure. The once feared legend is slammed ruthlessly into the cold, hard floor. Ivan stands tall, looking down at the broken remains of his enemy. From the dirt, Webtoon stares up, his pride utterly decimated. Every nerve in his body screams as the reality of defeat sinks in. Splattered with blood, Ivan's cold gaze signals the end of an era. A heavy, suffocating silence suddenly falls over the silver-haired leader's domain. Blades are drawn as an unknown threat reaches the inner courtyard. The master of the house senses a monster at his gates. Shocked eyes watch as a figure drenched in gore finally appears. Cha Si-hyuk stands alone, having painted the path in fresh blood. The guards tremble, realizing their reinforcements are never coming back alive. Despair sets in as their carefully laid trap utterly fails. The orca's eyes burn with a lethal and predatory hunger. A gloved hand steadies itself for the final, bloody encounter. The hunt ends here as the two legends finally collide. The silver-haired leader watches the carnage with cold indifference. But the orca's predatory gaze promises only a slow death. He dives headfirst into a sea of sharpened steel. Eliminating the first 20 men is just the warm-up. Pure combat experience guides his every lethal movement. Even veteran soldiers find themselves paralyzed by his overwhelming pressure. The Neville family's top elites finally join the fray together. Their legendary status is instantly erased by a single, bloody slash. Another fool screams his name before meeting his inevitable end. One final rotation of the blade leaves only silence behind. Even the Neville family's elite, Aki, falls in a heartbeat. A single crimson arc carves through the remaining vanguard. Legendary names like Johnson and Francis are instantly erased. The monster stands unscathed, demanding a truly worthy opponent. His predatory gaze locks onto the next doomed souls. He closes the distance instantly, pinning the enemy leader. Mad roars in fury as his subordinates are slaughtered. Jiang Yuan intervenes, warning that reckless anger is suicide. A steady hand grips the blade for the next kill. One devastating strike confirms that no one is safe. Orca dives headfirst into a chaotic storm of blades and blood. Even mid-air, the elites refuse to give him a single breath. The silver-haired leader sneers at his reckless and suicidal movements. Slammed against the cold ground, the predator prepares his counter. A massive titan roars, desperate to crush the life from him. But the killer's grip on his steel remains steady and lethal. From the brink of death, his glowing eyes ignite with malice. A jagged blade bites deep, severing muscle and shattering hope. Arrogance turns to pure terror as the monster finally strikes. One devastating blow confirms that the orca never misses his mark. The orca's counterattack begins with a bone-shattering strike. He crushes his enemy's resolve under a merciless, heavy heel. A scream of pure agony echoes through the blood-stained hall. Despair takes hold as the predator looms over his broken prey. A cold blade silences any lingering hope of a final stand. Drenched in crimson, the monster prepares for the next slaughter. Even the strongest allies are pushed to their absolute limits. Now, the entire Neville family stands between him and victory. They swing with desperate fury to stop the inevitable end. But speed and precision always trump mindless, brute force. Orca tears through the opposition like a starving predator. Their screams of agony are the only soundtrack to this massacre. Every strike is a death sentence delivered with surgical precision. He doesn't just fight, he systematically dismantles their resolve. No amount of reinforcements can slow his descent into violence. He carves a path through the fodder with heartless efficiency. But then, the cold blood on his hands triggers a memory. He remembers the day his world truly fell apart. Now he stands before the one life he couldn't save. Even a monster's heart breaks when everything is lost. The haunting red glow of the operating room marks his greatest failure. Snapping back to reality, the orca faces a fresh wave of fodder. He becomes a blur of steel, carving through their ranks like paper. Those glowing red eyes signal that the monster has fully taken control. The elite guards realize their strength is nothing compared to this god. Terror sets in as they recognize the legend who served Ivan himself. Surrounded by corpses, he stands as an insurmountable wall of death. With only 3 leaders left, the remaining army loses its will. In his shadow, the very possibility of victory completely vanishes. He challenges the survivors to move, but they are frozen by fear. Si-hyuk's glowing red eyes signal a cold-blooded execution is beginning. The elite masters push forward, ready to witness the inevitable carnage. They feel the weight of the monster watching their every move. But the legendary Neville Pembroke has already been reduced to ruin. Clinging to life, he warns that his subordinates will eventually retaliate. A hand grips the hilt, sealing the fate of every soldier. Steva looms over the fallen leader with a chilling, final decree. Realization hits as the dying man sees he was just a pawn. To the organization, even their own kin are merely expendable assets. A blade is drawn to end the era of a broken legend. The dying legend realizes his family's grand ambition is finally over. A cold voice reveals this execution is fueled by personal hatred. Steel plunges deep, silencing the Neville family's legacy forever. Nearby, the blood-soaked orca stands alone amidst a sea of corpses. Even a god-tier monster finally begins to show signs of exhaustion. Dozens of blades close in, sensing the predator's fading strength. Seeing the legendary killer weaken, the cowards finally find their courage. But the lethal fire in those crimson eyes hasn't faded yet. A massive powerhouse observes the carnage with grim, newfound respect. Now, the organization's true masters step forward to finish the hunt. A massive shockwave heralds the arrival of the Zodiac's true leadership. The dragon, Seodeho, reveals his identity with a chilling, predatory grin. Just as the orca falters, a mysterious voice offers unexpected salvation. The elite masters realize they've drastically underestimated their opponent's hidden allies. A sudden chill of uncertainty washes over the organization's high-ranking executioners. Two shadowy figures loom over the battlefield, observing the carnage below. They haven't come to serve the Zodiacs or enforce their cruel laws. Their calm demeanor signals a catastrophic shift in the balance of power. The revolutionary faction arrives, bringing John, Locke, and Anna into the war. They provide the opening Si-hyuk needs to finish his path of vengeance. The legendary John Locke finally steps onto this bloody stage. Even a lethal surprise ambush couldn't break his iron resolve. He stands ready to hold the line against the organization's elites. Si-hyuk prepares to move, trusting his new allies' overwhelming strength. But the Zodiac Masters refuse to let their prey escape alive. Sudden violence erupts as a lethal weapon tears through the air. Every calculated movement is a prelude to an absolute bloodbath. Beside Locke, a furious Anna prepares to unleash her predatory rage. The revolutionary leader issues a chilling warning to the stunned executioners. One single inch of movement will trigger their immediate destruction. Anna's chains rattle as she promises a swift, decapitating end. Meanwhile, the association's top successors gather to decide the future. Arthur confirms that the legendary killer Ivan has begun his hunt. Osan remains skeptical that the orca can survive even 10 seconds. Yet, the world's perception of Si-hyuk is shifting into pure fear. They wonder if even a master like Ivan can stop him. A terrifying possibility begins to take root in their minds. What happens if the predator actually slays the association's greatest weapon? Lucas knows the higher-ups dread a victory for the vengeful rebel. Because if Si-hyuk takes the throne, a bloody purge is inevitable. A violent strike punctuates the demand to erase Si-hyuk's name forever. The shadowy trident of peace demands total submission from their subordinates. Chief Enforcer Dom refuses to budge, citing the law of the former president. Violating the dead leader's final wishes will trigger an unstoppable coup. Silence fills the room as the threat of civil war becomes reality. Amidst the tension, Master Akka remains chillingly focused on his own hunger. The masters decide to bet their entire future on the killer Ivan. Bloodied but unbroken, Dom warns that the loyalists will never surrender. Meanwhile, the true predators prepare to descend upon the fractured association. A legendary shadow watches as his enemies finally begin to crumble. The devastating impact of a single man has shifted the scales. A legendary eye for talent has already claimed the ultimate prize. Some call it madness, but this level of power is pure genius. The atmosphere thickens as two apex predators stand their ground. Beneath the silence, a storm of lethal intent begins to brew. Even the most seasoned killers feel the weight of what is coming. Choosing a side means turning the world's deadliest men into enemies. A massive wall of muscle challenges the authority of the old guard. The beast within awakens with a grin that promises only slaughter. With a single motion, the signal for a bloody purge is revealed. Ivan prepares to settle the fate of every soul present. The blood-soaked orca marches toward his final, lethal judgment. A thin sliver of light reveals the cold path forward. Hundreds of sharpened blades wait for one single wrong move. Death follows every step as he ignores the surrounding army. An absolute order keeps the hungry hounds from attacking early. Predatory red eyes burn with a terrifying and focused intent. A high-ranking enforcer summons the beast to the upper balcony. The legendary killer waits patiently to claim his ultimate prize. Surrounded by a sea of enemies, the real hunt begins. The blood-drenched predator marches toward his final destination. Dozens of elite guards watch in silence as death walks past. Every soldier knows that one wrong move means instant execution. A single heavy knock echoes through the silent, cold hallway. The path is cleared by an order from the master himself. Years of burning rage finally culminate at this very threshold. Behind these massive gates, the legendary killer awaits his challenger. The heavy doors creak open to reveal the ultimate battlefield. A focused killing intent sharpens as the target comes into view. The Orca finally stands face to face with the legend named Ivan. Ivan offers a brief moment of rest before the end. The legendary hunter greets the man he was born to kill. Orca enters the final arena, drenched in cold, fresh blood. His crimson eyes burn with the fire of 1,000 grudges. Behind him lies the broken corpse of a fallen leader. Ivan ignites a flame, completely unfazed by the surrounding death. Two apex predators sit face to face in a suffocating silence. The Orca waits, his killing intent sharpening with every breath. Ivan probes for weakness, mocking the weight of family ties. The time for talk ends as the ultimate confrontation begins. Ivan cuts through the tension, getting straight to his main point. He acknowledges Si-hyuk as a subordinate, capable of taking his place. A dangerous offer is extended to join his inner circle. The ultimate leverage is revealed: the shocking truth that Si-hyuk's wife still lives. Drenched in blood, the Orca questions the true intent behind this proposal. Ivan's ambition is clear, as he eyes a seat higher up the ladder. Behind them, the previous leader lies dead, leaving a bloody vacancy. Si-hyuk remains silent, his crimson eye burning with cold, calculated rage. Ivan issues a final warning against overstepping the boundaries of heaven. With a sharp strike, the terms of this lethal deal are sealed. Ivan issues a lethal ultimatum, leaving no room for negotiation. Drenched in the blood of his enemies, the Orca remains unfazed. A predatory glint in his eye signals a shift in power. He acknowledges the hollow promise of safety within their ranks. With a sudden strike, he pins the blade to the table. That protection is nothing more than a fleeting moment of peace. Death is closer than any deal they could possibly offer him. Why choose the long road when he can end this now? A single movement shifts the weight of the entire room. In this den of shadows, only one predator remains standing. Ivan declares that the time for mercy has finally reached its end. The Orca responds with a gaze colder than death itself. Steel flashes in the dark as the first strike is launched. Two legendary monsters collide in a dance of blood and blades. Every movement is a lethal calculation where a single inch means survival. The hunter narrows his focus, searching for the slightest opening. But the predator is faster, slipping beneath the arc of certain death. A desperate parry barely halts the momentum of the killing blow. The air screams as they trade strikes at impossible speeds. One final impact echoes through the room, sealing their fates. The veteran hunter and the vengeful predator collide with bone-shattering force. A lethal blade hovers mere millimeters from ending the Orca's rebellion. But the monster remains unshaken, calculating his next move with icy precision. They dance through the air, trading strikes that would kill ordinary men. From the shadows, even the highest masters watch the carnage in disbelief. It was unthinkable that the boy could ever match a legend's power. Now, the entire outcome rests on a single inch of movement. Steel screams against steel as the two warriors reach a stalemate. To survive, the Orca discards every technique he was ever taught. He strikes with an unfamiliar rhythm, finally surpassing his former master's shadow. The teacher and student collide in a blur of lethal intent. Every strike is a gamble against the man who taught him everything. He must strike now, before the legend can read his rhythm. This split second will be the only factor that decides survival. Steel meets bone as they push their physical limits to the brink. The Orca resets, hunting for a weakness in the legendary predator. This isn't the aging man he remembers from his training days. He is finally facing a monster in his absolute terrifying prime. One lapse in concentration will mean an instant, bloody end. He blocks a killing blow, feeling the weight of true mastery. He willingly absorbs a brutal impact to find a lethal opening. The shadow of a legendary killer looms over his every move. Against this monster, traditional steel is becoming practically useless. Every step is a calculated dance on the edge of death. Ivan's hyper-awareness turns every incoming blade into a massive liability. To win, he must exploit the predator's own uncanny senses. Sacrificing his own flesh is the only price for victory. He stacks heavy damage while the window of opportunity remains open. A haunting memory questions if he truly has what it takes. He is warned that being like Ivan is his greatest weakness. Neville warns that Si-hyuk's lingering humanity is his greatest weakness. He demands the young killer abandon every shred of mercy to survive. The heavy silence of their past meeting haunts the present moment. Si-hyuk questions if he can actually overcome this impossible wall. Steel screams against steel as the two monsters finally collide. He trades a shallow wound, to find a gap in the defense. A cold, predatory sensation begins to flow through his veins. The veteran hunter realizes his opponent is evolving mid-combat. With a sharp shift in footwork, the hunter becomes the prey. Si-hyuk delivers a crushing strike that defies all logic. Si-hyuk launches a lethal strike, testing the veteran hunter's legendary reflexes. The impact resonates through the hall as Ivan barely manages to block. For the first time, the legendary hunter feels a cold, creeping sweat. The distance vanishes as they enter a dance of pure, unadulterated violence. Every calculated move fails to land as the orca transcends human limits. Realization sets in that one more mistake means certain death tonight. Steel grazes skin in a blink-and-you-miss-it exchange of killing intent. Si-hyuk vanishes beneath the swing, exploiting a momentary lapse in judgment. Red eyes flare with a predatory hunger that defies all logic. A final, crushing blow connects, signaling the end of an era. The air screams as two titans collide in a lethal dance. Blood stains his face as the orca's predatory focus sharpens. Every strike is a gamble between survival and a cold grave. Death grazes the legendary hunter, missing by a mere fraction. He moves like a ghost, flickering through the shadows of violence. Even the keenest eyes struggle to track this inhuman speed. A calculated sacrifice draws blood, but the price is staggering. One final swing carries the weight of 1,000 vendettas. Locked in a stalemate, neither side is willing to blink first. Steel grinds against steel as the countdown to extinction begins. Blades clash as the dance of death reaches a fever pitch. Every exchange carves a path of blood through the cold air. Si-hyuk's predatory instincts flare, but the pressure is mounting. The weight of his exhaustion finally starts to drag him down. For the first time, the hunter acknowledges his opponent's lethal edge. This isn't just a diversion, it's a fight for absolute survival. The opening moves are over, and the real slaughter begins now. As his strength ebbs, the orca realizes his advantage is gone. A haunting memory resurfaces, questioning if victory is even possible tonight. Under the pale moon, the legend Ivan Cardiff seals his fate. Neville's ghost whispers a grim warning about the razor-thin margin for survival. The outcome narrows down to a single choice: kill or be killed. Refusing to die a loser, Si-hyuk prepares his final, lethal strike. His killing intent explodes, masking the exhaustion threatening to consume his body. The air screams as their blades meet in a catastrophic burst of power. Ivan counters with terrifying precision, refusing to give the orca breathing room. They hit the ground hard, the momentum of their hatred shattering the floor. Gasping for air, the legendary killer feels the weight of his mounting wounds. Reality sets in as he stares at the man destined to end him. For the first time in his life, the orca is being pushed back. Ivan's relentless speed completely overwhelms the orca's legendary instincts. Steel clashes against steel in a violent blur of lethal precision. A crushing blow shatters his defense, sending shockwaves through his body. Desperation takes hold as Si-hyuk struggles to find a single opening. His footing slips, the rhythm of the fight turning against him. Ivan strikes again, a silver arc of death carving the air. A cold blade bites deep, severing his momentum with bloody efficiency. The hunter tightens his grip, preparing to deliver the final strike. Using every trick available, Ivan ruthlessly ensnares his desperate prey. The orca crashes down, his strength finally reaching its absolute limit. Si-hyuk's vision blurs as the pressure of the hunt finally breaks him. Even the legendary orca can't outrun the cold reality of his exhaustion. Ivan strikes with surgical precision, turning the grand hall into a slaughterhouse. The ultimate hunter's gaze remains chillingly calm amidst the chaotic spray of blood. A lethal blade misses his throat but carves a deep, agonizing path. His shattered ribs scream in protest, leaving his right side completely defenseless. It's the ruthless way of a hound, latching onto every single weakness. Silver steel dances through the air, forcing Si-hyuk into a desperate retreat. Another crushing blow lands squarely on his broken frame, sealing his fate. In a final act of defiance, the orca lunges for one last strike. Si-hyuk lunges forward, turning the elegant hall into a jagged graveyard of glass. Even the legendary hunter begins to feel the suffocating weight of impending defeat. But the orca refuses to break, clinging to life with a primal, savage desperation. Their blades scream against each other in a frantic dance of death. It's a brutal display of the hound dog's instinct to survive at any cost. Si-hyuk's hand locks onto his opponent, refusing to let go of his only chance. Suddenly, cold steel bites deep, carving through muscle in a blinding spray of crimson. Ivan stares back with a chilling gaze that mirrors the very monster he's hunting. In that moment, Ivan realizes they are both monsters born from the same darkness. The ultimate hunter finally drops to his knees, drowning in his own blood. A lethal blade was offered as the price for absolute utility. To the masters of this world, Ivan was finally more than trash. His legendary path began with a forced bow before true power. A monster on a throne demanded the hunter's total submission. Absolute loyalty was the only way to survive his ultimate sin. Now, the bleeding hunter intends to use his prey for revenge. Steel screams against steel as their violent pasts finally collide. Every strike carries the weight of a world-ending rebellion. He questions if one man can really conquer the entire world. The orca answers with a glare that promises total destruction. Ivan pins the legendary orca down, overwhelming him like a crashing wave. Through the haze of blood, a fatal opening in his defense appears. The killer's once perfect rhythm falters, his desperate strikes turning sloppy and hasty. Even the greatest monster finds his iron composure finally starting to shatter. Every ragged breath reveals a body pushed far beyond its physical limits. A brutal impact sends the rebel reeling toward the warmth of death. On the verge of collapse, he stares into the literal fires of hell. But the hunter's relentless pursuit offers no room for a single recovery. One final, crushing blow launches him across the blood-stained battlefield. Now, the Association's ultimate hunter prepares to finish this once and for all. The legendary hunter closes the distance with a lethal, overhead strike. Steel screams against steel as their blades lock in a desperate struggle. A sudden flash of silver carves a brutal path through the rebel's flesh. Crimson sprays the air as the orca's momentum is violently halted. Despite the agonizing pain, the dying killer refuses to stay down. The Association's hunter stands unmoved, waiting for the final flickering breath. One cold, calculating eye watches for the slightest opening to end it, but a primal red glow signals the orca's final surge of defiance. With a roar of desperation, he throws his entire soul into one lunge. The hunter's guard shatters as the rebel finally draws blood in return. The air screams as steel finally bites deep into cold flesh. In the chaos, Seahuke's consciousness sharpens into a lethal, singular focus. He tracks the hunter's blade, waiting for the one fatal slip. Two legends collide in a dance where the smallest mistake equals death. For the first time, Ivan's cold composure cracks with adrenaline-fueled excitement. That single breath of hesitation allows the orca to sink his blade. With a bone-shattering impact, the ultimate hunter is finally sent reeling. Predatory eyes meet as the tide of the battle violently shifts. Crimson flows freely from the weapon of a man who refuses to lose. Blood pools at their feet as the predator becomes the prey. Ivan staggers, his side blooming with a deep, crimson stain. The orca looms closer, eyes burning with cold, murderous intent. Every breath is a struggle as the hunter finally tastes defeat. A chilling realization strikes Ivan right to his very core. He desperately clutches the wound that should have ended him. His prey has transformed into a monster he cannot ignore. A massive shadow rises, acknowledging a rival for the first time. Certainty shatters as the hope of victory slips away. In the face of death, Ivan's dormant power begins to scream. The hounds are unleashed, sensing a new kind of carnage. Desperate footsteps echo as two souls flee into the night. Blinding lights pierce the darkness as the hunters close in. The bond is severed to give one a chance to survive. She commands him to run while she faces the inevitable. Her noble blood is a shield he simply doesn't possess. The cold reality of his certain death finally sinks in. A ruthless commander bellows for the half-blood's head. She accepts a tragic fate she knew was always coming. Everything shatters as she plunges into the dark abyss. The hounds finally catch their scent in the freezing dark. The hounds of death finally close in for the kill. Ivan lunges through the dark, his breath ragged and lungs burning. Pure terror grips him as the cold reality of death nears. He remembers the night his world truly began to shatter. She lay there, mourning a life sold to a heartless family. He could only watch, bound by duty and his own silence. Her voice trembled, questioning the strength of his hollow resolve. She spoke of a tomorrow spent in the arms of another. Tears fell as she begged him to finally feel something. That haunting memory is the only thing fueling his survival. He reaches out, gripping the remnants of a shattered piece. Their final embrace is stained with tears and unspoken hatred. He crushes his own heart to endure the coming slaughter. In the dead of night, the hunter slays his first beast. He vows to build an army of hounds to hunt his enemies. Years later, he stands ready to reclaim everything he lost. But a monster with blood-red eyes is already waiting for him. The hierarchy is set as the true predator demands absolute submission. The loyal hound awaits orders to begin the rescue mission. She waits in silence, a bird trapped in a gilded cage. Ivan Cardiff is pushed to his absolute limit, gasping for air. Bloodied and broken, the elite hunter finally falls to his knees. From the shadows, a monstrous power demands his lethal skills. The price for survival is absolute loyalty to a new master. Despite the pressure, a cold, predatory light flickers in Ivan's eyes. His followers scream for blood, unaware of the shifting tides. An army of loyal hounds surges forward to claim their prize. But Ivan remains grounded, carrying the weight of his sins. A dark secret surfaces, threatening to shatter his remaining resolve. He stands before a god, realizing some shadows are impossible to surpass. A new predator rises, ready to swallow everything in its path. To build a new empire, every trace of the past must die. The shadow of death looms over those he loves most. Survival comes at a price. Total submission to a monster. Desperation flickers in his eyes as his world crumbles. One final image of a broken life haunts his mind. A single command is issued, sealing their collective fate. Orca suddenly calls for a retreat, shocking his loyal hounds. Confusion spreads through the ranks as the hunt is abandoned. A dark shadow looms over the crimson ruins of a failed conquest. The sting of defeat burns through a bloodshot, predatory gaze. A cold-blooded rival emerges to challenge the legendary Orca's authority. Cruel warnings promise that no one is safe from the coming tide. Si-hyuk steadies his breath, focusing his lethal instincts for the kill. Two apex predators prepare for one final, decisive clash of steel. A haunting reflection reveals the true monster hiding in the dark. He stares deep into the void, searching for a way out. But some shadows are destined to consume everything they touch. He stands in the shadows, wondering if fear has finally found him. The legend of the Orca begins to blur into a bloody silhouette. Si-hyuk tightens his grip, knowing this duel will be his last. A monster awakens in his eyes, hungry for the coming slaughter. There is no room for mercy in a heart forged by war. Suddenly, his rival strikes with the speed of a terminal predator. The first strike draws blood, shattering the myth of his invincibility. Clinging to life, he feels the crushing weight of a true challenger. The king is sent flying as his throne of corpses finally collapses. Nam-wung slams the legendary Orca into the cold stone floor. A lethal blade follows, forcing the king to scramble for survival. Steel bites into flesh as Si-hyuk barely deflects a killing blow. The razor-sharp edge grazes him, missing a vital artery by millimeters. Defying gravity, the Orca leaps above the reach of certain death. He strikes back with a bone-shattering kick to his rival's skull. Landing with predator grace, Si-hyuk prepares his final, desperate counterattack. Gasping for air, the monster in his eyes finally awakens. A terrifying silhouette emerges, ready to end this bloody rebellion forever. The Orca reflects on a past where blood stained his every choice. He questions if his quest for protection was merely a selfish delusion. A fragile life once depended on the strength of his blood-soaked hands. He swore to slaughter any monster that dared to threaten her peace. But reality fractures, forcing him to face a cruel, undeniable truth. Returning to the present, Si-hyuk lunges with a blade aimed at Nam-wung. His eyes burn with a lethal focus that transcends human limits. The predator within fully awakens, shedding its humanity for pure destruction. In the end, the throne of power only offers a crimson-tinted solitude. Si-hyuk wonders if his desperate need to protect her was purely selfish. He remembers the fragile life he once promised to cherish forever. That vow turned him into a monster who only knows how to kill. In an instant, his perception of time begins to warp and accelerate. The lethal dance between predators is decided in less than a second. Pure survival instincts force his body to move before his mind can. Victory in this hellish world is often just a matter of luck. Nam-wung's momentary hesitation creates the fatal opening Si-hyuk was waiting for. With a gaze of pure death, the Orca prepares to end it. The predator stands triumphant over his broken prey in the moonlight. Nam-wung finally admits defeat as his life begins to fade away. Si-hyuk's cold gaze reveals the true nature of their blood-soaked destiny. He reminds the fallen warrior that their purpose was never loyalty. They were bred for one reason: to tear out their master's throat. Silence fills the room as the weight of betrayal settles in. Outside, a new threat arrives to erase the evidence of slaughter. The cleaners move in, expecting to find only a cold corpse. Their leader watches closely, sensing the exhaustion of a monster. But the Orca remains standing, a king among the ruins of war. Nam-wung scoffs at the impossible dream of toppling their common enemy. Si-hyuk reflects on the days before he became a broken hound. Now, the legendary Orca towers over his former brother in arms. Nam-wung searches for hope in the shadow of certain death. They share the same blood-soaked path but different ultimate goals. A cold blade remains ready to end this tragic cycle of violence. The fallen warrior demands to know why his kin turned executioner. Si-hyuk's crimson eyes reveal a soul hardened by absolute loss. Suddenly, a new shadow enters the room to assess the carnage. The cleaner adjusts his glasses as his perfect plans begin to crumble. The cleaner steps forward to finish the job himself. Si-hyuk stands amidst the carnage, his soul heavy with exhaustion. A lethal standoff begins as the two predators face off. Suddenly, an agile intruder vaults over the balcony with ease. Even the cold tactician is stunned by the unexpected arrival. Mysterious reinforcements finally breach the room to claim their prize. The legendary Orca towers over his broken and defeated brother, but the presence of new players shifts the deadly balance. Terror grips the onlookers as they witness the absolute devastation. One final preparation begins as the true war finally ignites. A new threat emerges as mysterious figures breach the perimeter. The defeated Namwung can only watch as his world crumbles. Orca reveals the chilling truth about the survivors of his purge. In a secluded room, a broken warrior finally opens his eyes. His caretaker watches closely, waiting for the spark of life. Confusion turns to shock as Namwung realizes he is alive. Desperation takes hold as he demands to know the monster's location. High-ranking enforcers maintain a tense vigil under the moonlight. The elite guards question the wisdom of letting the target pass. Loyalty outweighs doubt because when Orca speaks, the world obeys. The heavy sound of footsteps echoes as a final, desperate decision is made. Fearsome warriors freeze in terror as the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifts. The ultimate predator commands the hall, forcing every soul to fall in line. Namwung watches in stunned silence as his world crumbles before his eyes. Orca asserts his dominance, paralyzing the elite guards with a single chilling command. The cleanup begins, as the cold-blooded leader prepares to erase the evidence. Betrayal runs deep as Orca reveals that even the hounds have switched sides. His loyal subordinates confirm they followed his mercy by sparing the targets. High-ranking captives hang in agony, surviving only by the monster's cruel whim. A sadistic smile creeps across Orca's face, satisfied with the brutal outcome. Namwung stares in disbelief, realizing his strength was never enough. He watches the monster who dismantled his world stand tall. Memories of a blood-soaked past flash before his eyes. Even the most loyal soldiers begin to question their allegiance. The weight of their shared history hangs heavy in the air. Orca stands firm, declaring that the old ways are dead. Namwung takes a final, desperate gamble to reclaim his authority. The elite hounds hesitate, caught between two terrifying predators. Cold silence fills the hall as the masked operative waits. Blades are drawn, signaling the start of a final cleanup. Orca stands over his broken rival, dismissing the impossible odds ahead. The world's true masters watch from the shadows, cold and untouchable. But this legendary killer never enters a fight he can't win. Namwung warns that their next target is a different breed of monster. To the Orca, even gods are just prey waiting for slaughter. Driven by a desperate love, Namwung will burn everything to protect her. A single tear falls for the man who finally lost his soul. Memories of a warm, simple life flicker like a dying candle. That peaceful dream is now buried under a mountain of corpses. The predator rises to finish the job, regardless of the cost. The silver-haired operative realizes his strength is nothing against a true monster. Even the most elite warriors are told their power is utterly abysmal. The former champion looms, warning that some enemies simply cannot be beaten. A dark question lingers as blood stains the path to absolute power. For a love worth dying for, any sacrifice is a necessary price. He decides to indulge in the ultimate greed just this once. To survive the coming storm, the Orca must gather even more power. An army of elite hounds stands ready to be used as disposable tools. Two legends stand face to face, deciding if a new alliance is truly possible. Ivan Cardiff places his final bet, becoming the Orca's most lethal hunting dog. Heavy footsteps echo through the halls as the infiltration begins. There is no turning back now that the hunt has started. The guards stand paralyzed as their worst nightmare finally arrives. A legion of elite hounds emerges from the freezing shadows. Ivan stands tall, announcing his allegiance to a new master. His life is no longer his own, he serves the Orca. The masked commander leads the pack toward their next target. From the balcony, the Orca orders a total, heartless massacre. The hounds charge forward with a single, lethal, predatory intent. Death arrives at the hospital gates under the midnight sky. Tensions boil over as the truth of the betrayal finally hits. Whispers of Ivan's new alliance send shockwaves through the entire unit. The advance stops dead, as confusion replaces their tactical discipline. A desperate leader screams to hold the line against the distraction. A shadow lunges forward, silencing the commander before he can finish. The order to fall back is issued with bone-chilling authority. The ghost of the warehouse rises, battered but more dangerous than ever. Paralyzing fear grips the guards as they realize Kamiya still breathes. Even the highest elites can't believe their eyes as the tide turns. They soon realize that the Orca's mercy only comes after total submission. The final warning is issued to end this slaughter before everyone falls. A single call connects, carrying news that will shatter their remaining resolve. The cleanup crew arrives only to witness a scene beyond their control. Orders from the top demand an immediate explanation for the sudden chaos. Cold terror takes hold as the true scale of the disaster clears. They scramble to mobilize every available man to contain the lethal fallout. Two predators lock eyes, knowing the real war is only just beginning. A line is drawn between those who serve and those who survive. Panic spreads like wildfire as the transmission confirms their worst fears. The fallen hound rises again, ready to drag his enemies into the abyss. The orca stands amidst the carnage, his mission far from over. Namwung reflects on the crushing weight of his ultimate defeat. A sudden touch breaks the silence, halting his downward spiral. The associate grants a temporary reprieve from their inevitable reckoning. A new priority is set, shifting the target of their mission. Deep within the shadows, an innocent life remains completely untouched. Fury ignites within Namwung as his predatory instincts resurface. Two bitter rivals stand together in the cold, morning mist. A heavy hand reminds him who truly commands the battlefield. The predator finally acknowledges his return to the living world. Namwung reels, realizing his predator intentionally left him alive for a reason. Covered in gore, the orca mocks the silence of his defeated prey. A chilling smile confirms that every move has gone exactly as planned. Two monsters stand in the dark, bound by a terrifying new debt. Reports flood in, marking the start of a total war against Neville. But the association is the true prize, requiring a foundation of blood. Loyal shadows pledge their service to the man who conquered the underworld. Word of a survivor arrives, but the mission remains cold and absolute. The burden of command weighs heavy as the next slaughter approaches. Reminders of sacrifice won't stop the monster from finishing what he started. The associate delivers news that Si-hyuk's past has finally caught up. Even the legendary orca is shaken by the mention of his wife. An elder warns him that his blood-soaked appearance will only cause terror. A clean shirt is offered to mask the monster beneath the skin. High above the city, Namwung reflects on his own crushing defeat. A masked loyalist questions if the hound is ready to serve again. They both realize that Si-hyuk possesses a soul they could never break. It is an unyielding will, forged in a hell deeper than their own. Now, the ultimate question remains. Can this monster truly be trusted? Two shadows stand on the precipice of a war that will consume everything. Namwung finally places his absolute faith in the monster who defeated him. The cold, sterile silence of the infirmary feels like a graveyard. Heavy footsteps echo through the corridor as a new predator emerges. Clad in a clean white shirt, the orca hides his bloodlust. Every step down these stairs brings him closer to a painful truth. He pushes open the final door, separating him from his past. Those piercing red eyes betray a flicker of rare, human hesitation. Across the room stands the one person who can still break him. Seeing her again, the legendary killer's composure begins to crumble. A single word catches in his throat, threatening his cold resolve. Heavy footsteps echo as the predator reaches his final destination. Behind him lies a long, bloody path of discarded identities. She gazes at him, questioning if her husband truly returned. The legendary orca stands paralyzed by a ghost from his past. Seeing his weary face, her heart breaks for the man. A soft hand reaches out to touch his scarred reality. For the first time, the cold-blooded killer begins to crumble. He sheds his armor, looking like a vulnerable, lost child. Holding her tight, he finally admits how much he suffered. In the hallway, a silent witness watches the killer's tears. She can no longer hide the pain of his sacrifice. Their loyalty remains unshaken even as their world crumbles. Today marks the only victory that ever truly mattered. He offers a final comfort before the next storm hits. A cold heart finally thaws under the weight of peace. Tears of relief flow for the man who saved them. Every second of this fleeting peace must be cherished, because a nightmare more powerful than ever is waiting. Bound by blood, they swear an oath of absolute protection. His blood-stained hands will now cradle a new beginning. Namwung watches in shock as the legendary predator finally wavers. But Miju refuses to let him walk into death again. Even the world's most dangerous man must plead for her mercy. His subordinates can't believe this is the same ruthless killer. To them, seeing Orca this vulnerable is a surreal nightmare. She knows the cost of war and demands he stay. He knows that leaving is the only way to protect her. The tension breaks as the outsiders are ordered to leave. Silence falls as the weight of his next move settles. Now, Orca must decide if love is worth the ultimate sacrifice. Orca prepares to move out, his presence commanding the room. His loyal subordinates watch in silence, sensing the shifting tides. Ivan waits by his bike, ready for the next phase. A sharp call cuts through the air, snapping Ivan into focus. The legendary predator reunites with a former rival turned ally. Ivan questions if the hounds will follow this new path. Shin reveals that Orca has entrusted him with a massive burden. Strategic pieces are moved across the board to avoid internal conflict. Orca vows to finish his business before the final storm hits. The hounds pledge absolute loyalty, awaiting the signal to strike. Orca declares the hounds as the ultimate key to their hidden operation. Ivan receives his orders to strike from the shadows in total silence. Donning his mask, the hunter prepares to become a living ghost. The engine roars to life as the first move is finally made. A cold promise is made to meet at the center of chaos. Ivan vanishes into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust behind. Namwung watches in disbelief as the legendary predator's plan unfolds. The weight of this shifting tide feels almost too surreal to grasp. Speeding toward the objective, there is no turning back from this path. An alliance once thought impossible is now the world's only hope. News of the ultimate predator's victory sends shockwaves across the globe. Deep within the shadows, the reigning powers finally take notice. The name Cha Si-hyuk now echoes through the halls of power. Even the most elite fixers can't help but grin at the chaos. Word spreads that the once loyal hounds have found a new master. The betrayal is confirmed as the organization's foundation begins to crumble. A new player emerges from the seclusion of the old ways. The young master of the Kimonshu family demands a personal meeting. The winds of change sweep through the silent, ancient forests. Every step forward brings the world closer to an inevitable collision. A heavy silence descends as the ancient Kimonshu lineage finally stirs. Deep within their stronghold, the family head demands absolute, unwavering order. Every elite soldier stands ready, sensing a shift in global power. Kamiya Yuma breaks the tension with a cold and devastating announcement. To this patriarch, a fallen son is merely a political justification. The decree is final. The legendary Orca is now their primary target. He tests the resolve of those remaining in the wake of tragedy. In this house of killers, grief is a weakness none can afford. A lethal trap is set, using a false alliance as bait. The hunt begins, and the Kimonshu leader cannot hide his bloodlust. Deep within a secluded estate, a dangerous meeting unfolds. High-ranking officials gather, sensing a shift in the underworld's power. They demand a new deal, greedy for a larger cut. Their eyes betray a hunger that goes beyond mere money. But Kamiya remains unmoved by their petty political threats. She tests their resolve with a cold, mocking question. The corrupt chiefs play along, oblivious to the predator's intent. A lethal warning hangs in the air like cigarette smoke. Arrogant insults fly as the officials forget their true place. Ray agrees to renegotiate, but her terms are absolute. The corrupt chief smirks, thinking he finally controls the board, but a single pointed finger signals the end of the game. Ray coldly announces exactly who will replace him after today. Arrogance turns to horror as a lethal shadow moves in. Cold sweat breaks as the official realizes his life is over. The Kimonshu's top fixer draws steel to silence the greedy. A desperate scream echoes as the blade begins its descent. Crimson splatters the walls while the predator calmly lights up. Bathed in blood, Rice's gaze remains as cold as ice. The negotiation ends in a massacre, leaving no loose ends. The corrupt official stares in horror at the gruesome warning left behind. Behind him, the Kimonshu's top executioner looms with a cold, unsheathed blade. A silent shadow steps forward, signaling the start of a terrifying era. Bathed in blood, Ray announces the terms of their forced new partnership. Paralyzing fear grips the official as he realizes there is no escape. The predator's gaze pierces through him, demanding absolute and unquestioning loyalty. Broken and defeated, the man falls to his knees in total submission. He desperately pledges his life to the monsters he once tried to control. With trembling hands, he accepts the cup, sealing his dark fate forever. The bloody price of betrayal remains in the glass as a permanent warning. The corrupt official realizes his life no longer belongs to him. He collapses in terror, facing the monsters he failed to control. Night falls as a torrential rain masks the organization's movements. The Kimonshu's elite shadows move out to fulfill their dark purpose. A cryptic phone call sets a new, bloodier plan into motion. She accepts the order to hunt the ultimate predator without hesitation. The organization's top fixer prepares for a journey of total destruction. Their mission is clear as they cross borders to finish the job. Far away, a temporary silence blankets the halls of a hospital. The Orca's sanctuary is breached as a ghost from his past arrives. Namwung screams that the hunters have finally breached their sanctuary. The Orca realizes the time for peace has officially run out. Outside, Ray stands ready to lead him into a lethal trap. The weight of his bloody legacy begins to crush his resolve. A fragile voice asks if he must return to the slaughter. She desperately needs a promise that this isn't their final goodbye. The predator's mark signifies a debt that must be paid in blood. With cold eyes, he swears to return from the coming storm. She commands him to go, but adds one final, chilling warning. If he leaves her a widow, she'll kill him herself. A final touch marks the end of a fleeting peace. He promises to return before his child even starts walking. His allies watch as the predator prepares for his descent. A sleeping life remains the only light in his dark world. Standing over the cradle, he finds a new reason to kill. One last kiss seals a vow that cannot be broken. The Orca turns away, leaving his heart behind for the mission. A grim warning reveals that the Kimonshu are already moving. Their deadliest daughter has arrived to drag him into the abyss. He must survive a family that knows nothing but blood. The Kimonshu's deadliest daughter stands ready to paint the pavement red. but a sudden realization shatters her icy composure in an instant. Even the orca is frozen by the sight of his enemy's collapse. The battlefield turns into a reunion as siblings finally cross paths. A twisted joy erupts from the woman who was meant to kill. She clings to her brother, the one man she thought was dead. Suspicion hangs heavy in the air as the predator watches closely. The lethal bait begins to process the impossible truth before her. She demands to know why a Kamonchu would join the enemy. Namwoong makes his choice clear, standing firmly by the orca's side. Ray finally calms her chaotic emotions and makes a startling decision. She offers her hand to the predator, pledging a dangerous new alliance. Si-hyuk remains frozen, unable to trust this sudden shift in the wind. Namwoong stands firm, knowing his sister's heart is tied to his survival. Her smile masks a devotion that could rewrite the rules of this war. The group moves out, leaving the battlefield behind for a temporary sanctuary. Inside the car, the weight of their new pact begins to settle. Even in the face of death, the siblings share a twisted affection. But the Kamiya family is a beast fueled by deep-rooted, secret betrayals. Si-hyuk wonders if he's recruited a loyal ally or a ticking time bomb. Ray acknowledges the massive power backing Si-hyuk's play for absolute control. Her loyalty isn't to a flag, but to her discarded brother's life. If their father learns the truth, he will hunt Shin down personally. A chilling resolve settles over her as the family's cruelty is exposed. The son branded as inferior has finally found a reason to fight. Together, they prepare to face the overwhelming might of the Neville organization. Ray asserts her dominance to ensure her brother remains under her protection. She supports his decision to follow the predator into the coming storm. Memories of being sold into hell flicker behind the young man's eyes. A sister's devotion finally ignites into a lethal desire for total revenge. Deep within the Neville stronghold, a cold judgment begins to descend. Kamaya Yuma snarls at the pathetic weakness displayed before his throne. The association's highest leaders prostrate themselves in a desperate display of submission. Terrified of the predator's influence, Dove begs for a final chance to resist. Desperate promises are made to ensure the legendary killer never claims his birthright. 3 elite monsters emerge from the shadows, chosen to crush the rebellion. Osan Bennett waits with lethal intent, a candidate forged for total domination. Lucas Greenwood watches coldly, his gaze fixed on the coming slaughter. Arthur Clarke joins the line, completing the trinity of deadly successors. High above the chaos, the true mastermind watches the pieces fall into place. A cold authority watches, as the power balance finally shifts. The Kimonshu family gathers their numbers, prepared for a total massacre. Heads roll as the purge of the weak begins without mercy. Kamiya Yuma stands tall, a monster bathed in the blood of failures. Even the most lethal candidates tremble before such overwhelming, primal savagery. The scent of death clings to the Kimonshu leaders' every breath. Survivors prostrate themselves, desperate to appease the blood-soaked tyrant. A piercing gaze demands the identity of the one who survived. Fear chokes the air as the next successor faces his judge. Arthur Clarke submits, offering his life to the New World Order. A dark promise of power echoes through the blood-stained throne room. The predatory hunger of the deep watches, testing the candidate's resolve. Cold sweat pours as the weight of this monstrous evolution sets in. Every step forward leaves a trail of crimson across the frozen floor. Kamiya Yuma stands amidst the slaughter, preparing his ultimate puppet for war. A shadowy king waits in the darkness to reclaim the stolen association. Blood-slicked hands tighten their grip on the destiny of the entire underworld. Miles away, a black sedan cuts through the night toward a new battlefield. Si-hyuk's cold gaze remains fixed on the inevitable collision with his enemies. His allies freeze in terror as he redirects their path toward certain death. Namwoong trembles as the weight of Si-hyuk's reckless plan finally sinks in. But the legendary predator isn't waiting for permission to dismantle his enemies. A cold smirk meets the gaze of a patriarch hungry for absolute slaughter. They arrive at the Kimonshu stronghold, a fortress built on centuries of blood. Walking into the lion's den, the predator and his guide prepare for impact. Ray warns that in this territory, a single opening means certain death. Si-hyuk's eyes flare with a lethal hunger for the coming transition of power. They find the family's 6th-ranked monster waiting calmly in the dim light. Kamiya Yuji radiates a crushing pressure that demands total, immediate respect. The book closes as a new war for the underworld officially begins. Yuji greets the legendary predator with a deceptively polite welcome. Si-hyuk remains silent, his cold gaze dissecting every potential threat. A single handshake reveals a lethal level of hidden combat experience. The tension thickens as the group is led deeper into the stronghold. Yuji's mask slips, revealing deep-seated disdain for his unwanted guests. Namwoong's heart races, realizing his past has finally caught up. They reach the inner sanctum where a final judgment awaits. The heavy doors open to reveal the Kimonshu patriarch's crushing presence. Terror strikes Namwung as he witnesses the impossible before him. This meeting confirms that the underworld is about to be shattered. Ray freezes as a ghost from the past suddenly emerges. The Predator finally stands face to face with the Kimonsha's true power. Kamiya Ryuga, the family's legendary young leader, finally reveals himself. Even facing a monster, Si-hyuk remains chillingly indifferent and calm. The orca offers his respects while the air reeks of blood. They call Ryuga a madman for a reason, and he's hungry. Those predatory eyes scan the room for any sign of weakness. A monstrous aura looms, judging if the newcomer is worthy prey. One wrong move will turn this inner sanctum into a bloodbath. The succession war is starting, and the world is about to burn. This moment marks the final piece before the storm breaks. The succession war begins, turning every candidate into lethal prey. Every ancient pact is shattered, as the old order finally collapses. Two monsters stand ready to tear out each other's throats. Ryuga mocks the Predator, relishing the scent of an upcoming slaughter. But arrogance in this room is often a swift death sentence. The madman dares the orca to draw his blade first. Si-hyuk's gaze turns murderous, accepting the reckless challenge ahead. A single cold glance signals the end of all negotiations. The hunt has begun, and only one monster will remain. The Kimonshu guards stand ready, sensing a storm approaching their inner sanctum. Deep within the lion's den, the Predator finally confronts the madman. Aggressive voices erupt from behind the doors, demanding entry into the hall. A single word of authority cuts through the chaos as doors open. Standing amidst his enemies, Si-hyuk remains unfazed by their collective weight. Reinforcements arrive as the legendary four brothers step into the light. Seeing his former allies, Namwung is paralyzed by ghosts of his past. Ray watches in disbelief as the pieces of the puzzle finally click. Every second counts as she realizes the tactical genius unfolding before her. The Predator's gaze sharpens, sealing the fate of everyone in the room. A monstrous presence looms, weighing their lives against its hunger. The siblings stand paralyzed as the weight of the room suffocates them. From the shadows, the family's true power demands a final choice. Abandoning his bloodline, Namwung stakes his life on a new master. A cold grip seals the pact, cementing an unbreakable alliance. Si-hyuk stands tall, his presence dwarfing the legends before him. The madman watches, masking his lethal intent with a chilling smile. With a simple greeting, the ultimate Predator declares his arrival. In that gaze, the monster recognizes a hunger equal to his own. The hunt begins as two apex legends prepare to collide. Namwung laughs, finally acknowledging the raw power that bested his greatest rival. The madman savors the thrill, ending their encounter with a chilling sense of respect. Si-hyuk stands unmoved, his cold silence speaking louder than any verbal threat. A grim promise hangs in the air as the two legends part ways. The Predator accepts the challenge, his resolve hardening for their inevitable final clash. Within those glowing eyes, a lethal anticipation begins to burn for the future. Their destiny is sealed in blood, promising a battle that only one will survive. At the association headquarters, the dawn of a terrifying new era finally arrives. Tension drips like poison as the heavy weight of leadership settles into place. Even his elite guards tremble, as the successor remains frozen in a deathly silence. Returning to the place that discarded him, Namwung's mind burns with madness. The Predator gathers his elite hounds, preparing for a total takeover. Si-hyuk steps forward, his cold eyes signaling the start of the hunt. Even his most loyal men tremble, fearing the scale of the coming bloodbath. For Orca, absolute dominance must be established before a single bullet flies. They enter the Grand Hall where the world's most dangerous powers wait. Among them stands Arthur Clarke, a candidate whose life now hangs by a thread. The old guard watches as the new king arrives to claim the throne. Kamiya Yuma grins, knowing the true massacre is finally about to begin. Every footstep echoes like a death knell through the silent, frozen hall. Panic spreads as the crowd recognizes the return of the unkillable. The elite guard realizes they have fatally underestimated the ultimate Predator. Terrified whispers confirm the arrival of the legendary hound dogs. A wall of elite killers stands ready to dismantle the association. A single tattoo marks the man who came to reclaim everything. Si-hyuk's cold gaze signals the start of a ruthless internal purge. Arthur Clarke freezes, realizing he is standing in a literal graveyard. The old masters watch as their golden world begins to burn. This isn't just an entrance, it is a total hostile takeover. The silence breaks as Si-hyuk delivers a final declaration of war. A titan of the underworld prepares to accept a terrifying new reality. The announcement of a new successor sends ripples through the silent room. Cha Si-hyuk officially steps into the light as the ultimate Predator. The massive assembly freezes as the association's new king walks through. Terrified whispers confirm that the legendary hound dogs have truly returned. Even the highest executives realize his power now rivals the great forces. The weight of the Predator's presence forces the boldest warriors to tremble. In this brutal world, weakness is a sin that strips away dignity. Si-hyuk's declaration of war has officially shattered the old status quo. The shadows retreat as the world's most powerful sponsors abandon ship. Yuma demands to know if the old powers are surrendering their claim. The elite executive refuses to gamble his life on an uncertain future. Si-hyuk's monstrous growth has shattered every calculation the world's sponsors made. Neutrality becomes the only shield against the lethal storm brewing between legends. The major forces flee, leaving only the Kimanshu family to stand firm. Now, the throne belongs to whoever survives this final, bloody collision. On the second day of succession, the association's halls feel like tombs. Yuma marches forward, his predatory intent radiating through the silent corridors. Terrified guards try to block a path that is already lost. The monster claims his prize early, knowing the association is already his. The Kimanshu elite invade the association, their presence a silent death sentence. Paralyzed with fear, the guards realize the old world is burning down. Namwung surveys the grand hall, mocking the elegance of a doomed stronghold. An elder's desperate command for order is met only with predatory silence. A crushing hand snuffs out the protest before the violence truly begins. A monstrous strike descends, shattering bone and tradition in a single motion. The survivors watch in horror as their supposed allies reveal their true colors. The giant, Kamiya Daichi, emerges as the ultimate enforcer of the new order. Family ties disintegrate as betrayal strikes from within the Kimanshu bloodline. A cold blade at the throat proves that mercy died with the old leadership. Ku issues a lethal ultimatum, promising death to any who dare resist. A cold blade at the throat ensures total submission from the old guard. With victory in sight, the Kimanshu prepare to claim the entire association. High above the chaos, the organization's true masters await their final move. Si-hyuk sits broken and isolated, his internal collapse mirroring the falling empire. The legendary predator is now a caged animal, paralyzed by his own shadows. Namwung steps forward to declare a brutal, temporary occupation of the stronghold. A predatory grin offers a simple choice: stay silent or lose everything. News of the coup reaches the inner sanctum of the most powerful players. Lin Pachion realizes the board has shifted, and the successor is trapped. Lin Pachion's inner circle prepares for a total, bloody massacre. Si-hyuk warns that the legendary Kamiya Ryuga remains their greatest threat. Facing the madman feels like fighting a lethal reflection of himself. The high-ranking operatives realize this mission is becoming a nightmare. Lucas Greenwood waits for the signal to execute the final plan. Si-hyuk lays out the cold, calculated conditions for total victory. They must break the successor and force an absolute surrender. To end this war, the head of Kimanshu must be eliminated. Lin Pachion questions if they truly intend to erase the family. Without a leader, the entire Kimanshu empire will finally crumble. Si-hyuk declares a dual-front war to dismantle the remaining powers. Lin Pachion agrees that splitting their elite forces is the only way. The heavy hitters prepare for a lethal mission across the sea. Namwung receives the order to execute the head of Kimanshu, but Si-hyuk reserves the most dangerous prey for himself. His inner circle warns that a direct assault invites certain death. The predator knows the risks of facing a fully prepared enemy. High above the target, the master plan begins to unfold. The only path to victory is through absolute, unmitigated chaos. Even the most elite candidates can feel the coming storm. The predator descends directly into the heart of the enemy's sanctum. Orca's arrival signals the start of a massive, unstoppable storm. Terror paralyzes the room as the ultimate killer makes his entrance. The first strike is a blur of cold, lethal efficiency. In his eyes, there is no mercy, only the calculated mission. Surrounded by blades, the legendary monster doesn't even flinch. He carves through the elite defense like they were mere shadows. With every movement, the association's power is torn to shreds. The slaughter ends before the screams can even leave their throats. Dragging the prize behind him, the new king claims his throne. The elders watch in horror as their pride is literally dragged through the dirt. They scream about sacred ground, but their authority has already been extinguished. To Orca, these so-called elites are nothing more than trash awaiting disposal. He towers over the wreckage of the old world, a monster claiming his due. Paralyzing panic sets in as the reality of their helplessness finally hits home. The once arrogant successor is brought low, forced to crawl across the floor. With a single cold gaze, the predator demands absolute and total submission. A simple recorder becomes the instrument of his enemy's ultimate public disgrace. To survive the night, the fallen leader must renounce every ounce of pride. In the shadow of death, there is only one choice left: obey or perish. A final warning is issued to those clinging to a pathetic life. One gaze is enough to freeze the blood of any seasoned warrior. The predator locks on, preparing to extinguish another light forever. In a blur of violence, the opposition is slammed into oblivion. Screams of terror echo as the hound asserts his absolute dominance. Suddenly, the air grows heavy with the scent of true death. A legendary blade leaves its sheath, vibrating with murderous intent. A phantom from the past steps forward to reclaim the battlefield. For the first time, the hunter realizes he has become the prey. The eight's most lethal shadow has arrived to end the revolution. Orca realizes even a god-tier predator needs lethal hounds to finish the job. The once proud candidates finally accept their roles as tools for the revolution. A new hierarchy is born from the ashes of their shattered pride. Names like Fang and Molar now represent the ultimate weapons of death. With a single word, the monster unleashes a storm of absolute violence. Panic grips the association as the first floor realizes the end is here. The defenders look up in terror at the shadows of their executioners. Glass shatters as the elite strike team descends like vengeful demons. Bone-crushing strikes instantly silence any hope of a counterattack. The purge begins in earnest as the intruders tear through the ranks. The Kimonshu giants stand ready, their predatory gaze fixed on the coming storm. Light floods the inner sanctum as the forbidden gates finally swing wide. Cold eyes reflect a lifetime of slaughter. Unbothered by the looming confrontation, the Titans step into the sacred hall to reclaim their stolen legacy. A solitary shadow emerges, radiating a pressure that chokes the very air. Terror ripples through the elite guard as they recognize the ultimate predator. The Kimonshu leader acknowledges his guest with a chillingly calm observation. But even the most seasoned monsters feel the weight of this meeting. Surrounded by the strongest warriors, Orca stands his ground without flinching. He marks his targets, branding them as the true cancers of the association. The elite hounds prepare for a massacre as the final order arrives. Orca authorizes total elimination, his cold eyes promising a bloody end. Amidst the chaos, the legendary madman Ryuga watches with a predatory grin. The Kimonshu giants step forward, warning their kin to stay back. Rei stands firm, knowing her brother's survival depends on this violent moment. A chilling smile confirms Ryuga is ready to reclaim his rightful place. He stands at the center, radiating pressure that paralyzes every soul present. His gaze reflects a fractured past born from an obsession with power. This was the masterpiece of Yuma, a leader driven by twisted legacy. A father's dark desire for a perfect successor birthed this unstoppable monster. Yuma treated human life like a primitive breeding experiment. He sired child after child in search of perfection, a twisted legacy built upon rows of discarded lives. The halls overflowed with the results of his dark obsession. Out of 100 failures, one true monster finally emerged. Ryuga was born with the eyes of a natural killer. Even a mother's desperate pleas could not stay his hand. At 13, he was already dismantling his own bloodline. For the weak, there was only a prayer for mercy. A predator had risen to claim his father's throne. Desperate pleas were met only with the cold spray of blood. He stood as the only survivor in a room full of corpses. The Titan finally acknowledged the successor he had spent years creating. From that moment, the boy became the family's new eldest son. The boy took immense pride in becoming his father's shadow. Every waking hour was dedicated to pushing his body beyond human limits. As he matured, he became the perfect image of his father's legacy. The old era died as the son stood over his father's body. An elite fixer arrived to evaluate the island's most dangerous weapon. To a professional, his massive movements were nothing but sloppy. Seeing his father fallen felt like staring into a shattered mirror. If the original was flawed, the successor was destined for failure. He realized his massive frame was a curse, not a blessing. Desperate pleas from the servants echoed against the cold estate walls. Mountains of the finest delicacies remained untouched as months bled away. He chose to starve the giant within to kill his lineage. Every agonizing drop of sweat signaled a brutal, internal rebirth. The physical legacy of a loser was a skin he shed. Spring blossoms fell, while he remained locked in his silent transformation. Seasons changed as the world waited for a new kind of monster. After 6 months of isolation, the winter silence finally breaks. A terrified witness watches the impossible happen before her eyes. Ryuga discards his father's cursed bloodline with one final step. He emerges from the shadows, reborn as a perfect, lean monster. This new form is no longer a legacy. It is his alone. A predatory grin reveals his absolute hunger for a true battle. No warrior has survived more than 3 exchanges with this beast. Now, he seeks the only man capable of shattering his limits. The red-haired hound finally stands face to face with the legendary Orca. He challenges the monster who slaughtered the association's first chairman. Orca steps forward, fueled by the words of a fallen friend. He recalls the Kamiya family who once treated him like nothing. Now, the undisputed leader marches to settle every last debt. If the monsters won't come out, hell drag them into light. Deep in the shadows, Ryuga's bloodlust finally begins to ignite. The warpath leads straight to the Kimonshu family's fortress. Lethal shadows begin dancing across the rooftops under the moon. A pack of elite killers descends to protect their territory. A cold, bandaged hand strikes the stone, signaling the end. The hidden ninjas emerge, ready to die for their master's legacy. Orca realizes the fortress is guarded by an ancient shadow force. His crew struggles to believe ninjas exist in the modern era. The sheer absurdity of the situation leaves the team completely speechless. They wonder if they have truly stepped into the Dark Ages. But a cold body on the floor proves the threat is real. Orca secures the perimeter while retrieving a vital piece of intel. He examines a secret map delivered by a mysterious contact. Though the drawing is crude, it reveals every hidden enemy position. The Choi brothers prepare to strike directly from the darkness. The signal is given to begin the final assassination. The team analyzes a map detailing the entire Kimanshu family structure. Nam Woong realizes the enemy has left his father, Yuma, completely exposed. Orca commands his elite triplets to use the map for tactical strikes. Driven by a personal vendetta, Nam Woong decides to hunt Yuma alone. Orca warns that facing one of the 5 strongest assassins is suicide. Nam Woong reminds his leader of his brutal past as a hound dog. He vows to end his father's legacy with his own bare hands. Outside, the Kimonshu guards fall before they can even draw breath. The brothers are shocked by how easily the perimeter security crumbled. With the courtyard stained red, the final siege feels suspiciously easy. The infiltration takes a chilling turn as the shadows begin to speak. These aren't regular soldiers, but mindless husks programmed only for slaughter. Despite their perfect stealth, Orca realizes they've been lured into a trap. The team is now surrounded by the true horror of the Kimonshu legacy. Yuma didn't raise sons. He forged hollow, broken, experimental weapons. The sight of these discarded, beggar-like children fuels a cold rage. These tragic monsters chant their father's orders like a deathly mantra. 100 elite killers stand between the team and their objective. The brothers wonder if they can replicate Orca's legendary past victories. They remember when one man's arrival nearly ended their dreams forever. These hulking monstrosities possess strength far beyond any ordinary soldier. Orca realizes his team has finally evolved into true predators. Combined, their lethal power might even eclipse their legendary leader. 3 sets of eyes lock onto the massive wave of killers. The trio plunges into the fray, turning a trap into a slaughter. Meanwhile, the hound dog stalks into the heart of his nightmare. The Kimonshu guards recognize the monster they once tried to discard. They scream in fury as their supposed prey walks among them. Blades flash as the cultists rush to claim his head. But Shin has returned to bury the family that abandoned him. He carries the burning weight of an abandoned child's vow. The discarded monster returns to drown his past in blood. Every strike is a brutal reminder of the family's failure. He demands the head of the man who started it. No amount of fodder can stop this vengeful force. Shadows dance as he tears through the paper-thin defense. Their screams are the only melody in this silent slaughter. Desperate blades swing, but they are far too slow. He shatters their bones like the legacy he left behind. The hound dog won't stop until the Kimonshu are extinct. Nam Woong carves a bloody path through the remaining family guards. A massive presence looms, mocking the cockroach who dared enter. The giant recognizes him as the boy who once fled. A brutal impact sends Nam Woong's world spinning into the dirt. The name they use belongs to a life he buried. Thoughts of the mother who left him ignite a cold fury. He is no longer that child. He is a monster. He weaves through the Titans, crushing blows with predatory grace. The past tries to break him, but he only grows stronger. With eyes of fire, he forbids them from speaking that name. The Titan prepares a strike that could shatter the very foundation. He demands Nam Woong prove he is worthy of the family name. To the clan, that title is reserved only for true royalty. If the outcast wants his legacy back, he must take it. The family's ultimate shield, Raiden Hakuho, finally blocks the path forward. This monster in a suit offers his opponent no second chances. But Nam Woong has already killed the boy he used to be. A crushing palm strike threatens to end the rebellion instantly. The giant pours his entire existence into one final, lethal blow. Yet to a true monster, this Titan feels incredibly small. Even the legendary Orca once seemed like an insurmountable mountain. But Nam Woong has evolved into a predator that knows no fear. The Yokozuna realizes his absolute defense has been shattered. One direct hit would have ended the giant's life instantly. A terrifying power awakens within those manic, blood-red eyes. The monster acknowledges his prey's strength before delivering the end. Internal organs rupture as the Titan's body finally gives out. Death arrives in a silent, crimson spray of absolute finality. The family's ultimate shield falls like a broken mountain. Now, the path to the patriarch is paved with corpses. Nam Woong stands before the final barrier, pulse racing with lethal intent. He knows the source of his cursed lineage waits just beyond. The monstrous shadow of Kamiya Yuma looms over the entire family. The son prepares to confront the father who abandoned his humanity. Tonight, the cycle of trauma and violence finally comes to an end. The door slides open, revealing the heart of the Kimonshu darkness. A cold declaration of return echoes through the silent, sacred hall. The patriarch sits enthroned, hidden behind a terrifying, demonic Oni mask. Yuma sacrificed 100 children just to forge one perfect weapon. The rejected child returns as a monster to slay his god. The abandoned son finally stands before the monster who discarded him. He discards his past, reclaiming the name meant for a king. The patriarch watches with cold pride through a terrifying demonic mask. A single explosive strike signals the start of the final reckoning. Sparks fly as the masterpiece tests his strength against absolute power. He launches a high-flying assault to break his father's iron defense. Inverted and focused, he refuses to let his target escape. Narrowly evading a lethal swing, the battle reaches its boiling point. He descends from above, ready to carve out his own future. Pure killing intent burns within his eyes, demanding blood for blood. Blood splatters across the floor as the patriarch mocks his son's weakness. Barely clinging to life, the masterpiece refuses to let his vision fade. The demon stands tall, looking down at the failure he created. Behind that terrifying mask, the monster demands to know the truth. He spits on the family name, claiming he never truly belonged. To a god of war, names are just tools for measuring power. The patriarch admits he can't even remember the boy's mother. Cold fury ignites as the son realizes he was always replaceable. With nothing left to lose, he lunges for one final, lethal strike. In the world of the Kimonshu, the weak are only meant for consumption. In the Kimonshu household, the law of the jungle dictates who eats. Only skeletons remain once the strongest satisfy their bottomless hunger. The weak are forced to survive on the discarded waste of others. Desperation turns siblings into starving animals fighting for every single bite. A few scraps of bone are all that remain for the forgotten. Within these walls, mercy is replaced by a bucket of filth. They are commanded to scrape the very dirt for their survival. One woman endures the ultimate humiliation to protect what she loves. She manages to hide a single, precious piece of real sustenance. A young Namwang stares at the miracle his mother provided. A mother's desperate plea is for her son to become powerful. In this cruel hierarchy, the strong survive by devouring the weak. Without power, you are nothing but a bug to be crushed. His own siblings cast him out like a piece of trash. Even as her son bleeds, she must beg for his life. To the cruel, a child's pain is just a minor annoyance. The weak have no choice but to accept their miserable fate. She hides her broken heart behind a mask of forced smiles. Watching him rot, she realizes love cannot fill an empty stomach. That day, the innocent boy died and a monster was born. Every lash on his skin was a lesson in pain. His own mother delivered the punishment to harden his soul. She demanded he become a predator instead of prey. But the young boy could only tremble in absolute terror. She grabbed him, refusing to let him remain a coward. In this family, mercy is a death sentence for the weak. He realized then that tears were a luxury he couldn't afford. Only the most ruthless survivors would ever see tomorrow. Her final embrace was a plea for him to stay alive. Left alone in the dirt, the innocent child finally broke. Whispers of the boy's savage defiance spread through the dark courtyard. His mother knew that breaking silence only invited a swifter end. In the Kimonshu household, the weak are granted no mercy. There is only one final solution for those who cannot survive. Battered and bloodied, the child faced a future of total servitude. She raised the steel, choosing to end his pain with her hands. Even the most broken souls harbor a well of hidden emotions. Her grip tightened as rage and sorrow clashed within her heart. The boy lay waiting, unaware of the heavy guilt he carried. A single tear betrayed the agonizing depth of a mother's love. The cold steel clattered, signaling the end of a broken life. In this hell, a mother's warmth is a luxury the weak cannot keep. The boy stared in horror as his only world crumbled into dust. She vanished into the darkness, leaving him to face the wolves alone. Without a protector, a child in this house is marked for death. But within the despair, a lethal killing intent began to bloom. Panic gripped the estate as the masterpiece slipped through their fingers. He fled into the night, discarding his identity to become a ghost. He shed his last tears, abandoning the weak boy he once was. His mother's cold gaze remained, proof that only the ruthless survive. He finally realized his mother chose death over protecting his weakness. Alone and broken, he questioned if abandonment was her final gift. News of the missing masterpiece quickly reached the cold family patriarch. Yuma listened with indifference, his heart as cold as a grave. To him, a son forgotten was a son who never existed. He gave the heartless order to leave the boy to the shadows. Stripped of his mother's love, the child's world turned to ash. His very existence was erased for the sin of being born weak. Rejection from his own flesh and blood ignited a dark spark. From the ruins of a discarded son, a lethal monster emerged. The discarded son finally lunges for the patriarch's throat. Every ounce of repressed rage fuels his final, desperate strike. Even behind the demonic mask, the father senses true terror. With monstrous strength, the masterpiece slams his creator into the earth. The invincible legend of the Kimanshu patriarch shatters on the floor. Years of agony are pinned down under a single, vengeful knee. A predatory red gaze marks the end of a bloody era. The blade rises to erase the man who stole his childhood. He remembers the day a stranger offered him a new identity. He recalls the names of those who shared his hellish past. He blinks back the memories of a name long forgotten. His mother's weary face remains etched into his very soul. She chose to abandon herself just to ensure his survival. In that moment, he vowed to discard those who left him. The patriarch's oppressive shadow finally begins to flicker and fade. He prepares to shatter every cruel rule ever forced upon him. Standing over his broken creator, a new legend is born. One final, brutal strike severs the ties of a bloody past. The demonic mask of the invincible tyrant finally splits apart. Cold steel claims the life of the man who started it all. The shattered mask hits the floor, exposing a web of lethal deception. Shin stares in horror as the true mastermind emerges from the gloom. Without hesitation, the shadow executes the man Shin once called family. A cold, familiar voice acknowledges that his puppet has finally matured. Embracing his cursed lineage, Shin grips his blade for one final stand. Their blades collide with enough force to shatter the silent hall. Blood paints the tatami as the family's twisted hierarchy is purged. He moves with a speed that defies every limit Shin has reached. The crushing truth settles in the real monster was hiding all along. Standing tall, the patriarch prepares to erase his only successful masterpiece. Blood spills as a name once forgotten resurfaces in the dark. The patriarch discards the weak with a single, crushing blow. He stands over the fallen, unimpressed by the supposed rebellion. Pure arrogance flickers in eyes that have seen too much slaughter. Shin confronts the man who discarded him like a broken tool. The masterpiece finally stands before his creator with murderous intent. Yuma acknowledges the legend of the hound who defied fate. Years of bloodshed with his new family made his name unforgettable. A single question remains before the final bloodbath begins. The father mocks the son's desperate hunger for simple recognition. Shin makes it clear that he owes this man absolutely nothing. The name he carries wasn't a gift, but a hard-earned burden. He forged his own path far away from this family's shadow. From a starving orphan to a lethal hound, every scar tells a story. His killing intent peaks as he finally embraces his true self. Yuma welcomes the challenge with a twisted, bloodthirsty grin. The silence breaks as Shin lunges with explosive, ground-shaking speed. Cold steel reflects the burning hatred in the masterpiece's eyes. A single strike marks the beginning of the patriarch's end. Shin dives low, targeting his father's foundation with predatory precision. A crushing grip on the ankle seals the patriarch's movement. With monstrous strength, he flips the massive man like a rag doll. Yuma recovers instantly, bringing down a heavy, lethal blade. Burning eyes lock onto the next opening in the chaos. They collide in a blur of steel and raw killing intent. The impact shakes the room as both monsters hunt for blood. Shin acknowledges the old man's strength with a twisted, manic focus. But the head of the Kimanshu won't fall so easily. Yuma watches closely, judging if his son is truly ready. Shin knows he must prove his worth to this name. He refuses to be chained by the limits of birth. The patriarch towers over him, a mountain of pure power. For years, Shin bled just to be noticed by this monster. Life taught him one brutal lesson in the shadows. To survive, he had to become stronger than any human. Effort was his only weapon against a world of genius. Now, the masterpiece finally challenges the god who created him. Yuma watches as Shin pushes his talent past every absolute limit. Every ounce of Shin's focus narrows down to one killing blow. He is willing to bleed just to reach the man he hates. The cold steel finally bites deep, tearing through his own body. Shin collapses as the devastating strike pierces right through his shoulder. The patriarch admits that his son's futile effort was truly impressive. Even as life fades, the young monster refuses to look away. For the first time, the god of Kimanshu grants his respect. He finally calls his masterpiece by his true name, Kamiya Shin. Yuma commands his son to die while bearing the Kamiya name. A lethal strike lands as the father finally accepts his masterpiece. The young monster feels a sickening joy at being finally seen. But that validation isn't enough to satisfy his burning hatred. Life spills from his lungs as the physical toll becomes unbearable. Through the haze of death, a new killing intent ignites. Shin declares that he no longer walks this path in solitude. The patriarch freezes as the temperature in the room begins to skyrocket. The hounds have breached the inner sanctum to finish the job. The hounds finally break through the silence to check on the fallen masterpiece. A battered Shin stares in disbelief while his father looms like a shadow. The elite reinforcements offer a cold apology for their delayed arrival. They didn't come alone, bringing the full weight of the Hound's favor. Shin's shock turns to manic fury at his comrade's reckless gamble. The triplets dismiss the notion of a fair fight against the Patriarch. With Shin at his physical limit, the leader initiates Plan B. The chamber explodes with the roar of soldiers ready to die. In the mounting chaos, the only objective left is a desperate escape. The Grand Concilium Ordinus stands as a fortress of absolute power. Outside, a brutal bloodbath erupts as the Hounds breach the perimeter. Within these halls, the weight of Shin's traumatic past finally catches up. Yuma summons the ghost of the boy he once called Daichi. A new shadow emerges, radiating a killing intent that freezes time. The Kimonchu's eldest daughter arrives to erase her own bloodline. She descends like a predator, striking with cold, calculated precision. Her opening gambit shatters the air with overwhelming, elite force. Shin recoils in shock, his body failing against this familiar nightmare. With twin blades drawn, she lunges to finish the family's culling. The eldest daughter descends like a reaper, her blades clashing against her own kin. She pins her younger brother down, whispering a chilling greeting that freezes his blood. Her eyes burn with a sadistic plea for him to survive her next strike. Shin's world shatters as a sudden, blinding agony tears through his defenses. With a single, fluid motion, she carves a path of crimson across his back. Reeling from the shock, the young masterpiece realizes he is completely outmatched. She mocks the once proud lineage, questioning how the mighty Kamiya bloodline became so weak. Standing before the towering patriarch, she scoffs at the pathetic level of his training. The weight of her disappointment hangs heavy as she prepares to end the farce. High above, the monster who started it all watches with cold, unyielding eyes. Cha confronts Shin, questioning the reckless path his disciple has chosen. Even battered and broken, the young masterpiece refuses to lower his blade. Devouring his rivals was merely the first step toward a much darker goal. He is warned that his true enemies are the heavens themselves. Looking down at the carnage, the weight of his destiny finally settles. The brutal succession battle demands a price Shin might not survive paying. Cha demands an answer, already sensing the cold resolve in Shin's eyes. The ancient factions are trembling as the balance of power begins to shift. A once glorious symbol of peace is now just a justification for war. Across the globe, the world's deadliest assassin organizations are finally making their move. The man who shattered the association's peace now stands as a marked target. A single blade will serve as the signal for a bloody rebirth. Cha watches his masterpiece, sensing the weight of the coming storm. He acknowledges their current weakness, demanding more than just raw ambition. Shin stares back, his resolve hardened by a lifetime of betrayal. He plans to use his identity to seize the Kimonchu family throne. Two titans stand together in a silent pact to seize absolute control. To survive the coming war, they must evolve into something truly monstrous. A dark smile creeps across the face of the man who lost everything. Shin's manic gaze proves that his recklessness has only just begun. Deep in the heart of Korea, a grueling test of will begins. Even the elite hounds reach their absolute limit under the crushing pressure. But a greater spectacle of raw determination draws their weary eyes. Si-hyuk relentlessly pushes his body past the point of total collapse. Every strike he takes serves as a brutal lesson in lethal survival. His mentor strikes with a ferocity that leaves no room for error. The heavy impact sends him reeling, as his physical form finally falters. The veteran warrior mocks his unstable stance and lack of focus. Cold eyes demand absolute perfection, as the cycle of violence restarts. Broken and bloodied, the future leader begs to endure the hell again. The elite onlookers watch in disbelief, as a legend defies age. Even the monstrous Zodiac Dragon stands humbled by this raw power. He reveals the title Grendel was earned through mountains of corpses. This man represents the absolute pinnacle of the underworld's hierarchy. No soldier or assassin can hope to match his terrifying legacy. Time has not dulled the edge of the world's deadliest teacher. His guidance is a lethal prize worth any amount of agony. Young Si-hyuk lies broken after another soul-crushing lesson in violence. The Shadowed Master towers over his student with icy, demanding eyes. Starving for strength, the future leader begs to endure hell again. The legendary master finally acknowledges the boy's unbreakable spirit. Elsewhere, heavy footsteps echo through a sterile, silent corridor. A door slides open, revealing a secret that could change everything. Mansu arrives with supplies, finding a mother cradling a fragile life. He offers a brief moment of peace to the weary protector. Looking down, the child carries the unmistakable eyes of a legend. This infant is the hidden bloodline of the commander himself. But a dark realization begins to settle behind Mansa's calm gaze. A sudden chill fills the room as the atmosphere turns deadly. The weight of a dangerous future now rests in their hands. Miju pleads for caution, fearing the physical toll of this path. But Mansu remains unshaken, claiming he can handle the rising pressure. He stands alone, the weight of his secret burning through him. Nearby, the elite trainees lie broken, unable to endure the trial. If they can't surpass an old man, they'll never protect Si-hyuk. The mentor watches coldly, demanding a far more brutal approach. To forge true weapons, he initiates a special, terrifying request. Even the strongest leaders acknowledge the lack of raw determination. Old legends emerge from the shadows to replace the weak. These are the monsters who defined the era of the Prime. Mansu realizes these monsters are the ones who forged a legend. He recalls a quiet night questioning his commander's impossible growth. He wondered how Si-hyuk became the chairman's most favored weapon. The answer didn't lie in talent, but in something far darker. Si-hyuk credited his evolution to the most terrifying men alive. Years ago, a younger Si-hyuk knelt before the ultimate masters. The old legends watched as he discarded every ounce of pride. He was desperate to transcend his limits and obtain absolute power. He begged for the chance to endure their hellish, lethal lessons. Yet, the masters questioned if he was truly worth their time. The weight of the past hung heavy on Mansa's shoulders. Looking over the city, a secret pact was finally forged. He desperately wanted to stand beside the man he respected, but the legendary mentor wasn't moved by mere words. He refused to turn his sanctuary into a common gym. Si-hyuk stood his ground, defending the man he called friend. The old monster remained skeptical of such human connections. Si-hyuk knew only a god-tier teacher could fix Mansu's flaws. He discarded his pride, kneeling to secure his friend's future. The master laughed, mocking the cinematic drama of their bond. The legendary mentor demands nothing less than absolute perfection from his disciples. Namwoong realizes he is facing a monster that transcends all common logic. Si-hyuk steps forward, radiating the killing intent of a true apex predator. The air shatters as their blades collide in a lethal dance of steel. Every movement is a calculated strike, aimed at ending the fight instantly. Si-hyuk's overwhelming pressure forces the masterpiece of the Kimonshu family to retreat. Pure terror grips Namwoong as he realizes their speed isn't even comparable. The Hound's commander eyes his prey with cold, mechanical precision. In a flash of blinding light, Si-hyuk proves he is the ultimate weapon. Now, the world remembers why being Yuk John's disciple is a death sentence. The legendary instructor demands absolute perfection from his chosen student. Namwoong bows, knowing he cannot afford a single mistake today. The memory of the first Grendel fuels his burning killing intent. He lunges forward, determined to crush the master's latest disciple. But Si-hyuk's rhythm is already evolving, beyond human comprehension. Desperate to regain control, the masterpiece pours everything into one strike. Si-hyuk dances through the chaos with terrifying, mechanical grace. A massive downward swing threatens to split the earth itself. The air shatters as their opposing forces reach a violent climax. With a brutal counter, Si-hyuk proves who truly owns the battlefield. Namwoong reels back, his monstrous strength failing against a superior force. His eyes widen as he realizes the gap between them is insurmountable. Si-hyuk pins him down with cold, calculating precision. The legendary masterpiece is left wide open, defenseless and off balance. Every instinct screams that there is no way to strike back. The pressure is absolute, crushing his momentum and his pride. He is being driven back by a power that defies logic. The sheer weight of the attack shatters his defensive rhythm completely. Si-hyuk moves in close, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. With one final step, the commander seals his absolute victory. Si-hyuk lets the momentum flow, turning Namwoong's strength against him. His movements become a blur, dancing through the narrowest opening. In one fluid motion, he closes the distance and strikes. Namwoong freezes, paralyzed by the impossible angle of the grab. The commander's gaze turns lethal as he dictates the next move. With a crushing stomp, he forces them both off the landing. He drags them both into a chaotic, bone-breaking descent. They plummet down the grand staircase, locked in a lethal embrace. The violent tumble shatters the last of Namwoong's defensive rhythm. They crash onto the floor, but Si-hyuk maintains absolute control. Namwoong hits the floor, reeling from the commander's suicidal descent. Blood blinds his vision as he realizes the sheer insanity of the move. Si-hyuk remains unfazed, coldly resetting his shoulder for the next strike. The power gap becomes undeniable as the commander mocks his opponent's hesitation. Rage boils over, turning Namwoong's shock into a desperate, murderous resolve. He plants his feet, bracing for one final, explosive burst of speed. Across the hall, the legendary leader matches his stance with terrifying precision. The masterpiece of the Kimonshu lunges forward with everything he has left. But Si-hyuk is already moving, a blur of god-tier combat mastery. Steel clashes in a violent explosion of power that will decide their fate. Namwoong's lethal strike draws first blood from the legendary leader. Si-hyuk remains eerily calm, calculating his counter in a split second. He shifts his weight, deciding to take the fight to the ground. The commander dives low, catching the masterpiece off guard with a tackle. His eyes burn with cold focus as he drives his shoulder forward. With monstrous power, Si-hyuk lifts his massive opponent off his feet. Namwoong's blood runs cold as he realizes he has lost control. Gravity becomes a weapon as the red-haired monster is slammed down. Battered and bleeding, the disparity in their combat experience is undeniable. Desperation sets in as Namwoong struggles to find his footing again. Blood drips as the masterpiece realizes his life is finally on the line. The commander's kick connects with the crushing force of a falling mountain. For the first time, pure terror begins to paralyze his killing instinct. Every desperate strike is countered by Si-hyuk's absolute, god-tier combat reflexes. A brutal impact sends the red-haired monster crashing against the cold stone. The air shatters as their blades collide in a lethal blur of steel. Si-hyuk effortlessly parries the blow, dictating the very flow of the fight. One final, crushing strike breaks the last of Namwoong's fading momentum. Trapped and broken, the masterpiece finally accepts his own crushing reality. Standing before him is a wall that no monster can ever climb. Si-hyuk finally enters the transcendent state his legendary master once described. The old mentor watches, acknowledging that his disciple's skills have reached their peak. Standing before him, the legend sees the reflection of his own prime. Every brutal battle against elite monsters has forged Si-hyuk into a god. Not even the strongest warriors could halt this inevitable evolution. The time for training is over. The ultimate weapon is finally complete. At this moment, Si-hyuk stands at the absolute pinnacle of human combat. With cold eyes, he declares that no living soul can defeat him. Namwoong watches in horror as the gap between them becomes an abyss. Not even the most feared legends of the past can stop him now. Even a monster like Namwoong realizes he has finally hit a wall. Si-hyuk's current combat caliber has evolved far beyond any known limit. He has reached a height comparable only to the world's strongest masters. Despite his broken state, Namwoong demands the final dance to begin. Blood pours down his face as his primal killing intent reaches its peak. Si-hyuk looks on with cold indifference, claiming he is only warming up. The sheer weight of his aura paralyzes every warrior left standing. Even the elite reinforcements can't believe their legendary leader is losing. The two monsters collide in a lethal blur of god-tier speed. Every calculated step confirms Si-hyuk has become the ultimate apex predator. The two ultimate weapons finally collide in a dance of death. Si-hyuk enters a state of transcendence, reading every lethal trajectory. Every desperate strike from the masterpiece is predicted before it lands. He isn't just reacting, he is controlling the flow of battle. The gap in their evolution becomes painfully clear with every exchange. Ryuga pours his entire soul into one final, blood-soaked assault. But Si-hyuk's movements have already surpassed the limits of humanity. A single, crushing blow shatters the momentum of the Kimanshu's pride. Gravity itself seems to bend to the will of the hound's leader. The duel ends as the predator finally pins his prey to the earth. The fallen masterpiece refuses to let the light fade from his eyes. A predator's grip tightens, sealing the fate of the fallen warrior. His trembling hand finds the hilt of his last remaining hope, but the hound's leader moves like a ghost through the carnage. A manic grin spreads across a face stained with bitter defeat. Power surges through his grip as the blade thirsts for blood. Si-hyuk unleashes a calculated strike to end this desperate struggle. Their world narrows down to a single, violent circle of steel. Cold eyes see through every frantic move the masterpiece makes. One final strike decides who truly rules this hellish battlefield. Si-hyuk launches a bone-shattering strike to break his opponent's momentum. The two monsters clash in a blur of superhuman speed and precision. Si-hyuk's cold gaze remains fixed, calculating every opening in the chaos. Namwoong grits his teeth, fueled by a primal instinct to survive. Steel meets raw power as the hound catches the lethal blade mid-swing. In that split second, the trajectory of the killing blow becomes clear. With surgical precision, he redirects the weapon to expose a fatal weakness. A single, decisive arc of blood paints the floor as the struggle ends. The masterpiece finally falls, witness to the absolute path of the blade. Namwoong stares into the void as his world finally fractures. The ultimate masterpiece of the Kimanshu family is ruthlessly broken. Si-hyuk dismisses the brutal struggle as nothing more than practice. A cold, blood-stained hand marks the end of this rivalry. Shock flickers in eyes that once only knew primal rage. Si-hyuk stands dominant, promising to hunt the patriarch next. Disbelief ripples through the ranks as their invincible idol falls. The Kimanshu legacy shatters as the masterpiece is finally humbled. Even the strongest monsters now realize they face a true god. Si-hyuk's god-tier presence leaves the enemy ranks in absolute, breathless awe. The succession war tilts as the eldest daughter witnesses her family's collapse. A lone warrior steps forward, ready to sacrifice everything for the cause. He urges his comrades to seize their only chance at survival, but his brothers refuse to let him face the end alone. They cast aside fear, choosing a bond stronger than death itself. In this hell, the three brothers vow to stand or fall together. Their collective resolve burns bright against the shadows of certain defeat. They push Shin toward his destiny, entrusting him with their final hope. The hounds take their final stand to protect the path forward. They grip their blades, prepared to pay the ultimate price. But Yuma shows no mercy, ordering the immediate execution of his kin. A chaotic clash erupts as the brothers throw themselves into the fray. Suddenly, a tactical canister rolls across the floor, shifting the battlefield. Confusion strikes the warriors as they realize the situation has changed. Thick, blinding smoke erupts from the device, swallowing the room whole. The brothers are forced back, their vision lost in the white haze. Even the monstrous Yuma is caught off guard by this sudden intervention. Shin reels in shock as the thick smoke blinds his vision. Within the haze, the Kimonshu warriors struggle to find their footing. Without warning, a precise shot pierces through the white veil. The unseen executioner continues his relentless, silent harvest of lives. A mysterious gunman emerges from the fog, dual-wielding absolute death. Even the veteran reinforcements watch in horror as bodies hit the floor. Cold, blue eyes lock onto the target with predatory focus. He checks his weapons, ensuring the cull is completed without error. The legendary Dead Face arrives, standing tall over a broken shin. The legendary Dead Face arrives, announcing a desperate rescue mission. A stunned Nam Woong watches his commander descend into the heart of hell. Patriarch Yuma immediately recognizes the lethal aura of the Hound's top executioner. The Kimonshu leader braces for a clash against this sudden, troublesome intruder. Si-hyuk demands silence, his presence weighing heavy on every warrior present. Panic spreads through the family ranks as their absolute power begins to crumble. He boldly declares his intent to seize total control of the entire association. The terms are simple, leaving the elite guards with a life or death choice. Those who value their lives are warned to run before the real carnage begins.